Morning, morning. How's everybody doing? Just waiting on the YouTube to kick in here. Good. All right. Hopefully the audio is okay. I think. All right. I started a little bit early today. Sorry. I wanted to touch on a couple of things and make a correction I said the other day. So we'll get some hellos. Michael Penny will spill the beans. Very interesting. Yeah, it's going to be good. Julia. Tara's in here. Great. Okay. And we've got Alex. Alex, hopefully you're doing well. Happy Monday, Tara. Trust the Mad Hatter. Good morning. Good morning. Christine W. How are you doing? Good. Raining. Oh, okay. Andrew. Good morning to all. Too slow. Again, yeah, I'd say that's probably a bit of a rinse repeat understatement, but who's telling us that? Of course. Anita, good to see you, Andrew. Peter, good morning. So, okay, correction. I still haven't reviewed. I have a lot of stuff I go through. So the other day I'm still not even square with who witnessed the actual assault, but it's Elson Sutherland that died, which is rather interesting because in the prose, the historic prose, the responding officer to that was Kyla Sutherland. Don't know if they're related, not sure. Interesting. I suppose I could bring that up. Where's that? Somewhere in here. Right. Okay, here we go. I wanted to get this other stuff. I left some links down below for statements. Worth a read. I haven't finished reading them either. Lots of stuff to go through. Okay, share screen, dude. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that, so I might as well get that out of the way. The responding officers, as you can see here, Kendra Sutherland. Okay, July 6, 2013, which interestingly enough went from a causing disturbance call, but concluded as an assist to general public. Yeah, and as you can see here, Elson Sutherland was not queried in the historic prose. Not sure why. So I don't know. Did Glenn actually witness anything? Not sure. Okay, but I did need to correct myself on that, and my apologies. Now, I don't like to be incorrect. A couple of articles I wanted to touch on, which may play a role in some of this. In Tim Mill's interview, I don't know if he even gets into that later on. I'm not sure. I haven't got that far. He talks about Moncton. Moncton was the impetus. Roger Burrell says for that, meaning full-time ERT teams. Yeah, definitely post-Moncton inquiry. Post-Moncton, the lady that was in charge of Moncton at the time came down here as our CO commanding officer. She's seen the handwriting on the wall. Okay, so you can kind of read between the lines a little bit there. Who's he referring to? Well, if you go back, right, this is it. You gotta search a little bit. So I left the links down below. He's referring to, and thank you very much to the person who helps out in the background for all of us, right? Very thankful for the people that help out in the background. It's Marlene Snowman. Okay, Marlene Snowman, funnily enough, was in charge of Codiac. Anybody remember Moncton shootings? Right? Okay, why is that really particularly relevant? Like Tim Mills said, okay, here she is down here in Nova Scotia as crops officer, you know, like Chris Leather, crops officer, number 2 in Nova Scotia. The previous number 2 was Marlene Snowman. You'd think she'd have a little bit of expertise on this. Oh, and she does. Here she is honoring officers, fallen in Halifax, fallen RCMP officers, right? Okay, 2014. Okay, giving out the wreaths. And she actually did speak up on this quite a bit. Why was it not part of the trial? Moncton RCMP got money for carbine rifles 2 years before. She was requesting money, and yeah, rather interesting. So, you know, she brought a lot of experience previous to this from Codiac, New Brunswick, down to Nova Scotia. And, well, she's in until 2018 at least, sorry, 2019, because Chris comes in 2019, right? So here she is here. Sorry, I don't think the size is very great. Last week, Chief Super Marlene Snowman, crops officer, criminal operations, number 2, right? Hosted international guests from Singapore police force, and you can tell it's Garland, right? Nova Scotia headquarters in Dartmouth. Group learned about RCMP policing priorities and got firsthand some experience, specialized units, great international opportunity. And then, of course, you get Chris coming in, right? Don't know if they want to tell you about Marlene. I'm not sure. Her LinkedIn still indicates that she is a super now. I don't know. I think she, like Mr. Mills said, maybe she parted ways with the RCMP. Not sure. Either that or she got demoted and still serving. I don't think that's the case, though. The other thing I wanted to touch on, so just remember, you know, how much experience would Marlene have brought into all of this? I don't think who was that? Was Brenneman in there? Are we operating underneath? Let's see here. Yeah. Chief Super Bergerman, right? Okay. So Marlene would have brought that with her, 2016, underneath Bergerman. Other interesting thing to note about Bergerman, left these articles, I think I've archived them all. And if you want, have a read through. And I've talked about this before a little bit, but let's just have a little stress on that. Chief Super was born in Richmond, BC. One of 8 siblings. Of those siblings, 5 have served with RCMP. So a little question about Chief Super Bergerman would join in 87. She's got a very interesting history, of course, and then, you know, I kind of made some connect the dots about how Bergerman and Butcher, her husband, might be doing the warrants. Turned out it was true. Anyway, because the media liked that later. So, you know, her husband is, was it Michael Bergerman? I'm trying to remember. It's all tied up in some other stuff. Very political. Might involve Darren. So we're going to get some stuff touching on Darren because Darren is in charge of the stuff under ERT. That's all him. Okay, so I wanted to get those things out of the way. We'll get some hellos in here. Glad 50 of you are in here. If you could share, because today is going to be an important day. And do read through those documents. Like I said, I haven't even finished reading them. One other, there's a lot of little interesting tidbits in there. And Jim Mill's not very happy. He works for a Justice Department now. After he, well, how did he phrase it? Walked, I think was how he phrased it. He's put retire. He said retire, and then he said walked out. So he's not very impressed with the way things are done with the RCMP. Roger Burrell obviously seems to know certain people, which is interesting too. What else was there? There was a few things in here. He served down in Cole Harbor, which is interesting. Not sure if they served together. I don't know. Again, I haven't finished reading it, so I'm not sure if they're going to touch on any of that. But you've got all kinds of previous experience. This is what the RCMP does, right? Hey, the writing on the wall. Anita. Okay, so we got Peter, TikTok. Hello, Brenda Grant, Nikki, Sharon. If you guys don't mind sharing, please share. Oh, goodness me, oh my. Please do share. Today is going to be an important day, I feel. Julia, Donna, Truth and All, Pioneer. Moncton ignored many red flags. Yes. Marlene brought it with her. Nova Scotia. I don't think she went back to Codiac. I think she just retired. But she's very hush-hush. MH, Nosy Scotian. Nova Scotia citizen. Linda M. Squirrel. Want to have a strong presence on a global stage. Maybe I'll read through some of these articles a little bit more during the break, but I don't want to obviously cut into the doodad, whatever they're going to do today. Brass doesn't want to testify. Yeah, except with videotape. That seems very responsible. All very transparent. It is very transparent. That's the sad part. Extremely transparent. Blue Nose. Caber Gal. How's it going? Julia is gonna have our clock today. I have to go back and update thumbnails one of these days. I need an assistant, I think. Watch webcast. Anybody have interesting things? Did anybody read the 4 documents, handwritten notes? Officers getting shot at. I like that line. There's also a new dump that's been done over, I think it was done yesterday sometime. There's now 1,200 documents. So you might want to go and scoop those up.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Glow Watcher, Mr. Galaxy Man 57. Taking Canada was too easy. The owners are still laughing. And we got a problem. Chris Lee. Good morning. Good morning, Chris Lee. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Galaxy. Welcome. Jamie. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope my prayers are with you guys all. So, I mean, this business about farting around, Mayerthorpe, Spiritwood, Moncton, it just goes on and on and on. And this is not only endangering members, but obviously people's lives, and grossly, it's criminally negligent, I would say. But have to be careful tossing out those kinds of things. So I will say that it is most certainly, there's a huge civil liability, as I've claimed from the beginning. You have that, the intro, right? I don't even know when that's from. Steve made that. I would have thought it's probably from the first couple episodes. Huge lawsuit, civil lawsuits. But I mean, we're just suing ourselves, right? These people don't feel anything. They're not punished by any of it. It's just a gigantic joke to them. Liaison officers all over the world. Oh yeah, absolutely. I found somebody in the story tied down in Florida. Liaison officer down in Florida. Right. That's because this is a paramilitary group. This is a huge organization. Even Mr. Mills says, oh, you know, I wanted to join the Army, and somebody suggested, hey, join the Rcmp. Yeah. Like that episode that I played of whatever, the CNBC interview a long time ago. Somewhere it's on the channel. I think it's CNBC. Oh, yeah. CIA.
Good morning.
NSA.
The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session, with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kmaq, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. We start today, as we do every day, by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Through these proceedings and our ongoing work, we continue to make progress examining both what happened and exploring how and why it happened. So far, the Commission has shared 16 foundational documents and over 1,000 supporting source materials with the public, all of which is available on our website, and all of which help to piece together our current understanding of what happened. Indeed, the first 12 foundational documents provide a detailed account of events at all critical scenes involved in the 13 hours of the mass casualty. Through our investigations so far, we have spoken to over 200 witnesses, and we've heard from another 21 witnesses during public proceedings, with more to come this week and in the weeks ahead. As we have said repeatedly, this will include hearing from senior RCMP officers. At the same time we are looking into what happened, we are also exploring how and why things happened as they did. This means that we need to look at the systems and structures behind the events and actions. For example, communications with the public, including the appropriate use of alerting systems, are related issues in our mandate. That is why in proceedings last week, we focused on how public alerting during emergencies work here in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and beyond. What are the best practices out there, and how it can be done better in the future. In recent weeks, we have also spent time during proceedings examining issues around access to police paraphernalia and firearms. Again, this is to help us understand issues that are directly connected to the mass casualty and required of us by our mandate. In order to deliver strong, implementable recommendations at the end of our work, both we as commissioners and you, the public, need to understand how things work and how they can be improved upon. What we learned during proceedings will form part of conversations to come about potential recommendations and ultimately feed into the findings and recommendations we will share in our final report. To fulfill our mandate, it is important that all of us get to hear information about the mass casualty. This includes hearing from witnesses during our proceedings. Some witnesses may have concerns. These concerns may pertain to their wellness, and that could require accommodation so that they can provide meaningful testimony. For this reason, subpoenaed witnesses may make a request for special arrangements to facilitate their testimony. Rule 43 of the Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure govern the process for requesting accommodations. Anyone who is subpoenaed to appear as a witness, including civilians and including first responders, can apply for accommodations. Accommodations may include taking breaks during testimony, or asking for a support person to accompany a witness, or providing testimony by closed circuit TV. Accommodations must not prevent the Commission from gathering necessary information. We consider these accommodation requests to ensure that we can hear from everyone we need to hear from in a way that is constructive and respectful. Remember that the Commission is not a trial. It is a public inquiry. Therefore, as with all public inquiries, we cannot make findings of civil or criminal liability or award damages. We are bringing many different perspectives and experiences to the table and using all of our power and flexibility to learn the lessons we can and to share them with the public. While we consider requests for accommodations, it is important to note that they are not automatically approved. We retain ultimate discretion as to whether and to what extent such requests will be accommodated. Witness accommodation requests may involve sensitive personal health information. While specific individual private information will not be shared with the public or the media, the content of all witness testimony will be shared. You can find more information about accommodations in Rule 43 of the Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure and on our FAQ page, both available on our website. Thank you. Commissioner McDonald.
As we continue our work, we will examine and hear more difficult information. For those of you here in person, remember we have team members and resources on site to provide support if you need it, as well as additional support services listed on our website available to everyone to access. We're here to learn. We want to find out what can be done to help prevent something like the mass casualty from ever happening again. As a public inquiry, we need to do this work together with many people, including the participants, witnesses, experts, community members, and with you, the public. While we may not always agree with each other on every point, all of us agree on the value of working together to make our communities safer. It is important that all of us approach our work together in a way that is respectful and humane. Today, Commission Council will present the foundational document about the actions of the RCMP's emergency response team as it operated during the mass casualty. This is another foundational document that brings together information we have gathered about what happened during the mass casualty. We will then hear later today from retired Corporal Tim Mills and from Corporal Trent Milton, who will speak as part of a witness panel about their actions and observations as part of the emergency response team on April 18th and 19th, 2020. As you will have seen in our proceedings to date, Commission Council will begin by asking the witness an initial set of questions. Following that, Commission Council and Participant Council will meet to determine if there are any additional questions to be asked and who will ask them. I will now ask Commission Counsel, Mr. Roger Burrell, to begin today's presentation. Thank you.
Commissioners, participants, Nova Scotians, Canadians, and all those who have been impacted by the mass casualty of April 18th, 19th, 2020. Before I get into the introduction of the foundational document that we're going to speak about today, I have been instructed to attend to some housekeeping matters. I've been not usually entrusted with such weighty material, but I have been given a script to provide some clarity for you with respect to some exhibit issues. So I'm going to read that script to ensure that there's no mess up. It says as follows. One piece of housekeeping from last week, Roger. Column number 0057352, entitled Broadcast Immediate Alerting Statistics by Jurisdiction, was marked as Exhibit P001370. However, that document had been previously marked as Exhibit P001346. Therefore, Exhibit number P001370 can be used for the next document to be exhibited in that order. So that matter has now been attended to, the procedural issues, which often elude me. And now let's get to the substantive issues that we're here about today. Today, fundamentally and importantly, we will be hearing from two witnesses who were involved in the emergency response team response on April 18th and 19th, 2020. They will be supplementing the foundational document that has been prepared and will be tendered momentarily into evidence. Their evidence is involving the ERT team. The document is entitled the Rcmp Emergency Response Team, brackets, ERT, close brackets. I'm going to call it the ERT foundational document from now on. I'll have a few comments simply by way of introduction as to the foundational document that will be tendered soon. As discussed in previous commentaries, the fundamental information of dates, times, locations will be well known to you by now through the introduction of other chronological or narrative foundational documents. This document, as some of the other recent documents, organizes things thematically, contextually, around the ERT's response and their involvement in the mass casualty. This ERT foundational document examines ERT activity and decision-making up to and including the Plains Road to BERT foundational document. Then the ERT response is so intricately involved with the Shubenacadie foundational document and the Big Stop foundational document in Enfield that it is taken up therein. Nonetheless, in an effort to contextualize the information in the foundational document, I'm going to refer to some significant points on the timeline in an effort to refresh your memory and everyone else's memory with respect to points of significance and areas of significance. So you'll get a high-level introduction by me. The details, of course, are found in the foundational document, and the context will be laid out more thoroughly through the evidence of the two witnesses that you will be hearing from. So, Madam Registrar, I move that the foundational document entitled the Rcmp Emergency Response, brackets ERT, close brackets, be marked and entered into evidence in these proceedings.
That's Exhibit 1370.
Thank you. And correspondingly, I move that all supporting documentation associated therewith be marked and tendered into evidence in these proceedings as well.
So exhibited.
Subject matter in this foundational document is a summary of information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to the movements, actions, observations of the Rcmp Emergency Response Team from Nova Scotia, and to a lesser extent from New Brunswick on April 18th and 19th. This is the introduction, Commissioners, of that foundational document. Promise you it won't be long. The importance, of course, here under these circumstances is the context to be provided by the witnesses, but I think there will be a few slides of importance for people to be reminded with respect to definitions. I know when you hear that word definition, people step back and say, oh no. But it is necessary for us to be familiar with some of the common terms that have been discussed here. There is a tendency, certainly as you get deeper into the information, for those of us who have been exposed to it for so long, to take terms for granted and to give them a life of their own. But we need to be reminded, of course, that there are definitions that are important for the people of Nova Scotia and Canada to know. The first definition is the critical incident package. This is a term that you will hear repeatedly and have heard in the past with respect to the movement and activation of law enforcement sources and resources. This term is defined as a complement of specialized support services designed to be implemented in the event of a critical incident. And it can include many things depending on the personnel, the requests, the circumstances, and the needs of the particular critical incident. We know from an exposure to the material that it can include emergency response team, the ERT. It can include the emergency medical response team, the EMERT. It can include the crisis negotiation team, the CNT. It can include the critical incident scribes. It may also include police dog services, PDS. It may include the underwater recovery team, URT. It can also include the explosives disposal unit. It can include air services. It can include radio workshop technical support. It can include the tactical armored vehicle, the TAV. So there are many various and sundry resources available to law enforcement to deal with a critical incident through the critical incident package as it is constructed to meet the needs of the incident. Second definition that I wish to review with you, and we'll get into a little bit further, obviously, with the witnesses, is the emergency response team, H division, the ERT or the ERT. It's referred generally and often in those different ways. It is a specially trained tactical team. And that's all I wish really to say about that. And I think it's clear from what you've seen in the materials as to what it means. It was a support system for operations within H Division, Nova Scotia, made up of, at the time, 13 members, 5 full-time members, 8 part-time members. On call, all 13 members attended to the incident at Portapique. We will hear, you will hear the name Corporal Tim Mills spoken about. Corporal Mills is here today, retired Corporal Mills. He is the team leader that responded on April 18th, 19th. You'll also hear the name Constable Trent Milton, now Corporal Trent Milton. He was the second in charge at that time, and they will be providing you information as to the ERT team. J Division Emergency Response Team is the exact same thing, based out of New Brunswick. They had a role in this matter. Their role was less significant than obviously the H Division. They became involved at a request of the Critical Incident Commander, and this was done in consultation with the H Division Corporal team lead for the ERT. Next term of familiarity that you need and you already have is EMERT. This will be discussed in the testimony. You've already heard from the divisional coordinator, Corporal Ivany, so I won't need to get into further discussion, but the EMERT team is a RCMP members emergency medical and tactical skills team permitting medical operations in settings not able to be attended to by civilian medical services. 2 members of the EMERT team, or the EMERT, and I will do that repeatedly. It's ridiculous to say the ERT team because it's the ERT. You don't want to say the Emergency Response Team. But 2 members of the EMERT attended the Portapique Beach Road at Highway 2 at 12:55 a.m. Further definitions, the police dog services, you'll refer to them as PDS. You've heard about them through the testimony of Constable Hubley. So I, again, won't need to go into any detail other than to say this also is a specialized support service team. It is an organized group of specialized support services, RCMP members, dog handlers, and dogs. Corporal Dion Sutton was a member of that team, and he arrived at the corner of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2 by 11:39 p.m. on April 18th. So you now have a sense of some of the teams, the support services available. So in an effort to refresh Nova Scotians, Canadians, refresh your memory with respect to what took place with the ERT, I'm going to remind you of some significant times. 10:45 or 10:48, Corporal Mills was contacted by the Critical Incident Commander, Staff Sergeant Jeff West. And I say 10:45 or 10:48, the 3-minute differential is perhaps not all that important, other than to say that notes of different members record that call at a different time. The preponderance of information that we have been able to review is that it's at 10:48, but that's not entirely consistent with everyone's notes. I will remind you from the Portapic foundational documents originally presented that we were unable to locate or isolate the exact location of the perpetrator at all times. The foundation documents that were presented then indicated that it appeared plausible that the perpetrator had left Portapic at or around 10:45 p.m. That is, around the time of the ERT callout, the perpetrator would have left or was leaving the area where all the carnage had been undertaken. At 10:54 to 10:57, Corporal Mills, the team leader, initiated the call-out sequence with his team. Most members arrived at the Burnside headquarters to gear up, and they departed thereafter, or as soon as practicable within some of the information, to attend to the scene. Most of the team attended after they formed at the HQ in Burnside. Some attended directly to the scene on their own, depending where they were responding from. So the third marker in the presentation is embarrassingly wrong. Thousands and thousands of data points and information that have to be put together and amalgamated. The slide says it's 11:34 to 1:15 a.m. It is, of course, 12:34 to 1:15 a.m. ERT members arrived at Portapic Beach Road and Highway 2. There was an initial immediate action team that attended, containing Constable Milton, and they arrived at around 12:34 a.m. Paragraph 65 of the foundational document will tell you that it's 12:34. Burrell's mistake for 11:34. Between 1:18 and 1:30 a.m., the ERT was involved in the investigation of a Bayshore Road complaint. You will be familiar with that, but the ERT left the area of Portapic Beach Road and Highway 2 and attended over on the Five Houses side of the river and attended to a Bayshore Road complaint. As ERT was preparing to enter Portapic area, that complaint came in. They were directed to attend. The Bayshore Road address is on the west side of the river. It is about 2.7 kilometers away from the point in which they had staged or mustered at that time. 2:02 a.m., the investigation at the Bayshore area wrapped up. The ERT returned to Portapic, and they were directed to extract Clinton Ellison and 4 general duty members who were at that stage sheltering in place at 135 Orchard Beach Drive. This you will find out, and if you don't already know from the documents or the documents that have been prepared, was not the most easy or the easiest operational task conducted by the ERT. You will hear information with respect to that. At 2:31 to 2:50, Mr. Ellison and the general duty members were retrieved and transported to the Portapic Beach Road Highway 2 intersection. Corporal Jameson, Darlene Jameson, whom you've heard of earlier, transported Clinton Ellison to the Great Village Fire Hall. The TAV and ERT members returned to Orchard Beach Drive, where then observations were made and recorded with respect to the scene. At 3:23, the ERT reported no sign of the perpetrator, and they responded to a complaint on the Five Houses side of the river again, conducted a door knock, dog track casting operation. At 4:11, Team Leader Mills then headed back to the Great Village Fire Hall command post. The ERT returned to the Portapic area to search by heading to 200 Portapic Beach Road, also known as the Cottage. 5:26 to 5:42, the TAV and ERT members attended and cleared the residences at 123 Orchard Beach Drive, 135 Orchard Beach Drive. The materials that you have already reviewed speak to the horrific discoveries that were made and recorded by the ERT personnel at that time. 6:33 to 6:42, dispatch and extraction of Lisa Banfield from the residence on Portapic Crescent. Those materials are known, or that information is known to you as well. From 7:15 to 7:40, with the receipt of information from a number of sources, including Lisa Banfield and the Banfield family in Halifax, the ERT returned to 200 Portapic Beach Road and 136 Orchard Beach Drive and checked burnt vehicles there for confirmation of what they believed may or may not have been a replica RCMP vehicle. They made efforts to check vehicles at 136 and 200 Portapic Beach Road for firearms, for markings, deckling, light bar, and or a silent patrolman. At 7:25, ERT members responded to the complaint of a suspicious male on Bayview Court, the southernmost end of Portapic area. At 9:04, the formal, I say formal, perhaps that's a little bit strong, but the organized beginning of a coordinated evacuation effort was undertaken in Portapic. ERT moved from door to door with instructions to attend or have people attend who were evacuated to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall. At 9:07, the Blair dog was evacuated by Constable Hubley to Portapic Beach Road in number 2. And as we go through the facts, it has become amazing to me how important a fact that was for everybody involved. At 9:26, Richard Ellison was reached and escorted out of the area. The evacuation procedure did not reach Corbett Court when at 9:42 there was a call with respect to the incident in Wentworth. 9:24, the J Division ERT attended and arrived at the command post, the first of those members, at 9:42:30, and you may have heard me say this before, a fundamentally important time. The dispatch to Wentworth, mobilizing the ERT took place. Resources were then moved from Portapic north towards Wentworth. At 9:50, the Glenholm dispatch takes place. ERT resources were then diverted to the Glenholm residence. At 10:02, ERT was on the scene at Glenholm at the residence therein, and you will recall the audio that we would have heard with respect to Corporal Mills indicating there was no PC located there. 10:08, Plains Road dispatch and the dispersal of ERT resources in a pursuit of the perpetrator at that time. 10:14, ERT members arrived at Plains Road, made observations, and quickly dispersed in pursuit of the perpetrator. 10:57, we'll remind you, ERT members arrived at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf scene. They attended to Constable Stevenson. They obtained information very quickly from civilians that led them to head south on Highway 224, once again in pursuit of the perpetrator. At 11:26, it's common knowledge that ERT was involved, or members of the ERT were involved in the shooting of the perpetrator at the Big Stop. At 11:36, members were involved in the extraction of the perpetrator from the vehicle where observations were made. Now, Commissioners, this is a brief review of the timeline with respect to the ERT's involvement, and the ERT team members of significance are here today, and I would propose to call them. I understand that it's going to take a few minutes to shift the scene a little bit, but if we could, the ERT members are here and available, and I would request that they be called.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Berlin. We'll stay right where we are and allow the for the change to be made, and we'll hear from you momentarily,
Thank you.
Mr. Burrow.
Please stand by. The webcast will resume shortly. The show. The theater.
Thank you so much for that.
That. Yes, I left the COM numbers down in the links below.
Thank you. Mr. Burrow?
Thank you. I would call a retired Corporal Tim Mills and Corporal Trent Milton, please. So you're going to remain standing for me, Corporal Mills. You are Corporal Tim Mills,
Yes, I am.
and your last name is spelled M-I-L-L-S.
Yes, it is.
Madam Registrar, Corporal Mills has indicated a desire to be sworn, if you please.
Just place your right hand on the Bible, please. Your right hand.
Yeah, right hand.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
And you are Corporal Trent Milton,
That's correct.
M-I-L-T-O-N,
That's right.
and you have expressed a desire to be affirmed. Am I
Affirmed.
correct?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
So gentlemen, I'm going to ask a series of questions with respect to your involvement in the ERT incident, April 18th, 19th, and beyond, and perhaps even before. I would encourage discussion with me amongst yourself, commissioners or otherwise. But I hope that we'll be able to get a number of details presented for the public of Nova Scotia and for the participants with respect to your involvement today. Okay?
Okay.
All right. First, I'm going to introduce and speak to Corporal Tim Mills with respect to your CV and your background. All right. You are retired Corporal Tim Mills. That's correct?
Correct.
And you retired in July of 2021. Am I right
Yes.
there? You had 29 years service with the Rcmp,
Yes.
and you graduated a depot in 1992.
Yes.
1993 to 1998, you were a general duty member at the Musquodoboit Harbor Detachment in Halifax District Rcmp.
That's correct.
1998 to 2003, you were a general duty member in the Coal Harbor Detachment of Halifax District.
Yes.
And that in 2001 to 2003, you spent about 2 years in the GIS or General Investigative Section of the Rcmp, is that right?
Yes.
In 2000, I understand that you attended the ERT course in Ottawa, the Emergency Response Team course.
That's correct.
We'll talk a little bit later about what that is in terms of training. But in 2003, you joined and were involved in the Halifax Integrated Drug Section.
Yes.
That's an integrated drug section with HRP and the RCMP. Is that right?
Yep.
2006, involved in the major crime unit of that integrated section as well.
Yes.
2007, you received a promotion to corporal, am I correct?
Yes.
2007 to 2012, you were at the Cole Harbour Detachment as a shift supervisor, as a corporal, is that right?
That's correct.
2012 to 2017, you were then transferred to the Enfield Detachment and acted as a shift supervisor as well.
Correct.
2015, I understand that you became a part-time member of the emergency response team with HDIV, is that right?
What?
2015?
No.
No, help me out,
Full-time.
please.
You said part-time. I was full-time.
Forgive me, full-time, and that was 2015?
Yes, would have been 2015, I believe.
Am I right? In December of 2017, you became the ERT team leader?
Okay, we've got to back up on dates here.
Good. I was under the impression that you were a part-time member at some time of the ERT team?
From 2000.
Okay.
When I come off the course in Ottawa, back in 2000, I was automatically on the team.
Okay, and when did you become a full-time member?
That would have been approximately 2 years before. So we'll say 2017,
Okay, and then you became ERT team leader in,
December 2019.
okay, so I misled you, sorry about that, we got
Yeah.
that straightened out. You've been the team leader since December of 2019,
Yes.
okay? And Corporal Trent Milton, at the time you were, that is in April of 2020, you were Constable Trent Milton. am I
That's
right?
correct.
I understand you received this promotion within the past week or so, am I right?
No, in November of last year.
Okay, I'm having a hard time here, thank you very much. You have 19 years service with the Rcmp?
That's correct.
And in 2003, you were assigned to general duty at the Tantallon Detachment.
Correct.
2007, you were involved in the street crime unit in the Halifax District, the Rcmp.
Yes.
2010, you were assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, also major crime and GIS in the Halifax District. Is that right?
That's right.
That's the integrated unit that was spoken of earlier by
Yes.
Corporal Mills. Yeah. 2005, you began apprenticing or striking with the ERT
That's right.
response team. Is that right?
Yes.
2006, you attended this ERT course in Ottawa that we spoke briefly with Corporal Mills.
Correct.
And you became a full-time member of ERT, please. When?
In 2015. So I was a part-time member from 2006 to 2015.
Gotcha. Okay. And I understand that you now take up the position of team leader?
I'm one of the team leaders, yes.
One of the team leaders, and that was since November of 2021?
Yes, in full-time capacity. I've been acting in the role for a year and a half prior to that.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, have you seen the foundational document that has just been tendered entitled the Emergency Response Team?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and is there anything glaring in terms of information with respect to any difficulties you may have with that document?
Nothing that stands out right now. no.
Okay, all right.
I had pointed out one little thing at the start, but it was explained further on.
Okay.
So,
Are you comfortable with the contents of it?
yes, I'm comfortable with the
All right, very
contents.
good. Then let's start right at the start, please. I, in my introduction, described ERT as being a specially trained tactical team. I'm sure it's much more than that. Can you please provide information for Nova Scotians about what the ERT is generally?
Yeah. In layman's terms, if you watch TV, it's SWAT. In other, every organization would call it a different thing. There's ETF in Toronto. There's TRUE and OPP. So it's basically a SWAT team. They just have different names depending on the organization.
Okay, and what do they do?
We attend to armed and barricaded persons, hostages, high-risk search warrants. Anytime there's an elevated threat with a weapon that is more out of the hands of general duty members, they will call alert.
Okay, Corporal Milton.
So yeah, just to add to that, we've got a very broad profile of duties that we take on. As Tim said, we're a group of highly trained, specialized in high-risk areas. So like you said, we do armed and barricaded persons, hostage takings, what we would term like tubular assault, so aircraft, buses, planes, trains, things of that nature, marine intervention. We also have specialty profiles within our units, such as snipers, breachers, rappel masters, a very broad area of skills within the team.
So in light of the fact that there are some specialty skills involved here, are you able to comment, gentlemen, about specialty training that you would have received in order to be an ERT member or would generally be received?
I'll talk to when I went through in 2000. It was a 5-week program in Ottawa, Ontario.
Yep.
It was extensive, a lot of shooting, a lot of bush tracking, a lot of interior combat or room clearing tactics, some VIP, high-risk vehicle takedown, rappelling. So it was an introduction to all these different skills we learned. I'll let Trent continue on for what goes on nowadays.
Sure. So when I went through in 2006, very similar to Tim, at that point in time, it was a 6-week program. Since then, it's evolved. It's an 8, probably going to be moving to a 9 to 10-week course. Very mentally and physically draining course for our candidates. It's broken up into blocks. So there's a firearms block where our members are trained specifically on the firearms that we use within ERT. There's then a rural block, which specifically deals with high-risk bush tracks, rural surveillance, covert surveillance, things of that nature, and then moves into what we would call CQC or close quarter combat. So anything to do with clearing of buildings, residences, things of that nature, and how to do that safely.
Okay. That's what you take originally in the extended course. What about continuing education and or ongoing certification for your membership? Are you able to comment on that?
Yeah, I'll start up and let Trent continue. So when I first joined, it was two days a month. Everyone was part-time back then. You would get 2 days a month where you would go train, and one day would be dedicated to firearms. The second day would be dedicated to room clearing or bush tracking. It got extended by a day early on where we went to 3 days, and then by the end of it, it was 5 days. So 1 week a month we would train because there was more and more proficiencies he had to be good at. As Trent went on with all the skill sets, it was being recognized that 2-3 days doesn't cover it. So with the 5-day training, we have 1 or 2 days with firearms, whether it's pistol or our carbine, our long weapons. Snipers will have a day. We'll do 1 full day of close quarter battle, room clearing techniques. We'll do 1 day of bush training. We'll get into IARD, immediate action, rapid deployment type stuff. We'll get into VIP, we'll get into high-risk vehicle takedowns, and you touch on as much as you can. You also, with the Marine, tubular assaults. So throughout the year, you're trying to schedule in as much as you can.
Corporal Milton?
And so we've got a very robust and busy training schedule, as Tim alluded to. Over the last number of years, we've really worked hard to expand on the number of training hours that we have. There's certain mandated training hours that we must fulfill as per our national policy. And like Tim said, that's 40 hours per month that's mandated on just our core training skills. So that's firearms proficiency, CQC, rural tracking, VIP, things like that are just our basic core mandated. And then to build on that, we have monthly training skills that are also mandated for each of our specialty profiles. So our snipers are mandated to train monthly, our breachers are mandated to train monthly, our rappel masters are mandated to train 2 sessions every 6 months, so 4 times annually. We're mandated to train a specific number of hours in what we would call explosive forced entry. So with our explosive disposal unit, we're mandated to train annually in tubular assault. So like I had mentioned before, for aircraft intervention. And that's 3 days annually that we dedicate to that. Marine intervention, same thing, we're mandated annually. And that's actually ongoing right now that we're doing that training. 3 days annually. And these are just our minimum mandated hours. That doesn't mean that that's all that we're training. As a full-time unit, we're training much more than that. We're training on a daily basis.
So in April of 2020, would there be a person or a group of persons in charge of training for ERT?
Yes, at the time, right before I became the acting team leader, I was in charge of training. And as soon as I became team leader, I had Ed Clark, Constable Ed Clark. He took over as a training NCO, organizing the training. But it was always, as a team, you would sit down, the full-time guys, and discuss with Ed, all right, this is what's coming up this month. This is what we need to cover. And he would task out, can you book this venue? Can you, you know, order these 2 car wrecks if we're going to work on cars that day for extractions. So we each had tasks to do, and we would it'd be collaborative trying to schedule these days.
Okay. From your point of view, are you able to comment on the quality of the training that was engaged at HDIV for ERT?
I know when I first joined 21 years ago, 22 years ago, the 2 days a month definitely wasn't enough. By the end of it, when we got into the 5 days, we were covering quite a bit of our skill sets, but it still wasn't enough because of the amount we had. It was adequate, but it wasn't enough training time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Corporal Milton?
Part of the issue at that time is we were a hybrid team of full-time and part-time members. So part-time members, it's just that they're a part-time member of ERT. They have substantive duties at their home unit. So whether they're on a detachment somewhere, whether they're in a specialized unit, they had responsibilities outside of ERT that they also had to fulfill. So to try to maintain the training standards is very difficult. Just for operational callouts and training, the members were away from their home unit 60 to 70% of the time as it was. So to try to increase those training standards was very difficult.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to comment specifically on active shooter training in April of 2020. Corporal Mills, do you have anything you can tell us about that?
So active shooter training, we first would have been introduced with IARD on general duty, clearing schools, and that would have come from the Columbine in America. So that trickled up through, and then we would have had that long ago. And ERT expanded on that. A lot of our close quarter combat type clearing is similar, but we would have to adapt a bit. So we would do our own IR training. The bush tracking was similar to IR training outside. We had never done like urban setting IR training until probably, I would say, the last 5 years. We started getting into urban IR training.
Corporal Milton, active shooter training?
Yeah, so like Tim referred to it as IARD, Immediate Action Rapid Deployment is what the term stands for. And that's if there's an active threat, we go to the threat. And that's put out to all of our frontline members, but it's also something that we train highly within ERT. Our tactics are just a little different than what the general duty would be.
Okay, are you able to make any comment with respect to the fact that you were actively engaged on April 18th and 19th, 2020. Are you able to make any comment with respect to the quality of your training to respond to that particular factual situation?
I can comment where everything we have done, the bush tracking, the interior combat, you know, vehicle extractions, everything would have come into play that day because it was so broad scoped of a call. I can also comment that you could never write a scenario to match this call.
I don't know what you mean by that, write a scenario.
You couldn't write a training.
No one would have ever imagined.
Yeah, you couldn't
those events
imagine,
to happen.
you wouldn't have the resources or the time to put in to write up a training program or a training skit, we'll say, so scenario skit to match this call. But what I will also say is, it's not a good thing, but having the advantage of being in Moncton, the both of us and some of our team, and having to live through that and work through that Moncton call was a good exposure and gave us a very good idea, you know, of how to deal with something like that.
Part of what we do in our training is something that I'll refer to as like a mission transition. So when we're faced with one set of circumstances, whether it be an active threat or a non-active threat, and all of a sudden something changes. We very quickly transition into what we're faced with. We deal with the intelligence that we have, the priorities that we have, and we deal with that.
Okay. I had asked Corporal Mills with respect to whether there was adequate training to meet this particular factual scenario. Do you have any comment on that, Corporal?
I think we were trained to deal with active shooter scenarios. I think we were trained to deal with more of a stationary target, not necessarily the moving target that we faced on the 19th.
Can you tell me?
If I could add something here.
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Within a week after Portapic, I had a phone call from an LAPD sheriff SWAT tactical team leader. And he spoke with me and he said he's part of the NTOA, National Tactical Officers Association. He gives several conferences, training throughout the world. He is tasked with flying around the world and meeting with tactical officers for these, what he called one-off calls. And this is definitely a one-off call. This isn't your run-of-the-mill ERC call, SWAT call, or anything. He recognized it as someone who had 20-some years in LA County SWAT, and he recognized this is a one-off.
And did you agree with that, Corporal?
100%. This is a one-off.
Can you tell me, please, that since the Portapic casualties and the casualties of April 18th and 19th, has training adapted or changed in the ERT setting to deal with these types of issues? Are you able to comment on that, Corporal Milton?
I would say that our training is, I don't want to say more intense, but certainly our training schedule now is filled more as far as the amount that we're training. We have more bodies in our full-time unit now, so it allows us to focus more on our training and build more.
Okay, that leads me then to ask you questions about April of 2020. I understand there were 13 members at the time,
Yes.
and was it 5 full-time members?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you touched on this briefly. What was the difference at that time between full-time and part-time?
Full-time members work Monday to Friday out of headquarters, right where our locker and equipment is located. And our job was to facilitate training, plan training, kit upkeep, maintenance of the vehicles, booking venues, the admin side of it. At the time, we had a part-time admin assistant, I believe. So a lot of the admin work that should have been done by an admin assistant, your guys, had to type up reports or do budgets or stuff like that.
So if you were a part-time member in April of 2020, you had general duty responsibilities or other responsibilities beyond the ERT team as well?
Yes, so the 8 part-time members, they belong to a detachment. So they would work 3 weeks a month at their home unit unless they were called out for ERT, which they were a lot. The 1 day a month that they would come train with us is when they were with ERT. But for 3 weeks a month, they would be, and they were, situated close to Halifax. We had, I believe, 5 members belonging to Halifax District Rcmp, 1 in Bridgewater, 1 in Windsor, 1 in Indian Brook.
Okay, so I understand that there have been developments with respect to personnel at the ERT since Portapic. Is that right?
That's right.
Corporal Milton, you can speak to that, please.
So multiple business cases have been submitted in years past based on previous fatality inquiries or modernization reports that have been submitted nationally, that to truly have an effective ERT, it needs to be a full-time model. We have policies out now that mandate minimum number of ERT members to respond to a critical incident, and that number right now for us is 12. So that's just to respond to the call. So in order to be able to field that team, the recommendations are that we have a full-time model of 18 members. That takes into consideration members on leave, members away on different training opportunities, members off duty sick, and just to have an on-call schedule built in to allow members unfettered time off.
So as of May 2022, where do we stand with respect to full-time members currently?
So right now we've got 12 members in the full-time unit. So 6 of those members are the full-time established positions that were there previously. And we're in a transition phase now where we have 6 surplus to establishment positions, which are being normalized into full-time positions. Business cases have been submitted to Department of Justice, and we have a tentative approval for 4 full-time positions over each of the next 3 years to make us an 18-person full-time model.
So the idea is within the next 3 years, you will transition to 18-member full-time team?
That's right.
Okay. All right. I think that gives us a sense of what the ERT situation was in April of 2020 compared to what it is now and what it may be in the future. Let's talk about April 2020 in terms of on-call contact, mobilization, and things of that nature. I understand there's such a thing called operational availability, such a thing called operational readiness. Can you explain the difference for me and how it was impacting things on April of 2020?
So in April 2020, we were approved to have 8 ERT members on operational availability. So they were compensated 1 hour for every 8 hours on call. That gave a little more freedom to be away from your phone. Your response time wasn't immediate. The operational readiness is when the phone call comes in, you have to go at that point. We had submitted business cases outlining why an emergency response team should be operationally ready.
Operational ready means again, Corporal Mills?
The compensation is 1 for 4, but when you answer your phone, you go. And that's what we had done anyway, but we were getting compensated for operational availability. So they were getting their cake and eat it too, because we love what we do. And when you, even though only 8 were on call, most of the time you were getting more than 8 guys. So even the guys that weren't on call were answering that call because that's what we love to do.
Okay, so speaking as to April 18th, when that call initially came through, can you say how many members of the team responded?
Yes, all 13 did.
That's the full complement.
Full complement.
That means people on operational availability and those who weren't.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Let's move on then to get a better sense of what a critical incident is and why and how the ERT would be involved in something like a critical incident. Are you gentlemen able to speak to that or inform me of that?
I'll let Trent answer that one.
Sure.
Critical incident probably can be best described as an event, or in this set of circumstances, a series of events that needs a highly controlled, specialized response. So typically a critical incident is controlled by a critical incident commander and would have specialized units such as ERT, police dog services, crisis negotiators, explosive disposals, all of those different units brought in to take control of the situation.
So who has control from your point of view, Corporal, as to who designates what is a critical incident?
It would be the critical incident commander.
Okay. Does the ERT have any role in terms of determining what a critical incident is?
We're typically activated once the critical incident commander is consulted and makes that
I'm
decision.
wondering if there's a consultative role in advance of activation. Are you able to say, Corporal Mills?
Yeah, we've had calls before from the critical incident, and again, collaborative, where he'll tell us what he received from detachment. We'll explain to him, this is what we can offer, and he'll make a decision whether it's a critical incident and what we start doing in the last few years was what we call tactical assist as well, when it doesn't quite meet a critical incident, but you know, they could maybe use 4 ERT members just as a IA team in case, you know, things get out of hand. They have approved for tactical assists just to have, 4 members in the area in case it does wind up and become a critical incident.
Okay. IAT meaning an immediate act.
Immediate action team. So basically, 4 specialized, better armed, better trained, ERT members that have the tools in the truck, ready in case it does spiral out of control.
All right. Before we move to the actual on-call situation, you discussed what a critical incident is. Are you able to discuss what a critical incident package is?
So critical incident package could, vary at times when the critical incident commander deems, an incident is, kind of too big for a detachment to handle and stands up the critical incident package. It depends on what is going on the ground. We can draw in, as Trent mentioned, dogmen and explosive disposal, and you can EMERT and negotiators, and, if need be, you can draw in, STOW, which is kind of like tactical. We used to call them riot squad back in the day. They went to tactical troop. Now they're called STOW, Special Tactical Operations. And they have, advanced in their training too. So they're not just riot control anymore. They now have brought into, massive searches when you need searches, or massive, whether it's for containment or whether it's for crowd control. So you can draw on different tools within the RCMP for a critical incident.
Purple?
Yeah, not much to add on that, just the fact that it's very scalable to what the actual critical incident is that we're responding to. We've got the benefit of being national police force, so we can draw from other provinces, other divisions, and pull in those resources as required.
Okay. We'll speak about that in a moment. But Corporal Mills, you received the call out, I'm going to call that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you have had a consultative role in that term at that time in terms of resources, or were you responding to a request/demand for resources?
At the start, it was more or less getting here. It's definitely ERT, and then by the time I got to headquarters, it was like our EDU, like explosive unit, because of hearing the explosions going on, which would have been propane tanks or car tires. They were unsure, so we had EDU attend as well.
Any hesitancy in your mind as to the appropriateness of ERT being involved?
None whatsoever.
Corporal Milton?
No.
Okay, that's from the early stages of the call out. All right, I just want to ask you a few questions before we move on to April 18th, 19th, about relationship with EMERT. How do you work with EMERT? That is the Emergency Medical Response Team.
I'll let Trent answer that one.
Sure.
Sure. So within the division, we have a separate EMERT program that these members are specially trained in tactical medicine. It's a group of 6 positions that they have. They're not fully staffed right now, but they support us within the critical incident package. So any critical incident that we respond to, EMERT also attends, but we've also cross-trained ERT members as well within this profile. So we have members embedded within our package that are also tactical medics. So when we're moving into a hot zone or we're moving into a higher risk area, typically EMERT will not come with us because they don't have the tactical training that our members do. So we've cross-trained members within our unit to have that same level of medical response to be able to provide care under fire.
Okay. How would you describe your working relationship, gentlemen, with the EMERT team?
Say we have a pretty good working relationship. They're responsible for their program, and we're responsible for ours.
PDS, Police Dog Services, is that something that you would be involved with as members of ERT relatively regularly with?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if I could just comment on the EMERT, we have brought them out to training with the ERT training, so there has been cross-training, and
Very good. Didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's fine.
The PDS, the Police Dog Services, that's a similar type of situation, cross-training and involvement?
Yeah,
Yes.
so we're actually fortunate right now in the division that several of our dog handlers are actually former ERT members. So they've got a very strong tactical background and know how we operate, and we can work very closely and strong with them.
Okay. I want to ask you about compatibility of your ERT team, excuse me, I did it again, the ERT team services, and other ERT teams in Nova Scotia. I understand there are municipal forces that have ERTs as well.
Yes, there's two.
Okay, and what are those, please, Corporal?
Halifax Regional Police and Cape Breton Regional Police.
Okay, and can you talk to me about how you would interact or engage with those ERTs?
I can say the boots on the ground, the worker bees get along great, want to work together. Once you get up a little further, it gets too political, and we haven't been allowed to train with them in the past.
Okay, so we haven't been allowed to train with them in the past. How far into the past?
We've tried to set up training with Halifax Regional Police just because of logistics. You know, they're right next to us, and we've tried to do that over quite a few years, and it's been shut down.
Okay.
I would say our current relationship is much stronger. We do have a strong working relationship with Halifax Regional Police ERT now. There's a difference, I would say, being interoperable with the team and being integrated with the team. We're certainly not at a point where we could be integrated with any of the municipal agencies. We have different training, we have different language, I'll say, different standards. But we have the ability to work with those teams in at different levels. Like they may be tasked with one role on a job, we may be tasked with another role. But yeah, our current relationship with Halifax Police is we train together now quite frequently.
Okay. In April of 2020, training with the Halifax Regional Police ERT?
Not as frequently as we are now, no.
Okay. And as we examine the factual circumstances of April 18th, 19th, 2020, it seemed clear that the HRP ERT was not involved in the response at Portapique. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Yeah. Are you able to provide any insight as to why that might have been the case?
Not knowing their bush tracking capabilities, you know, it was more of a rural setting, knowing the perpetrator was from metro area, had he gone back to metro, so fully understanding they would be stood up for Halifax region. I'm sure there were numerous tasks there for that city, but all in all, not knowing their capabilities, knowing that there are some tactical differences that we can't, as Trent mentioned, just blend in together and work together that way. So it would be from the lack of training together, the lack of knowledge of each other's training at the time, which would be the main reason for that.
Would you be able to comment if you're comfortable with the comparatively the quality of their training compared to your training?
I can't tell you that because I don't know what their training was at the time. So,
okay.
You know,
it is true, however, that JDIV ERT, the New Brunswick ERT, was engaged in this operation to some extent.
That's right.
And it would appear, Corporal Mills, that that was the go-to companion response team. Is that an accurate assessment on my part?
yes, it is. And it's because we train with, we can blend in with any ERT team across Canada, Rcmp wise. And Trent alluded to tubular assaults, and every 2 to 3 years we go out and we do aircraft assault training, and we can just blend in because there is one training center in Canada for Rcmp ERT members. We all have the same tactical training. We all have the same tactical movements. So we know whether we have a couple guys from New Brunswick team, Newfoundland team, Ontario, we can throw them right into what we call a stack, a formation of ERT members, and go into a building, and he knows what we're doing. We know what he's doing. That way there's what we call no arcs or angles that aren't covered, where with other emergency response teams or ETF teams or TRUE teams, SWAT teams, you don't know their tactics, so you don't know if they blend well together.
Okay. Corporal Milton?
Yeah, no, just to further that, our tactics, tools, and training is the same straight across the board, and that's the benefit of being a national program,
right?
That regardless of where an RCMP ERT member is posted, we're trained identical. We have the same tools, we have the same training, whereas each municipal agency has their own nuances of training, right? The way that they move through the bush, for example, is completely different than how we are. The language that they communicate is different. What we would call a pro word, the words that they use would be different for those communication pieces.
Do you guys see that as a problem in terms of public safety issues?
It's certainly an issue for interoperability, and that's where we're trying to push with many of the local agencies now. The issue is, as a national police force, we can't change the way we operate because we have to be able to operate with teams in New Brunswick, teams in Ontario, teams in British Columbia, versus many of the municipal agencies are just dealing within their own municipality.
Before I move off this topic, Corporal Mills, have you ever, in your experience on ERT, engaged and worked cooperatively in an operation with HRP ERT?
Yes, going back 15 longer years, the standoff, Shirley Street standoff with last name Fink or whatever, where he was inside with his mother or mother-in-law. Anyway, we were spelling each other off. It wasn't blended in, and that was the reason why. You know, they just used us to spell off because it dragged on for a few days, right. And they would bring us in for when they got rest time. So
since that Fink Vanden Nelson incident, any interoperability continuation?
There was only kind of like when there was a summit or something, a conference in Halifax, and it was more, you had your own area, you know, of taskings. You weren't blended in together. We've used them on like a separate search warrant on operations, but we wouldn't have them on our search warrant, you know, but we would always rely on them in the city, you know, or they would rely on us in the city if it was too big a scope. And as I alluded to earlier, the worker bees, we would always talk about, we got to get training more together. We got to get this done together, and it always got roadblocks.
So over the last 2 years, though, we've progressed significantly on that relationship,
Okay,
and we do, I won't say interoperate on operations now, but for example, this weekend they called us to assist with the high risk apprehension of subjects. We weren't in the stack together, but we were able to coordinate that response effectively with their team. And there's been multiple occasions over the last several years where we've been able to effectively do that.
Yeah, and I can confirm that because right when I was leaving, we had new management that had come in and they were very favorable to this. And so I think right before Portapic, no, right after Portapic, we used them on a search warrant. There's sniper package and a cutoff team, which we'll get into later. So I could see that relationship building just as I was leaving.
Okay. And just to wrap this up, on April 18th, 19th, as you're reacting to the call, any thought of involving HRP in your call at that point?
Not at that point, no.
And during the day when you were responding the next day on April 19th, any thought of involving HRP, ERT at that time?
I knew they were involved down their area.
Okay.
So I knew they were stood up. I knew they were basically, you know, trying to shut down their city, or I knew they were involved down there.
Okay. What about CBRM's ERT? Any thought to involving them?
There was no thought.
Okay. All right. Let's move along then to the actual call out involving you. I understand you get the call, Team Leader Mills, and then you call out members. Members then muster at HQ and or make arrangements to attend to Portapic.
Yep.
Right. Where are you getting your information in terms of what it is you're responding to?
When I got called out, I got it from the critical incident commander, Staff Sergeant Jeff West.
Okay. Is he a person that's familiar to you?
Yes, he is.
You had a working relationship with Staff Sergeant Jeff
A very
West?
good worker.
Any other sources of information for you?
Right after he hung up the phone, because at the time we had a call a couple years earlier that kind of sounded like this, turned out to be a hoax. So at the time you're like, yeah, okay, I'll stand him up. But in the back of your mind, you're just like, this is too wild of an imagination to be real.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it was just, you know, like you're getting a call of numerous people dead, explosions and cars on fire, and just, you know, it's a scene out of a movie is what you're hearing. Or so it's just like you've never, you know, heard of that from down here. You know, it's possible, but is it really going on? Because just 2 years earlier, we had a call up into River Hibbert or Napan, and it was almost identical. You know, cars were supposed to be on fire, people dead, all this. And within 20 minutes, they had realized, no, it was some, you know, drug addict hallucinating, and basically made the story up and called it in.
So I, in a sense, some degree of skepticism on your report.
Yes, at the time, some degree of skepticism, hoping it wasn't true as well, but, you know, prepared to fully stand up the team and, you know, in case it is. But within minutes, you know, getting a call from our TAV operator who worked Enfield Detachment and was working that evening, Corporal Kelvin Byard, and he basically reiterated everything Jeff West said. And at that time, I was convinced that, all right, someone who has boots on the ground is relaying this information.
Okay, so I understand that an immediate action team was sent out first from headquarters, is that right?
Well, in a roundabout way, like I stood up the whole team, not
Yes.
just an immediate action
No,
team.
I
So
understand.
basically sent out the text message to, you know, everyone, Emert and us, and like, this is what we have, you know, and so as that went out, we're all jumping in our personal vehicles heading in to headquarters, and our standard operating procedures anyway would be the first 4 guys to headquarters, doesn't matter who they are, it's normally your city guys. They would gear up and they would jump into our, what we call IA truck, immediate action truck, that is fully geared up with everything we can think of for immediate action. And it's parked inside, so you never have to worry about it in the wintertime or anything like that. And that would start heading to the scene first to have 4 extra earth bodies there.
Thank you. And I understand, Corporal Milton, you were actually a member of that immediate action response group. Am I right?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Can you tell me how it is you're getting information, you're filtering in information, and you're distributing information as you're responding in the immediate action vehicle?
So, like Tim had mentioned, the initial call came to our team by way of text message. So the initial information that we had was that there was members potentially shot at and that there was chaos on the ground. So right away, that's a trigger for us that things are active at that point in time, and we respond very quickly. By the time we got to headquarters, we were starting to get a little bit of information, but it was kind of all over the place. We didn't have anything firm. So en route to the call, we've got our radio channel on the talk group for the detachment members on the ground there, and we're listening to and monitoring their communications.
Okay. And I understand that you would have been the first to arrive, or your IA team, at Port Beach Road number 2.
The first DIRT members who were on
Yeah,
it.
tell me, how is it you knew to go to that location?
So while en route, I had checked with the risk manager to try to determine who the on-scene commander was, to try to gain more awareness of what we actually had on the ground and where they required us. Initially, we were told by the risk manager to report to the fire hall, but I said that we were going straight to the scene to respond to whatever threat was there and tried to get more information from the scene.
Okay. And I understand that you attended at that location for a period of time, had communications with command, and then the rest of the ERT team then attended or caught up, so
That's
to
right.
speak, with you. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you have conducted any actions at that point, i.e. did you go into Portapic or down Portapic Beach Road as an immediate action team?
So at that time, based on the information and facts that we had, it was what I'll call a non-active threat. There was no active gunfire. The location of the perpetrator was unknown. We had members down there securing the scene. And so the decision was made at that time, what are our priorities? What information do we have? And what's the environment that we're working in, to focus and determine what task would most benefit at the time. So I checked with Tim, who was about 5 to 10 minutes behind me, to see what their status was, and the TAV was directly in front of him. So at that point in time, we waited for the TAV to arrive to go on to our next tasking.
Okay. So the decision was made to then group up, so to speak, before going to the next task.
That's right.
And given the fact that there were members within the community at that time on Orchard Beach Drive, I just want to make it clear why it is that you didn't go to Orchard Beach Drive as opposed to stop at Portapic Beach Road and number 2.
So at that point in time, we didn't know where the threat was. We knew that the threat had moved from 135 Orchard Beach Drive, from that general area, but we didn't know where the actual threat was. We had 4 members in the community holding containment on that area. So until we could get our resources in place to try to commence a more strategic search of the area, then we waited for the next arriving members who were just a few minutes behind.
Okay, and just going to finalize this on this point. One might get a sense with the personnel from ERT attending that there was a sort of stacking up aspect to law enforcement personnel attending at PBR, Portapique Beach Road and number 2, but no real dispersal at that point to the active threat in the community.
At that point, the threat wasn't active. It was a non-active threat.
Okay, but even additionally, that is going into the community for purposes of observations, investigation, information obtaining about what's going on in the community might have been useful at this point. And I'm interested in your response tactically as to why that wasn't done.
So that was done at the head of Portapique Beach Road. I met with the members at that scene to try to gain information as to what we had on the ground, where our members were in the community, and what was actually transpiring, rather than just go charging in before we knew exactly what we had. We had to make a determination of, you know, what are the facts that we have? What is the environment that we're working in? Where are we most needed right now to stop this threat?
Okay, you know all about Monday morning quarterbacking and looking back and making determinations on decisions. Do you have any concerns about that decision of not to go into Portapique Beach at that time?
No, I don't.
As you look back over the 2 years of this?
No, I don't.
Okay, and it was not tactically problematic from your point of view? Okay, any comment, Corporal Mills?
Yeah, I totally agree. You need to have the information. If you just start working on your own and making decisions on your own and not basing it on intelligence or information at the time, you can jeopardize and create more of a problem with ERT operations.
Okay, thank you. I want to move on to ask you questions about your ability to maneuver geographically in this location and what skills or tools you may have had. And I'm going to ask Madam Registrar to bring up the foundational document that has been tendered. And in particular, page 21, paragraphs 45 and 46. I'm going to direct your attention to paragraph 45. For the record, I'll just read paragraph 45. The document says, according to the RCMP, neither the ERT nor the EMERT had operational tracking devices, such as GPS on their vehicles via mobile workstations, MWS, during the mass casualty on April 18th and 19th. H Division ERT members had an ATAC application enabled on their RCMP-issued phones, which would normally provide GPS tracking. However, the application was not working on April 18th. And now to paragraph 46, and then I'll ask for your comments. According to H Division ERT Team Leader Corporal Mills, the lack of GPS data available to the emergency response team meant they were unable to determine or remain aware of locations and movements of other ERT members. Corporal Mills also stated that because ERT members were operating without digital display mapping, it meant that they had no common operating picture, COP, to work from and relied on dispatch for directional support. This resulted in the ERT relying on Operational Communications Center dispatchers to communicate navigational directions verbally over trunked mobile radio. Now, those two paragraphs have a lot of information in them, in particular, operational tracking devices. Your information for the document is that there were no operational tracking devices of members at the time. Do you have any comment on that, gentlemen?
Do you want the layman's term first, or do you want the technical? Because he can give you the technical, I can give you the layman's.
Well, let's do it in that order then, please.
Layman's first?
Yes, please.
All right. Back 5-6 years ago, we had an app on our phone, and it was used for paintballing. And it was called PEZ, and it was out of Czech Republic or whatever, and it gave you something on your phone, and each ERT member who had a phone, you would see them, little dots on the map, and it was great because you knew where your team was. It was an overlay right on like Google Maps, so you would be able to surround a house and know, oh, okay, this sniper's up here, and so you would have a real good knowledge of where everyone was. That app went down and we weren't able to use it anymore. So then along come which Trent will get into, is this ATAC, which is basically Pez on steroids. And it's a really good, better app developed by, you know, a police force in the States, and I'll let Trent get into that. So this was great. We had even a better one on everyone's phone, and we only had that for a short period of time, and it went away. And then for a short period of time before Porta-Pick, they sent us 6 iPhones down to have them on 6 iPhones.
When you say they, I need to be more clarification.
Ottawa headquarters, whoever, he'll get into that.
Yeah.
This is layman's terms here.
Yeah.
So we had these 6 iPhones that had that available to us for a short period of time. I'd say less than a year, a couple months. Within a couple months or a couple weeks of Porta-Pick, they went down, and it was Trent's task, and he was, and I'll let him talk to it, trying to get these up and running. And so basically we had no capabilities at all that we used to have capabilities of. And I can get into further what I know, how much work or who knew about this being down, so.
No, it's unnecessary. I just want to know about the impact of that with respect to your ability to respond operational to a call to this call, Porta-Pick.
So if you've listened to the radio comms at all,
Yeah.
total confusion on that geographical area.
Okay.
And the reason is because totally pitch black that night, poorly marked roads, rural area. So trying to figure out where to go that night without that capability was frustrating and tough to do. Had we been in, you know, city streets and you know, you had Google Maps, you know, it'd be easier to do. But in that location there, without ATAC or even the old PEZ, that common operating picture we had was tough.
Am I right, retired corporal, that you may have had some reliance on this PEZ and ATAC technology, and that it was specifically absent in April of 2020?
That's correct.
Okay. We've heard the layperson's point of view, Corporal Milton. Are you able to comment? And we don't need a great excursus on the technical information, but I think it's important that this lack of efficiency be explained.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll take us back to 2014 following the tragedies in Moncton. Recommendations that came out of the McNeil report following that included having situational awareness tools put in place. So what we termed blue force tracking. So the ability, like Tim had mentioned, for individual devices to be able to be monitored from the command post, to be able to be monitored by our members on the ground, so that we would specifically know where each of our members were and have that overall global situational awareness of what's going on. We worked in conjunction with our partners in J Division, which is New Brunswick, on a pilot project to try to get that up and running over the following years. And one of the issues with being a national police force is that we have to cut through the red tape to try to get things in place, and things have to be the same across the board nationally. So those were the roadblocks that we faced leading up to it. We had gone off on our own, as Tim had said, and we're using an unsecure app so that we would have our own situational awareness within the team while things were happening in the background in Ottawa to try to get the national program up and running. Prior to Porta-Pick, we were sent 6 devices with the Blue Force tracking app on it, but they were on what was called the developmental server. Mm-hmm. So they weren't on our own personal issued devices. They were on these 6 devices that were sent to us that were completely separate, and they were operating through what I'll call is their own tunnel, their own VPN tunnel. They were secure devices, but they were on a developmental server. What happened prior to Porta-Pick was the encryption key on these devices went down. Unlike our own personal devices that are issued to us, or your laptop computer that you have in your organization where your help desk can just push a new encryption key to it, couldn't do that with these devices because they were on a developmental server. Add in the added COVID pandemic, everybody's now working from home. So we had to send those devices back to Ottawa to get rekeyed, but nobody was at the office to receive them. So it was literally a month or more of going back and forth trying to figure out where to send these devices, how to get them up and running, letting them know the urgency that we needed these devices back. And as of April 18th and 19th, that still hadn't happened. We still didn't have our devices back in hand, and therefore we're basically blind as far as situational awareness went in mapping on the ground.
I was going to ask you if you agreed with your colleague whether this was an operational deficiency, but the word blind gives me that impression. That's
100%.
the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're certainly trained and able to operate, obviously, without those tools, but we'd come to rely on them quite heavily in the years prior to.
Just to continue this discussion and finalize it, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up the Mass Casualty Commission's interview with Corporal Mills, in particular, page 73. Top of 73. Corporal Mills at 10:16:16 says the following: 6 devices, which, you know, everyone should have a device. Every truck should have a device. But I mean, even 6 might have helped a bit on identifying where you are and where people are, and they disappeared. They were devices, but they were paperweights at the time. What do you say about that, Corporal Mills?
Expensive paperweights. What were they? iPhone
No, they were
9s?
Android devices.
Android, whatever. But I mean, 6 brand new phones, and they were worthless at that point. They were just sitting on a desk trying to figure out, how do we get these running?
Okay. With respect to GPS tracking of vehicles, are you able to comment on what was available to you in Portapic response at that time? Is it the same situation?
So at that time, our vehicles weren't equipped with mobile workstations. Mobile workstation, for those that aren't aware, is basically the computer terminal that you'd see in a general duty police car. And that's what the GPS tracking is connected to. Because of the size of our equipment, the size of our vehicles and what we need to carry in our vehicles, those computers at the time weren't placed in our vehicles. We now have one vehicle that does have it in it, and we're working on other solutions to get that GPS enabled now.
And that, Corporal Milton, was that, in your view, also a deficiency in terms of operational response?
It was. If we had what I'll term ATAC, then really it eliminates the need to have that in the vehicle if you know where every individual operator is. But it certainly added to some of the confusion on that evening.
Okay, I'll add to that.
Yes,
Where we had PEZ and ATAC before, it was never an issue.
All right. I'm going to then discuss digital display mapping and ERT's ability to move within Portapic and the environs on the night of April 18th and April 19th. And for that purpose, I'd like to, if we could, Madam Registrar, have you bring up the Colchester radio transcript that is briefly referred to in paragraph 77 of the foundational document, but we have independently from the Colchester transcript and the radio clip associated therewith. What I'm going to ask the registrar to do is play simultaneously a radio clip from 1:22:11 a.m. in which Corporal Mills and a number of parties, in particular Staff Sergeant Rehill and Staff Sergeant West, are attempting to provide information with respect to movement around the area. Could we please hear that?
Okay, we're ready to move. You want us to go check out that Lake Shore Road first? 10-467 Bay Shore Road. Copy that. Is that off to the right or the left off of the Portapic Beach Road? It's middle of Highway 2. Before or after Portapic Beach Road. Just continue on Highway 2. You'll see 36 Bravo 3, and you're going to turn left on Bay Shore Road. Hotel 1, Mark, Charlie. Sorry, remember, go to 1 Bravo 2 and go down the word to the 4th to the left, Bay Shore Road. It goes all the way around. That's why I had that mistake. Give me a call on my cell phone, please. First manager is Mills from ERT.
So first of all, Corporal Mills, Hotel 1 is you, team leader, right?
Yeah, that's my call sign.
Right on. Oscar Charlie is who?
The officer in charge, so it would be Jeff West.
Okay, incident commander at that time?
Yeah.
All right. When I listen to that and I review that transcript, I get a sense of a degree of perhaps frustration, confusion with respect to directional ability to move around the community.
Yep.
What do you say about that, retired Corporal Mills?
Well, just with the comms being poor and bonging out and, background noise and you're in the dark and there's no street signs. It's just, you're getting too much information at once and you're trying to process it and you just, without a mapping capability, you're trying to rely on someone else's directions in that situation isn't optimal by any means.
Did you have some operational impairment getting from Portapique Beach Road to the 67 Bayshore Road complaint?
Initially, yes. Once I spoke to him on the phone and had a conversation, then it was like, okay.
Okay. And we'll get to the phone conversation in a second. Anything you wish to say about this digital mapping display, Corporal?
Either, right? And we're working on getting that Blue Force tracking pushed out to all of our frontline members now as well. And that definitely was something that held us back. He's, as you could hear, given direction to Tim to go to where a call sign of a vehicle was. Well, we had no idea where that vehicle was either, right? So,
okay. All right. The final comment in the transcript that we just heard on the audio was, give me a call on my cell phone, please, risk manager. It's Mills from ERT. What's that about?
To get directions to Bayshore. So he's more familiar with the area, and he's the one that was talking about the 911 call that had come in with someone running through the yard with a flashlight. So I went to talk to him on the phone to get a better description of how do we get to Bayshore.
Okay. Madam Registrar, paragraph 78 of the foundational document, if we can bring that up. This is the construct or the transcript of the actual telephone call, Corporal Mills. And we don't have the audio of that, or I've unsecured the audio, but I'm going to just go through the paragraph 78 from page 35 of the foundational document. Paragraph 78, the foundational document indicates at 123:17, Staff Sergeant Ray Hill phoned Corporal Mills to provide further directions without the interruption of other members. And then there is the exchange that essentially goes on for minutes. Too many members talking over each other. I know, yeah, exactly. Rehill, continue on to Highway 2. You're going to see 36 Bravo. Mills, we're at Portapique. We're at Portapique Beach Road right now. Rehill, right. But you're not going to go down there. You're going to stay on Highway 2. Keep on going down. You'll see 36 Bravo 3. He's at the intersection of Bayshore Road and Highway 2. Mills, all right. So is it the Great Village Road and the Bass in that Highway 2? Rehill, yeah, the main road you came in on. Mills, all right. So if we back up and go down a little further, right, you're going to see 36 Bravo 3, but you're just got to go past him and come to Bravo 2, Jordan and Carroll, yeah, Rehill. And he's at the intersection of Five Houses Road. This goes on, Corporal, and I don't need to read it any further.
Yep.
But I'm going to suggest that there's a great deal of confusion in terms of provision of information in an emergency situation. Are you going to agree with me on that?
Oh, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So it didn't even work any better on the phone?
What, getting directions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it helped me get, the bearings and by him explaining it. And as you can see, that's a lot of narrative to go over the radio. So and when you have people talking over each other, radio's bonging out, and you want to free up that radio for, more priority calls coming in, or if someone sees something. So it's easier. Give me a call on the phone. Let's talk this out. You get a better explanation.
Okay. As an operational tactician at this stage,
Right.
how are you feeling about the manner of you're getting directions and information at this point?
You're relying on people that have worked in that area and know the area is what you're relying on. Or he would have a computer, in at the OCC, which is the dispatch center out of Truro at the time.
Yeah.
And he would be able to walk me through looking at a map.
Yeah.
So you're relying on someone else's information to get you to where you want to go.
How does that make you feel then as being the person on the front line at that stage?
Was, frustrated knowing what we had before with ATAC and PEZ. So very frustrated, but working with what you got at the time.
I understand. Anything further on that, Corporal Milton?
No, that was Tim's role at that time to try to figure out where we were going. And
Yeah, okay. Tell me then, just so that we can wrap this up, almost wrap it up, about the conditions that you were working under in Portapic. Had you gentlemen ever been to that location at that time before?
We had been there like during daylight hour, just down one road.
Yeah.
It was for a suicidal male out on the beach or something.
Any familiarity with this location at this
No, 'cause
time of day or night?
We had drove in just a dirt road that day, and you know, you'd block everything else out. And so once we dealt with the suicidal male, you leave. So you get there at night and it's pitch black, no street lights, no street signs, no civic numbers, maybe on half the houses or whatever. It's, yeah, if you're unfamiliar with the area, it was a tough area to navigate.
Okay. I'm just wondering whether we wish to take a break. I probably have another hour, and it's a little longer than I had anticipated, but maybe it's a time for a break for people to stretch their legs.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow. I agree. I'm sure my colleagues agree. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
I'm confused. Maybe it's DOJ? Yeah. Buying out radios now, maps that aren't working, even though other members clearly testified they were using Google Maps that night to negotiate around. What's going on here? That's read into testimony. I really didn't expect to hear some of that. I don't want to be tinfoily at all. I really, just reading what I read, I expected more, but perhaps it's that job that helped things along. That just doesn't really work. Everybody else did hear and read what I've heard and read, right? Google Maps was being used. They just finished saying it doesn't matter. Like, this is so far down the line. You don't need special apps. You don't need anything. GPS works, end of story, period. You got a cell phone, no matter how much you disable it, no matter what you do to it, you cannot turn GPS off. You can't. Period, end of story. Other than completely rip your phone apart, yeah, that doesn't work that way. Not at all. Why is my phone making noise? No, and no. And again, they just stipulated that they had company phones. But I don't. There's problems there. No? Well, how come there are people relying on it and other people who are using Google Maps? They said so. It's in their testimony. In fact, yeah, both oral that we have witnessed and read. No. Care to weigh in on this one, Todd? Todd's well aware of the Celebrate bunk. I'm just, yeah. I expected something else to be forthcoming, but maybe I'm missing it. Now we've got psychiatric and techno bumpkins again. Jesus. How many skirts do these people need to hide behind? Like, it's outrageous. Spends 30 minutes saying how much he loves Ert, and Ert is short-staffed. So why, oh why, did Mills, quote, retire? Yeah, I mean, he left, and just, I haven't finished reading his testimony, but he definitely didn't seem happy at all. So now it's just, oh, everything kind of didn't work that day. Sorry. Guess it worked for some, others no. Maybe we'll get the Mexican music. But how does that go? I can't remember how that starts. I like that one. Right. Selective editing. Those of you who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. I could play the Mexican jingle that plays at the beginning of that, or perhaps some quotations that are sans names, like Jeff. No, well, smartphones do make dumb people, and smartphones are dumb, but you can't fuck with it. They know where everybody is all the time. Oh yes, we were just trying for years. It just we couldn't get it to work. What? Especially if they have encrypted phones. Excuses are all that they have. Wet, soggy morning in Ontario. Tim didn't like the wet, soggy boots from training. How many questions answered that night from Ert? I don't know. They're kind of just going off in Ert skirt area. Yeah, we're just, nothing was working. Sorry. Tracking does sometimes, but Google, no. No, there's so many GPS points on a phone, it's outrageous. And depending on what apps you all put on your phone, yeah, have fun with that. Just look at your permissions. Celebrate. Oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Maybe Brian Gately got to it first. I shouldn't make jokes like that, but honestly, perhaps this is a Brian Gately situation. What are you talking about? No, I didn't give my friend the phone. No, I Didn't compromise the investigation at all. Who doesn't know how to use the GPS on their phone? Yeah, that's not a smartphone, smarty pants smartphone user. A few weeks before this happened, I don't know. Who knows? They just send out stuff all the time. What? Spend more money. They didn't give them time to decompress. Okay, good to know. I haven't read that yet. I guess I'll get there. Thank you. Second break of this morning. No, I think this is the first, isn't it? Oh well, yeah, you can count that. Whatever was going on over there for a few minutes. I get Mills. I've been given the equipment that doesn't work. But the equipment does work. Unless it was disabled. Like you literally have to rip apart a phone. And you'd have to go into the root software of the phone. I may not be that great on certain elements of tech, but other ones I'm not terrible at. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Problem with smartphones, they rely on. Yep, but this stuff again is not disableable. Like you can't. Sorry, that's not even word. It's not. You can't disable it, unless you, with a lot of intent, go out and disable it. Yes. Well, community policing. Community policing, good. People who know the roads or whatever, then you can't really turn back and say, well, I suppose you can. I just don't really know. But, I mean, whatever. Jeff West J Division? I didn't hear that. Anybody else? Yeah, J Division is absolutely New Brunswick. Okay, let's see here. Weeks before this happening, Ottawa should send them iPhones to use. It is absolutely way bigger than Nova Scotia, but I mean, unless they intentionally left their members out hanging, I can't believe that a TAV doesn't have a mobile workstation. Come on. These guys have all the toys. My walking app has GPS. Yeah, I mean, what is it? I don't have any of these things because I don't stick them on my phone generally, but let's just see what apps currently on my phone are using GPS. I mean, it's just donkulous. Everybody just always clicks accept. They don't look at the permissions, but yeah, that's always a worthy read. Flashlight was the best one. It had access to everything. Celebrate seems to be reserved for being used on taxpayers. Well, unless you're Gately's friend. I guarantee that they have all the records for the Rcmp phones. Absolutely. 100%. There is no squirming, skirting, pissing, farting, diaper events. No. Talk to anybody who's in the tech business, anybody, and they will tell you. No, you always are known, period. And Celebrate is one of their biggest weapons. They use it on their own members all the time. Let's see here. Oh, they're coming back, right? I think maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're going to try and say, maybe they bought their phones in, I don't know, Guatemala or something now. Mills statements RCMP is corrupt. His exact word, corrupt. Yeah. You can share your location with whoever you want on Google Maps. Well, and above and beyond that, Google Maps doesn't require your permission, nor do any of the other apps. You should need to know how to use it, plots, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to know how to use it. No, but they were talking about it. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it. The road's over there. Methinks the reason the GPS was disabled is because they need it not to be known where the Mounties. No, they're just playing silly bonkers. Well, it didn't work because it's under a leg. Yeah, that's how that works. The phone wasn't working because it was next to my head. Not iPhone, Android. It was corrected. Okay, well, yeah, I did hear that little slip in there at the end. Irrespective, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. All phones. I think maybe if you de-Google a phone and root, yeah, maybe, but that's even questionable. Lumbering hunk of oversight, the tab. Well, they got all the toys. What Mills literally said, Ottawa sent 6 phones. Go back, rewatch later. Yeah, I heard them say that, but still. So they would either have to have gone in and intentionally disabled it, in which case then that needs to be said, or the case that's everywhere else, which is you can't. So we have the GPS. So it's either we intentionally disabled it or we have it. That's it. Lourdes is due in court again. Perhaps he should say, yeah. Bob wouldn't like that. What are you talking about? They can't have beer and cigarettes together. I use cheap Chinese manufactured everything. Well, that just means you give your stuff even more so. It doesn't matter. You can't run in this world. That's why this whole claim of 13 hours is a whole bunch of jibber jabber. They send guys all the toys to fight WW3 and no GPS. Yeah, right. Exactly. Gonna believe it? Got a bridge. Total and utter BS. And if you believe it, then I don't know. I can only prove it so much. Beyond that, I guess, then it's Kool-Aid. I let my kids follow me all the way to the Yukon and back, and they knew exactly where it was. Works great. Guess the RCMP. But it doesn't matter. They do. This is a redundant conversation. They're just trying to tell people that the sky is orange. It's not. Well, orange would be a bad color. I'll pick some other color. Green. It's not.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
No chopper down for maintenance? That's interesting. Okay, didn't know that. I knew that they were checking around. You don't have, this is very basic. You don't have over 500,000 pages. You don't have certain people being sworn to everybody in this story being sworn to secrecy. Families are sworn to secrecy, yet don't even have access to the stuff. That's true. They don't. There is that program. I've spoken about it ad nauseum. Relativity and Titan Share. Where's that? Oh, that's right. Just the lawyers have that. The lawyers. Right. Okay. Oh, and media. Media has access at least to Titan Share and was sworn to secrecy since the beginning, the very beginning. So what is that about? But you're not going to give it to families, and you're going to give everybody this. We don't know how to use tech. Well, guess what? They watch every day. I know that they're watching right now. They've been watching the whole time. I have lots of proof of it. So guess what? You've been told lots of times, Titan Share, relativity. Okay? You can't claim you don't know. Oh, somebody talked about it. I've been talking about it for a long time. Where is it? Where? All the recordings, all the videos, all the audio, all the interviews, everything that they pulled out of Truro.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
So I just want to wrap up the questioning that we followed up with there with respect to common operational picture and situational awareness. Can you give Nova Scotians some insight of what the circumstances were like in terms of when you were in Portapique and environs that night?
Yeah, we were going blind for the most part. Like I said, pitch black, no street lights, overcast night, so you don't even have like moonlit stuff. No street signs or markings, or poorly marked ones. They didn't stand out. Civic numbers, weren't there. Like dirt roads. It was like a cottage country, and it was tough to get your bearings. So very tough to navigate through that without knowledge of the area.
Okay. Corporal Milton, anything additional?
Yeah, so speaking specifically with the situational awareness tools that we have the ability that our command post personnel can actually drop pins and locations on the maps and share that out to the group. So not only are we seeing where our teammates are or where other units are, we can specifically pin certain areas on the map and easily navigate to it. We can mark the map so that we know what areas have been cleared. Like we can highlight areas green if they've been cleared, etc. We didn't have those tools in place that night. Like Tim said, we were basically we're given the civic number and we're using things like Google Maps and things like that to try to locate. And cell service in the back of the armored vehicle is poor on the best of days, and GPS location can't get the signal through the back of the tab. So that was an issue that night for us as well, to try to be able to navigate through the darkness and with no street signs, no civic numbers on houses, to try to make sure that we were going to the right places.
Yeah. So to expand on that for that night there, so when we were at the start of Portapique Road, they would have said, okay, 67 Bay Shore or whatever. They could have dropped a pin on that. We would have had it. And you wouldn't have seen all that confusion. It would have been, all right, this is the way we got to go. And we could have driven right to that pin precisely. Clinton Nelson, all right, this is where we believe he's at, or,
Okay.
you know, they're understanding where he's at. We could have drove right to that with that mapping system.
And I'm going to play for you later the exchange as you were attempting to reach Clinton Ellison, because it's quite evocative in terms of what we hear. Let's move on then and talk about comms or communications in a situation of a critical incident. I understand that ERT radio channels are encrypted, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And the purpose of that, please, just for a primer for me?
It's safer for our operation. You don't want the public or bad guys or to know what you're doing, where you're located. If they're not encrypted and, you know, the suspect in the house is armed, knows where one of your snipers are or what your approach is going to be, it's more dangerous for the ERT members.
The ERT foundational document indicates that there was a breach of the encryption between 12:45 and 4:07. Did you guys have any idea of that going on at the time?
Zero.
Not at the time.
Okay. Would there be a way for ERT to know that there might have been a breach of encryption?
Yeah, if they told us at
Yeah.
the time,
Right.
if they recognize it and made us aware. But besides that, we have no way identifying we're not encrypted.
Maybe I'll ask Corporal Milton, is there a technological way to find out there's been a breach of encryption?
So our radios are on what's called TMR2, or trunk mobile repeater system. It's a digital system, operates off cell towers just like what your cell phone would. Our channels that we operate on are encrypted, but we have the ability to have our OCC bridge channels together. So there's a series of unencrypted channels that we can use for like mutual aid or responding with municipal partners or other agencies within the province. When our channels are patched together, it'll come up on our portable and say supergroup. But again, we're operating in darkness. Our portables are in our pouches, out of line of sight from us. So at that point in time, we wouldn't have known what channel they were bridged with. And there's no way for us to see on the ground what channel that's bridged with. It's all done from the operational comm center.
So getting the sense that you didn't know there was this breach
No.
with respect, and maybe hypothetical and perhaps unfair to ask, but would it have made any difference to you operationally had you known there was this encryption breach?
Like operationally, we would have still operated in the same capacity. We may have asked to be put on an encrypted channel, but it wouldn't have changed how we.
Yeah,
Corporal
we
Milton.
would just fix the problem, you know, but continue on what we were doing.
Right. Tell me then, with respect to communications about traffic, that is the abundance of traffic. Is that a problem, or was that a problem for ERT members as they went about their operational tasks that night?
Yes, you have, you know, 50 some police officers there, however many, and everyone's trying to, you know, speak when they feel it's important to speak, and, you know, poor cell service will affect it. You'll have radios that kind of, we call it bonging out, but it's a big tone when you're trying to speak. And that in a lot of rural areas, you'll find that happen. You know, you'll get like feedback a lot of times, you know, if mics are too close to each other. So, you know, it's tough to speak on operations if you're in rural areas, and some are worse than others. There's very few ERT calls where everything went well. And, you know, it's the same old, whether it's military or first responders or ERT, you know, comms, when you need it most, seems to be the first that goes down.
Corporal Milton, any comment on that?
Yeah, so that night we certainly did have comms issues. Like Tim said, our radios were what we term bonging out quite a bit, and that can happen for a number of reasons. It can happen if we're in a poor cell reception area, or it can happen if there's multiple users trying to get through on the airway at the same time. The cell towers themselves only have so many, I'll call them channels. I don't know the appropriate term for it, but so many pathways for our communications to go through before they're bounced off. So EHS, fire, police are all using those cell towers. So if there's multiple users and multiple agencies trying to speak at the same time, we can't get our comms through. And that was what was happening that night, as we were trying to get key messages through.
I'm directing this to Corporal Mills. Is that why you would have deflected to your telephone as opposed
Yeah,
to the radio?
100%.
Do ERT members receive any specialized training with respect to comm skills, communication skills for a critical incident like this?
As far as how to operate the equipment?
How to
or-
operate in an effective and reasonable manner so that communications are maximized?
So our members are trained how to properly use our equipment and how to communicate clearly, concisely, and not tie up the radio channels for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're given pro words to use and you know, how to switch channels. So when you first get a new portable radio, you are given training on how to use it properly.
So from your point of view, gentlemen, with respect to the ERT response, do you have any comments in terms of how ERT members responded on the comms and worked with the communication system? Do you have any?
I'll just label it as typical ERT call, rural Nova Scotia. You know, it didn't seem to be any different than any other tough area to work in.
All right. Let me move on then to when ERT arrived at Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2, and we touched on this a little earlier as you were preparing to enter into Portapique. There was a call that we've discussed to 67 Bayshore Road. Now, who makes the decision to mobilize to go to that call on the west side of Portapique River?
ERT team leader I would make that call. So, and you weigh out, you know, what the priority is, how credible it is. So at the time we come in, I believe a 911 call, someone running through the yard with a flashlight, and it's from someone in the house that has seen this.
So there's such a thing entitled in your business as a credible lead. Am I right in that term of art?
Well, we call it credible lead, or
Yeah.
you can name it, you know, what you want to name it, but you're basically weighing the information that's coming in. And by credible mean, all right, someone saw this and he's saying someone ran through his yard with a flashlight. So is that possible, probable? Yeah, sure it is. I mean, it's so close to where we are, and we were 2 hours or 3 hours into it at that point from the start of it, like, you know, on foot. That's no problem to be over in that area. So it's like, all right, that's a credible lead because he could be over there running through with a flashlight, you know, looking for more victims or trying to hide from us or trying, you know, doing whatever.
But the 67 Bayshore would have been about 2.7 K from Portapique Beach Road on the western side of the river. People may have a concern about the fact that there were structure fires and there were victims found within Portapique Beach Road and Orchard Beach Drive area, yet the ERT is responding over to 5 houses. Are you able to comment on that?
Yeah,
With respect
because-
to the credible lead concept?
Yeah, because our job is to stop that threat, and that threat is mobile. And as we know, he wasn't even in the area at that time, but is it possible, probable that that person running through the yard with a flashlight that time of night could be the bad guy? Yes, of course, that's our best lead at that time. So you want to stop that threat. So that's your priority at the time, you know, to stop that threat. So with that information we gathered, we have to go make sure that's not him, rule it out, or go eliminate the threat or deal with the threat, or if he gives up, take him into custody. From the Moncton calls, and this is where I'll tie in, you know, Moncton gave us an indication how to run with these type of calls. We were going steady with sightings, and a lot of them were false sightings. And the last one proved to be a positive sightings. But you would go up and you were getting sightings all over the city, and you were getting them outside of the city, and you were going, checking on every possible, and where it was so quiet in Moncton for, probably 24 hours, you had time to go check even not credible sightings because you had time, things were calm. So, but on heightened, this is a good possibility that night. We were going steady, checking out these sightings, possible sightings, to rule them out.
Any question about your responsibility to attend to 67 Bayshore Road as opposed to make your way into Portapique Beach Road?
No, our priority is to stop the threat. It was credible. Someone saw someone run through a yard with a flashlight at that time of night, that proximity, which is well within walking, a leisurely walking distance, time-wise to get over there, yeah, we had to clear that to make sure that wasn't him.
Corporal Milton, any comment?
Yeah, for sure. So when we look at what we're faced with and the tactical decision-making processes that we follow, it's very scripted in how we do it and how we make those decisions. So when we look at what our life safety priorities are, we look at hostages, innocents, victims, police, and suspect, right? So what did we know at the time and what information did we have? What we knew at that time is that we had 4 members down in the community of Portapique in Orchard Beach Drive. We knew that we had people that were deceased there that have been confirmed deceased by those members, and those members were holding containment. We had that area. Now we have a credible threat, credible lead that potentially the suspect is moving to another area. Somebody's been seen with a flashlight moving through an area. Like Tim said, based on the environment that we had, certainly that individual could have made their way by foot or by vehicle to that area before we got there. We were several hours into it at that point in time. So given the environmental factors, absolutely credible lead. What's our mission? Our mission is to stop threat and make sure that no more innocent lives were taken. We moved to that area to search for that individual. We cleared that area, established that tip was not accurate, and moved back over to the Portapique side.
Okay. And I understand at that stage, Corporal Mills, the mission after it was cleared to Bayshore was to return to Portapique and then engage with Clinton Ellison and the 4 general duty members?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand we had some common operating picture situational awareness difficulties there as well.
Very much so.
Okay, I'm going to ask Madam Registrar to play the Colchester radio, present the Colchester radio transcript with respect to your attendance at Clinton Ellison location, and it's synopsized at paragraph 90 on page 42 of the foundational document. Actually be the previous clip, I would think, Madam Registrar. It starts at 2:09 a.m. Thank you very much. So we've got the transcript presented, and I understand we can play the audio corresponding to that with respect to your attendance at Portapique Beach, Orchard Beach Drive for the extraction of Clinton Ellison. Could you play that, please?
Turn on the Portapique Beach Road.
So you're on Portapique Beach Road right now?
Then we'll just turn on now.
10-4. You're going to make your first left. It's going to be Orchard Beach Drive. Orchard Beach Drive. Stick to your left as you're heading southbound. You're going to get into an intersection called Portapique Crescent. That's going to be around Civic 80 Orchard Beach Drive. Be advised that this incident is around 136123 Orchard Beach Drive, which it occurred. So before you go down Orchard Beach Drive all the way, take the left onto Portapique Crescent. Do you copy?
Too much too soon. So we're just coming on Portapique Beach Road here, and you want us to take Orchard?
Correct. You're going to take the fork that goes down Orchard Beach Drive.
Take the left on Orchard Beach Drive.
10-4, please advise if you do.
Just turn on Orchard Beach Drive.
Okay, 10-4, you're going to go past Civic 34, then 71, and you're going to come to another intersection in the road with Portapique Crescent. I want you to take the left onto Portapique Crescent. Copy?
That's on Portapique Crescent. Hospital Hotel 1.
Be advised, you just heard what sounds like a car door shut.
Copy that. The
So
team Hotel 1. After turning repair, there's a road off to our left. We're just see what you see.
So if you take the left, it should be Portapique Crescent off of Orchard Beach Drive. You should see 190 Portapique Crescent, 134 Portapique Crescent. It should loop down.
Okay, we'll turn left on this road. Team Hotel 1.
Okay, gentlemen, as I listen to that in a climate-controlled room while we're all comfortable listening and reading a transcript, I'm prepared to suggest to you that that sounds very confusing and disorienting. Are you
Yeah.
able to comment on my remark in that regard?
Yeah, super confusing. And something I just thought of too, the transcript you're listening to the tape from her side of it, what she hears, because she's clear. If you was taping it from our side inside, you can't hear like she's being bonged out and it's scratchy. She's not that clear because what you're listening, they're taping it from her side. So that's why she sounds so clear with her transcription and that. When you're listening on my end of it, it's not that clear from her, but still the information, the directions, everything, what you're getting at, yeah, it's very confusing.
I hear some feedback also.
Yeah,
is the
you're getting some
indication.
feedback from me on our radio, but you're not getting any feedback on her side of it, her audible, you're not getting feedback. But while we're in the tab, we're getting feedback on hers and, patchy and stuff like that.
Am I right to say that that has an impact on your situational awareness as well?
100% it does.
Interesting comment that I saw from that transcript and heard is the expression attributed to you, too much, too soon. What's that mean, Corporal Mills?
Well, she gave a whole paragraph there of directions, and then at one point she paused because she wasn't even sure what direction. And, when you're in the dark, when you're trying to find your way, when all this is going on around you, you can't get a paragraph of directions and retain it all.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Corporal Milton, any comment with respect to the transcript or
No.
the audio?
No.
All right. Is this symptomatic again of the same thing we talked about earlier before the break?
Yes, it
Common
is.
operating picture and
Yes, it
situational
is.
awareness.
Yeah, it would have been alleviated had we dropped a pin on ATAC and drove right to where we felt Clinton Ellison was.
Thank you. Okay, I understand that with some difficulty, Clinton Ellison was retrieved and the 4 general duty members were retrieved, placed in the TAV. There was a detachment of members left. They were returned to Portapique Beach Road, and then the detachment of members was retrieved as well by the TAV. Am I right there?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay. And at that point, what was the stage of the mission in terms of having retrieved Ellison and the members? What was going on?
At that time is when we went back to rule out the flashing lights.
Okay.
So when we were originally over clearing the credible call of, the person with a flashlight running through 67, members kept saying there's flashing lights, someone flashing a flashlight on and off at us. When we were down Bayshore Road, we didn't come across anyone, didn't come across any cars. They thought it was a car flicking their lights at them. So at that time, after Clinton and they were dropped off. Yeah, see, I'd have to look back in notes or something like that if we did go rule out the flashing lights at that time,
Okay.
or if it was later in the night.
You have a recall of that, Corporal Milton, returning to the flashing lights complaint over in the 5 houses area?
We did, but I believe before we did that, we cleared the area around 136 and checked on those victims.
All right. And just for purposes of the flashing lights complaint, can you structure that for us in terms of the credible lead discussion we had earlier?
So the flashing lights, you have members saying there's a car flashing their lights up at the members on the highway.
Mhm.
We were already down looking at 67, and because of no common operating picture ATAC, we went past 67, didn't come across any cars. So on the way back, they were talking about these flashing lights, and we were like, listen, we already were down there. We didn't see a car flashing lights or anything like that. So that's why we're going back. Our priority now is to rescue Clinton Ellison and the 4 members out of the house. So that's why we let that priority go down, because it was just flashing lights and we had been in the area and didn't see a car. I know we did go back at some point of the night. I'd have to see, transcript times or whatever. And it could have been that this is when we went and checked on 136.
Okay, all right. With respect to attending to the flashing lights in 5 houses or being over there for the second time, I understand then that there were arrangements made for the team lead to return to the command post. Is that right, Corporal Mills?
Yes.
I want you
So
to comment in terms of how it is the team lead is engaging with the command post physically and also being involved with the team conducting operations. That seems like a lot of
Yes.
responsibility and
So I was dual tasked that night doing resources. We had 13 members. In our team should be 18 members. So what we, on an optimal call, you would have what we call a TAC ops or a tactical operations officer in the command post. That tactical operations officer is a go-between between the team leader and the critical incident commander. That tactical TAC ops can give to the critical incident commander, this is what ERC can supply you. This is some things we can do for you. So he's letting the CIC know this is what we can do for you. He's in touch with the team leader, trying to get a feel for what's on the ground. When you have ATAC, common operating picture, even with PEZ or whatever, all these at the command post, all these screens would go up and you would be getting live feed of where, all right, these are my members, this is the mapping. So at the command center, TAC ops would have eyes on live feed of what's moving, who's going where. So you would have a real good understanding of the area your team's working in, where you could put members, you know, where they can go or you know, place them. That wasn't available.
The TAC ops officer is usually the senior member and or team lead in that position?
Yes, so if you had enough ERC members, or if it was a scaled down ERC call, if this had just been, yeah, we're going to kick a drug door and there's guns inside.
Yeah.
With 13 members, yeah, you might have a TAC ops there because you can afford to have 12 members contain one house and do that. When you have an area this big and this amount of fatalities and this type of gunfire, gun power, I weighed no common operating picture. I'd be in TAC ops position, have no clue about the area, where my guys were, the feel on the ground. Plus only having 13 bodies available to me that night, I made the decision that I will be dual task and I will be boots on the ground as a gunfighter as well, team leader, and TAC ops as well.
That sounds like a person might be stretched a bit thin.
It is.
All right. Any comment, Corporal Milton?
I'll just echo what Tim has said, that certainly being dual task that night was a heavy workload. At that point in the night, we didn't actually have 13 members. We only had 12 members at that point in the night. We were still waiting on the 13th member to arrive. So we were at minimal resources to respond to that call. So once Tim was taken out of the equation, then we were down to 11. Certainly we can operate in those numbers, but given the threat level that we were dealing with, it was more viable to have him on the ground and to have an extra, what we would term, gunfighter there with us. In the command post, he could provide tactical options to the critical incident commander, but there's really no situational awareness that he would have had within the command post.
And also Jeff West being the critical incident commander, he had been critical incident commander for years and he had come out to training and scenarios with us. He was well aware of what we could offer. So it's not like we had a new CIC there that had no clue what ERC is capable of. So.
All right, I think that covers the issue of the TAC ops officer being embedded at the command post at that stage and what actually took place at Portapique. I'd like to move on then to discuss drones. And I understand, Corporal Milton, that you actually have some expertise in this area in terms of your involvement of drone technology and the ERT.
Yes, I'm one of the pilots for our remote piloted systems.
Can you tell us about that generally? What material were available to the ERT team at that time and whether things have changed?
Sure. So in April of 2020, we had one drone that was available to us, something that's called an Ariane Sky Ranger. Very capable RPAS, has the ability to fly in extreme environmental conditions, wind tolerances, rain tolerances, daytime, nighttime flight options. It had multiple payload options that could be put on it. So a 30 times zoom camera, or what is called an EOIR camera. So an electronic optimal camera with IR capabilities.
IR meaning?
Infrared. So it would be basically thermal imaging. And that's what we had available to us on that day.
Okay. And I understand there are some limitations to that particular device as well as some benefits to that device?
Yeah, so certainly some limitations of it is the time that it takes to deploy from a tactical perspective. It comes in a large Pelican case. It needs to be put together. It needs antennas set up. It needs communication systems set up to be able to deploy it. It's run from a tablet, so the tablet needs to be booted up and powered on. All things that take time when you're in the field to deploy it. But like I said, it is a very capable RPAS that, yeah.
Line of sight limitations as well?
So our, what we would call an SFOC, Special Flight Operations Certificate, limits us to be only able to fly it within visual line of sight. So anytime that I put it up, I need to be able to have my observer clearly see the airspace around to make sure that there's no hazards coming in, that there's no other aircraft in the area, or that there's no wires or anything like that I'm going to hit.
Okay. I understand that the drone was actually deployed that early morning around 6:13, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, around that time, shortly after 6.
Can you tell us how that operated and it's what you did with the drone?
Sure. So when I deployed it from our last known area of operations, I guess you could say, that the last area where the perpetrator had been seen, around 136 Orchard Beach Drive. And I had deployed it several hundred feet and started searching the wood area in a grid pattern to try to see if I could locate any persons in the woods. The only thing that I could see were a few deer that were out in the wooded area.
Okay. Would it be able to detect the human form?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that would be the heat signature aspect of it?
Yeah.
I'm wondering then if you can comment about why perhaps the drone might not have been used earlier in the morning or later at night on April 18th. Any comment on that?
Yeah, again, it comes back to what was the information that we knew at the time, what was the area that we were operating in, and what were the tasks that we were given at the time. Yeah. So like Tim had mentioned earlier, our priority kind of shifted at various points throughout the night to different taskings in different areas, and we were limited by the number of resources that we had on the ground. At the time, I was the only pilot to be able to fly it, and I was also tasked as the 2IC, or kind of the boots on the ground in charge of what we would call our DETs, or our assault team. So when we moved to different areas, we have, I guess, what you call like varying stages of search patterns, right? Where we involve thermal imaging from handheld imagers, we involve the dog, we involve our own people through visual tracking, and eliminate areas. So when we had moved to different areas, we had searched those areas, concluded that they were negative for any results, and then moved on to the next task. At no point did we really have a lull that I could just put it up and start searching areas at will, I guess you could say. I'm limited, as I said, by the visual line of sight search area and the height that I can put it at. So even though a layperson may feel, okay, if I put the drone up, I'm going to see this broader area, really in the darkness that we had, the conditions of low ceiling, snow that evening, I'm limited with how high I can put it up and how far I can see with it in the actual search area that I'm searching. When I'm searching, I'm basically searching what's underneath the drone and flying in a grid pattern. So I wouldn't be able to just put it up and search the entire community of Portapique. It's a small area that I'm searching at any given time.
But you're not limited with respect to flying the drone at night. I understand that's capable of being done.
It is capable, yeah.
I guess my question might be for you that had the drone been deployed a little earlier in terms of your tasks, keeping in mind what was going on, would it have been possible to detect the presence of a person like Clinton Ellison such that the extraction would have been facilitated a little easier?
Yeah, certainly. But at that point in time, we were dealing with a person that wanted to be found by the police, that was giving his location, and for the time that it would take to actually deploy the drone, tactically, it didn't make sense for us to stop egress out of the armored vehicle and set up to try to put a drone up in the air.
I guess the next question would be perhaps the same considerations apply to the ability to access Lisa Banfield in the woods a little earlier that night had the drone been deployed. Any comment on that?
We didn't know Lisa Banfield was in the woods, right? So again, it comes back to the intelligence that we have at the time, the facts that we have at the time, and to be able to deploy our resources appropriately.
All right. I understand that there has been the acquisition by ERT of a more nimble repass or drone. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we have several smaller drones now that can much more quickly be deployed. They have similar thermal capabilities, not quite as powerful as the Sky Ranger, but can be deployed within a matter of seconds, be put up in the air and have thermal searching capabilities as well.
You have those now?
Yes.
How many of those units do you have?
We have one.
One unit. And would that potentially have made any difference to your response at Portapic?
I probably would have been able to deploy it much quicker and may have been able to deploy it in different time frames throughout the night.
Okay. I understand that the drone activity was interrupted by the fact that Lisa Banfield made a call and ERT was deployed in that regard. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So how long do you estimate you had the drone in usage at that time?
Probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. Are able to determine anything in that time period?
There was nothing located during the search.
All right. When Ms. Banfield becomes aware, you become aware of Ms. Banfield, Corporal Mills, what was the mission at that point?
At that point was to go rescue her and, get her to investigators to get as much information as we can to find out if the threat is still out there. So I sent the cutoff team because they were quicker to get to her than we were.
Explain the cutoff team for us.
So the cutoff team is, at that time was 4 members in what we call a go fast vehicle, basically a half-ton truck or a suburban inert vehicle, not the armored vehicle. So Corporal Milton had to pack up the RPAS at the time because we were flying and get it back in the TAV and us mount up and go over to escort her out. I had the cutoff team go attend to her first, make sure the area was secure, and then we rolled in with the TAV and evacuated her out in the TAV.
Okay. And that went without any incident from the ERT point of view?
There were no issues I saw from your point of view.
Did you or either of you actually engage in any communication with Ms. Banfield at that time during her extraction?
No, the cutoff team was the one that had the contact with her. She was loaded into the back of the TAV and she was at the head of the Portapic Beach Road within minutes and handed over to investigators.
Right. The foundational document will indicate for readers that the bodies of Greg and Jamie Blair were not discovered until about 5:20, 5:21, which seems, from the layperson's point of view, looking into that situation to be a really long time before those bodies were discovered. Are you able to comment on that, gentlemen?
Yeah. So as Trent had mentioned earlier, the members that were on scene and sheltered in place had spoke of deceased persons in the area. We had higher priority taskings of credible sightings, rescuing someone who was trapped, a live person, Clinton Nelson. So you prioritize, stopping the threat, rescuing vulnerable people. And then when we had time, we were like, we have to go put hands on, confirm they are in fact deceased, because you go with the information you have at the time, they're deceased. Once there's a lull and there were no higher priority items to attend to, you go lay hands on, confirm they're deceased, and that's when we went and did that.
Okay. When that occurred, can you make any comment about timeliness? And that's what I was asking you earlier. As you look back now 2 years later, could there have been a way to get to that scene to assess the deceased, both at the Blair residence and on Orchard Beach Road or Orchard Beach Drive earlier than you did?
No, we had higher priority items we had to take care of, like looking for a threat, stopping a threat from any leads, rescuing a live person that, was in a vulnerable position. So we had higher priority items at the time before we attended to deceased people to lay hands on to confirm deceased.
Any comment, Corporal Milton?
No, the information that we were provided at the time from General Duty was that they were in that scene or the area, and that confirmation had been made that from the children and from those members that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move along with respect to topics into the topic of the evacuation of residents and people from Portapique. Can you tell me whether the ERT has a specialization or skills in terms of evacuation of persons from a particular area? Is that something you do, you're trained for?
Yeah, when we do interior combat or even bush training, you do have training for evacuating a person out of a house or out of the woods by setting up formations around that person to make sure you're not ambushed on the way out of a building or out of the woods. For doing it with a vehicle, we have VIP training for when diplomats come into town or high threat level targets where we have convoy formations to protect people in vehicles as well. So we have that type of training for evacuating people out of an area.
But the task that was being undertaken at shortly after 9/04,
Yeah.
is that something that your ERT folks
No,
would have
so-
been familiar with
So
undertaking?
to go to houses and evacuate people out of houses, that's not an ERT duty.
So why is it that ERT is involved at 9/04 undertaking that role?
Because of the area we called the hot zone right around 136, the Blair's residence, was the last known location of the suspect. So no idea if he was lying in wait in the woods or wounded or anything like that. That's the last known location. That's what you go on, the last known location. Besides that, you don't have a clue where he is. So last known location is what we had for concrete evidence. So we set that up as a hot zone. At that point, it would have been too dangerous to bring in general duty members. So you're trying to evacuate the residents out when there was time and there were no other task in place, and it could have been interrupted with other taskings of higher priority. And we had the TAV, the armor vehicle, kind of right at ground zero for the hot zone.
Yeah.
And we brought in we broke up into different debts or detachments or go fast vehicles or cutoff teams, and they were going to start expanding out from the hot zone, evacuating persons that were in residence or discovering more deceased people.
So were you content then with your ability to conduct the role as an ERT organization of evacuating this physical area?
And that's the reason I went back to the command post that night to discuss a plan with the critical incident commander. And we wanted to have eyes in the sky, a helicopter in place, daylight, so while we can evacuate these people as safe as possible.
Okay.
So there was no surprises, no ambushes that were going to take place while we were evacuating them out. So we had to wait for daybreak because of DNR, because the Rcmp helicopter wasn't available, which we'll get into later. So that was the plan. Once eyes are in the sky, we will break up and start evacuating when the time allows.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Madam Registrar, to the Colchester radio transcript, lines 4418 to 4427 that are summarized at paragraph 140 of the foundational document. This is a discussion between Constable Ryan and Corporal Mills with respect to a secondary route out of Portapique. And if we can hear the audio on that, then I'll ask you for your comment on it.
Yeah, we're at 220 here right now. I believe it's the father of one of the victims, father of that guy, when we picked up in the town. Just making sure the bodies are covered up there if he comes out. And can they go the other route? I'll bring it up to them. I didn't know there was a second route out here.
Yeah, I believe if they go down, they can go around by the water there.
Copy. We'll give them to follow us. Try to make way that way. Copy, thanks.
Okay, Corporal Mills, there's discussion there of a going out the other route or something of that nature. Yeah, can they go the other route? Will you please provide us some elucidation of what you meant by that, in particular with respect to any knowledge you had about Blueberry Road at that time?
Okay, so when we arrived that night and we were looking for Clinton and driving around, it seemed we were driving in loops or circles looking for Clinton that night.
Mm-hmm.
At that time in the morning, I had believed it was a big loop, and behind 136, there was a road that drove behind 136 to get below where our location was. So when I was talking to Constable Ryan at the time, I thought instead of bringing, the victim's father up past the deceased, if they could loop around behind 136 to get up to the top of Portapique Road. I had no knowledge whatsoever of Blueberry Run, and the first I've ever heard of Blueberry Run was in the news like 2 or 3 days later.
Corporal Milton, can you make any comment with respect to your knowledge of the Blueberry Road egress capacity?
Yeah, no, I had no knowledge of that egress point either until it was brought out during the investigation. Excuse me, during the investigation, the days followed, weeks followed when it came out in the media.
All right.
And again,
forgive me, go ahead.
had we had ATAC, then it would have been like, all right, you got to bring them up through here because it's the only way out.
Okay. I'm going to move on to discuss some details of the evacuation,
Sure.
in particular attendance at Cobequid Court. Paragraphs 141 of the foundational document and paragraphs 143. If we can bring them up, Madam Registrar, there at page 63 and 64 of the document. Paragraph 141 is before you, gentlemen. It says at 9:36:22 a.m., Constable Gallant broadcast that 232 was being evacuated. This appears to have been 232 Orchard Beach Drive, the house next to Richard Ellison's to the south. First line of paragraph 142 says at 9:35, Marianne J. called 911 from Wentworth. And I'm going to jump to paragraph 143 now. H Division members quickly ended the evacuation of Portapique and traveled rapidly towards the scene on Highway 4 in pursuit of the perpetrator. As a result, the evacuation of Portapique did not get as far south as Cobequid Court before ERT members departed the community. Constable Milton told the Mass Casualty Commission that in keeping with ERT's mission, they immediately deployed towards the call. He stated, "We knew that based on the information that was obviously our individual. We had an active threat again, and we were pushed into the threat to try to stop it." I want to ask you for clarification with respect to the evacuation procedures that you were undertaking. Were they completed or close to completed by the time you received that call, or do you have any comment on it?
They had just started, but as you can see, the priority changed. We had to stop the threat. New information came in that there was, another dead person on the side of the road in Wentworth. And we knew that was our suspect. He was not contained. He was not deceased. He's outside and he's out killing it again. And we knew our next priority, we have to go stop that threat.
So as we now know, there were 5 persons that were killed on Cobequid Court. Are you able to provide any commentary for us with respect to your ability to evacuate and or attend to Cobequid Court before your mission changed?
We hadn't made it that far.
Yeah.
We weren't aware of those scenes. I personally didn't learn about those scenes until weeks following the event. Based on the information that we had at the time, we were slowly pushing through, as Corporal Mills indicated, once we had security set up to get residents out safely. We are trained in initial critical incident response as a general duty front line. And part of that training comes back to whether you shelter in place, whether you evacuate, and what the safety priorities are. So until we could establish that we could safely get the people out of the community, we didn't start that evacuation process. So when that started in the morning, that was quickly interrupted by the 911 call from Wentworth.
In light of the fact that Cobequid Court had not been reached, was there any reporting requirement or ability or thought of reporting to somebody that the evacuation had not been completed, such there are locations that haven't been attended to?
The locations that we had evacuated have been reported back to the command post, and they would have been made aware of.
Any knowledge of the areas that you had not evacuated at that time?
Well, we weren't even aware of the areas that had not been evacuated, so.
We weren't aware of the area in general, so we didn't know how far it went. So, I mean, once command post has, these are the houses that are evacuated, it's noted, they know what isn't evacuated or been checked on.
Okay, thank you. I am interested to ask you though, when that call at 9:42:30 that we have heard repeatedly about the Wentworth shooting, how is it that everybody, or at least all HRT members, simply mobilize and leave the Portapique area? Why is that?
Again, it comes back to mission transition. Where is our active threat? What information do we have at the time? It was very clear from that 911 call that someone in a marked police car, which we now knew at this point in time was what the perpetrator was driving. We didn't learn that until Miss Banfield had come out of the woods, had shot an innocent person walking on the road. That was clearly our perpetrator, and we then transitioned our mission to stop that threat.
So did you agree with the process to transition your mission immediately to go to Wentworth?
100%.
Corporal Mills?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Any difficulty actually carrying out that task, getting on the road to Wentworth?
Well, at that time we had the persons that were evacuating, they were already in the faster vehicles cut off. So they were able to deploy quicker than the guys in the TAV. The guys in the TAV had to go to the head of the Portapique Beach Road, jump into the rest of the half-ton truck, Suburban, to get to the scene quicker.
Okay. Any directional disability you experienced on the way to Wentworth?
Yes. So where we're getting out of Portapique area, more onto rural roads and highways, we have a better situational awareness, or, you know, just from familiarity of the area. But the problem is without the common operating picture or ATAC, you got no idea on civic numbers. So we knew what way to get to Wentworth, no problem at all. We knew what way to get to Glenholm just because we're familiar with that area. We had no idea where the civic number was because en route to Wentworth is when another call come in before we were even to Glenholm, and he's now at the Glenholm address. So once we got to the top of the Bass River Road, or that road there, we took a right heading towards, I guess, Masstown Market, because we weren't aware of civic. Someone behind us quickly pointed out, no, the other way, the other way. So did a quick UE and headed towards the civic address that he was at in Glenholm.
Okay. So we have all had the opportunity to review the Glenholm Highway 4 foundational document that describes not only HRT's involvement at the Fisher residence, but also general duties involvement. And I'm going to suggest to you that that operation was perhaps a little bit more in line experientially with what HRT undertakes generally.
Yes.
And the use of the expression compromised authority and the attention to the scene with respect to communications, would you agree with me that that was an easier fit for HRT operatives at that time?
Yes.
Why is that?
HRT normally deals with contained suspects, whether it's armed and barricaded hostages. When you have an uncontained suspect, we're there as more police officers, better trained, better armed police officers, helping out where we can help out and doing taskings. But when you have a suspect contained, which 99% of our calls are, that's when we take control, put in, you know, the snipers, observers, come up with a plan, and we can control that area because we know he's contained at that point.
If I said you were more comfortable in your response at at Glenholm residence, would you agree with me?
Yes, we believe he was contained at that time due to the time frame, our response time, and not being able to see the rear of the house, believing he's up there behind the rear of the house. We've got the only driveway cut off here. We believe he's contained at that time, and it's your typical armed and barricaded or going to be a hostage situation at that time.
Anything, Corporal Milton?
I don't know if I would use the word more comfortable at that scene. I mean, we're trained to do our job to the best of our ability, and I think in both environments we did just exactly that. I would echo Tim's comments as far as we felt that we had him contained at Glenholm based on the information that we were being provided from the call taker, and based on the position that we had our members contain that property.
Okay, let's move on then, if we can, to air support availability. I understand this is a topic that may be dear to your heart. Corporal Mills, in particular, I want to draw to your attention comments at page 91 and 92 of your mass casualty interview. Wherein there was an exchange at between you and I, actually, many months ago, wherein at 47:25, I asked you, tell me what your thoughts are on air support, please. Tim Mills. Oh, like it was nothing. Like, I mean, this is another thing we go back to that was identified after Moncton as well. You know, there's a big report written on that. I don't know if you guys have spoken to the guy in charge of the DNR up in Shuby. He's the ex-RCMP staff sergeant out of Moncton who flew helicopters up there and wrote this big giant report and what they need and this and that, and it went nowhere. Question in terms of the Moncton incident, Mills, yeah. Moving on to page 92. Burl, yeah, okay. So when you say nothing on a normal situation like this, you're expecting something? And what is it that you're expecting in terms of air assist? Tim Mills' response. The sad thing is no. I wasn't expecting anything because it seems 80% of the time you call air services, oh, well, it's down. Or we've got too many hours in, or this or that. So, you know, that seemed to be the way it used to be. Now after Portapique, when you call them, they were there quite a bit. So with respect to those comments about 80%, does that sound consistent to you in terms of your observations? And do you still stick by those remarks?
Yeah, pre-Portapique, at least 80%. I mean, I could have been a little generous there. It seemed they were never available for the most part.
In terms of your expectation of air support as a tactical operations member, it would be important to have air support in that situation.
Yes, in that situation, it would have helped us a lot.
But you weren't expecting any at all when you attended?
No, I wasn't shocked at all when they weren't available.
Corporal Milton, any comment on that?
Yeah, we certainly have issues surrounding air support in the Atlantic region. We have one helicopter available to us based out of Moncton and only 2 pilots. So we're expecting a response 24/7, and I think the people are expecting a response 24/7 to be able to have those assets in place. And whether it's down for maintenance, whether it's down for scheduling, whatever the case may be, there's no contingency plan in place for a backup police helicopter for the Atlantic region. So in this particular circumstances, we had to call Lands and Forest to assist. They don't have the same capabilities as us. They don't have the search capabilities. They don't have the technological abilities with IR cameras for searching at nighttime. They don't have the flight requirements to be able to fly at nighttime. They can only fly from dusk till dawn. So there's certainly capabilities that were lacking there. Our machine itself, the helicopter itself, is lacking in the capabilities that it can perform for us in a tactical sense as well. It can't transport our operators. We weigh too much to be able to get into the helicopter for them to be able to transport more than 1 or 2 of us because of the camera suite that they have on board. It's only a single engine helicopter, so it can only carry so much. So it can't do many of the jobs that we require to do. The camera system that's on board is old, doesn't have the capabilities of current systems. So the search capabilities of it aren't there as well, right? So there's a huge array of issues that come out of it. And on that particular night, the helicopter wasn't available, whether it was for maintenance, whether it was for the pilots having been off or flight timed out, whatever the case was, there's no contingency in place to have a backup helicopter there for us.
Were you guys aware that there was no contingency plan for air support in the event of a critical incident?
Typically, we'll get a message sent out that the helicopter's down for maintenance or whatever the case may be. I don't know on that particular day if there was anything.
Okay, all right. So at the Glenholm location, we hear Corporal Mills in the transcript and the audio say no PC, and then eventually there's the divert call that ERT responds to again. And this is the credible threat response in the same way you've been doing it regularly and routinely over the hours up to this point? Yes?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. After Plains Road, you're into a situation whereby you're conducting, I'm going to say a manhunt for this person. That may be the wrong expression for you, but
No.
Is this something that the ERT is skilled and or trained in terms of responding?
We're used to dealing with contained persons is what we're used to dealing with. But with situations like this, you know, your general duty training, your training, all this, you're trying to find the threat, contain the threat best you can is what you're trying to do. So yes, we have training on, you know, how to search and how to place people out, how to cover, you know, try best contain that, you know, area to trap them in it.
Okay, but as you're responding and the perpetrator is on the move, is anybody directing your response locations?
No.
And those decisions are being made by who as to where to go?
Myself at the time.
Okay. Corporal Milton, do you have a role in that in terms of where you're going?
Yeah, so Tim and I were in the same vehicle at that point, so there was lots of discussion between the two of us as far as possible choke points, possible areas to like he said, kind of trap him in. It's not so much that we're used to dealing with contained persons, we're used to containing those individuals and being able to, as we would term it, like close the box in and be able to take control.
But at this stage, given the state of your information and the mobility of the perpetrator, how did you know where to go?
You didn't. I mean, you knew his, you know, his last known location was Plains Road. So you flood that area hoping to see this marked PC with that call sign on it.
Okay.
Once you flood the area and there's no, you know, PC, that's when you spread your guys out and start containing.
Based on the information and intelligence that have been fed down, as far as us up to that point, we had the belief that he was probably heading towards the Halifax area, based on information that had come from the quick interview from Miss Banfield when she came out of the woods, and the information that we had the night before that he owned property in Dartmouth. It seemed like he was destroying most, if not everything, that he knew. And that was probably the next most likely.
You're also aware that general duty is involved and there's dozens of cars out on the 104, 102. So they have a broader containment zone and you're relying on them to give you eyes on too. Oh, he just went by here to give you that intel you need. Mm-hmm. But when that didn't happen, it's like, okay, now we have to spread out our resources because there's no he's not contained.
Am I right, though, in terms of where you're locating yourselves and where you're going? It's an educated guess at this point?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I understand that both of you gentlemen attended at the Shubenacadie cloverleaf scene. Is that correct? I understand as well that you were involved in the removal of Constable Stevenson's body from the scene, or at least moved from the vehicle.
In a safer location,
In a safer location, thank you. I understand you also located some, or obtained some intelligence, some information, and that you traveled south on the Highway 224 in response to that information.
Yes.
That's right.
Is that right? You were there for a very short time.
Yes.
And once again, and forgive me for being repetitive, but why were you there for that short time?
Because the threat was still active and moving, and it was clear at that point that he was shooting random targets along his route.
Okay, I'm coming to the end of my questioning, but there's one more thing that I'd like Madam Registrar to bring up, and that's the Colchester radio communications at 10:59:24, when you are at the Shubenacadie, or closely thereafter, the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf scene. Could you play that audio, please?
Break, ERT. We have 10-7 member at 224 and number 2. He's left this scene in the silver tracker, Halifax bound.
Have an update that the male civilian was wearing a yellow, high visible clothing, opened the trunk of the PC, set it on fire, took off in a gray SUV, heading towards Milford on the 224.
If they see a silver SUV tracker with a guy with a yellow jacket, you can't give him a second. You gotta have gun on him.
Now, Corporal Mills, there's that last expression, gun on him is attributed to you. You said that?
Yep.
And the significance of that expression, please?
So I wanted them to be in the threat ready position, like don't give him a second, because he's already shot and killed one police officer. So at that point, you realize he's got nothing to lose. He's going to take as many people out, whether it's police or innocents or whatever. So the confusion of, the police car alone, now he's in a silver tracker. So it's like we already lost one member who was in a gun battle with them. So you're giving your members a heads up, threat ready, gun up on them. Don't give them a chance to shoot you first, is what I'm saying.
The expression, you got to have a gun on him, was that an execution order?
Absolutely not.
Corporal
But saying that, a threat like this, unless he's unarmed and hands up and that surrendering, you can't give him a second. You don't have time to have a gun up and try to negotiate with that guy. He's already shown what he's capable of and what he wants to do. So threat ready, and basically you don't know what he has. You got to see his hands. No execution by any means, but don't give him a split second to take you out.
Corporal Milton, any comment on that?
Yeah, it comes back to our training and our experience. Action versus reaction, right? If I have my hands down by my side, you're going to be able to basically get one up on me much quicker than I have if I were to be up in a threat ready position, right? So it's that action versus reaction, and that's what that comment is indicating.
Okay. I understand, gentlemen, that you attended at the Big Stop Enfield scene and were involved in the extraction of the perpetrator from the vehicle.
That's right.
And just for the record, I understand you made some observations with respect to a handgun. Can you briefly describe that for us, what you saw, Corporal Mills and Corporal Milton?
Yeah. So when the door was open, he was sitting in the driver's seat, and he had Constable Stevenson's silver Smith & Wesson in his right hand, resting on his right thigh. And as the extraction team start pulling him out, the hand slipped to the side and the gun disappeared, fell to the floor.
Corporal Milton?
Yeah, so same observations on my point. I had moved to the rear of the vehicle to cover with lethal force for the members that were extracting and pulling him out. And I could see as I was going around the vehicle that he had a silver pistol on his thigh.
Okay. All right. Now, I am just about to the end of my questioning, but I wanted to cover one additional area that's not related specifically to the narrative, but it's related to post-incident support. With respect to engagement with the Rcmp. Retired Corporal Mills, are you in a position to make any comments with respect to the manner in which post-incident support was provided to you and your team?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to do so?
Yes, I will.
Please.
So the Rcmp as an organization wants to give this impression that they care about their members and that they will do. Commissioner Brenda Lucky said herself, we'll do whatever we can, or we can't do enough. The way we were treated after this is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's the reason I left the Rcmp, actually. So we had 13 guys, tab operator, EMERT, and we went out and we laid our best down, to stop this threat, to save as many people as we could. We honestly did. And we were to work the very next day. And most guys were back in and, writing up notes, doing tasks, debriefings. We were there the very next day because you got a bunch of resilient guys that want to work is what you have. Problem is the setup of our team, 5 full-time members, we had the luxury of being in headquarters. They gave us initially 72 hours. They stood us down, not taking calls, but we were still at work. We start getting to the Wednesday or the Tuesday, the 72 hours, and it was asked, can we get a few more days? Yes, we can. We'll extend it to Friday. And for the aftercare, they set up a team debrief with 3 psychologists. So it was the Rcmp force psychologist for Halifax here, Anna Nagy. It was the retired Rcmp psychologist, Margaret Grant, I believe. And then there was a 3rd civilian psychologist. So halfway through the week when we were supposed to, the part-timers go back to work Saturday in their general duty detachments, one of the general duty members come up to me and he said, listen, man, he said, some of the guys have been talking to me and he said, is there any way on earth we can get a little more time to decompress by, like here we are a week after Portapique and we got to go back to work handing out COVID tickets or menial task stuff or, going to like just traffic stops and we're not ready for that yet. Is there any way we could get a little more time to decompress? And I worked general duty for 20 years and I was like, absolutely, makes 100% sense to me. So I went and spoke to my line officer who was supportive. And he said, you have this psychology debriefing Friday. Let's, hold off before we push it up the line, meaning to get approval to see what they have to say about it. I said, great idea. So we went Friday morning, had this psychological debriefing Friday morning, and every guy, laid their heart on the line and let them know how we were feeling. Their advice was, be around like-minded people, talk openly about it, stay busy, and that's how you can fight PTSD or trauma or anything like that. So that was their recommendations. And I said, perfect. This is what I've been asked and this is what I proposed to my line officer, but we're looking for your support. At the time, Anna Nagy was out of the room, but Margaret Grant and the other one, and I said, the part-timers are we're just looking for 2 weeks for them to come in. I have tons of tasks for them to do, with the aftermath of this. After action reports need to be written up, all the deficiencies of drones and MWS in the vehicles, all that has to be straightened away. It's too much for 5 guys, so we're looking for a 2-week period that 8 guys can come in and work with her in kind of an admin role, let them decompress, and then, that will probably give them enough time to get back to general duty policing. Margaret Grant and the civilian was like on board. Yes, that's a great idea. We support that. Anna Nagy come back in the room and she was kind of briefed on it. And she looked me straight in the eye and said, Tim, that's a great idea. I support that. So I went back and spoke to my line officer. I said, yep, the 3 of them support that recommendation. Great, we'll make it happen. So that was the Friday after Portapique. Basically, Saturday was our first day off of work. I was home and I, felt supported, felt like, all right, we'll get through this. And Saturday afternoon, I get a call from my line officer. There seems to be a hiccup. Halifax District, our CMPs, one of your members didn't show up for work today. They're wondering why. And I was like, well, there's a miscommunication somewhere because and he said, yeah, we'll get it straightened out. So anyway, right off, that starts to bother you, the lack of communication and the lack of empathy. And so then it grows and it festers and it grows. Saturday night was the first night I couldn't sleep at all. Sunday night, I get the phone call from my line officer. Nope, they're to go back to work to their home unit. And I said, I'm sorry, but I'm disobeying this. I said, they're coming into headquarters tomorrow morning because of what the psychologist agreed with, what I know is right, and what the guys need. So they came into work and I told the guys, like, no, I'm not listening to bad orders. Like, you guys are coming in and we're working. And we went in as a team and we were there. And I was making phone calls and I was in touch with mental health, I forget the word they use, but some high-ranking deputy commissioners in Ottawa sent them emails saying, listen, we need, some empathy. We need to see what's going on down here. I'm fighting this battle myself. I reached out to other people across Canada, and Monday morning I come in, and this is how I know it wasn't a misunderstanding, because I sent a text message to Anna Nagy, the Rcmp psychologist. Crickets. She never responded back. Had it been a misunderstanding, I'm sure they would have called me right back. Oh, what's the confusion, this and that. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we'll straighten it out. Nothing. Crickets. No one would call me. Monday morning, I get a phone call from the health services nurse. I forget her name. Well, this can't be right. This just can't be right. We'll look into it. Crickets. Nothing. And Wednesday afternoon, I get an email from my line officer saying, no, they're going back to their home units. So at that time, the part-time members that were a week and a half after Portapic was forced to go back and work in their home units. I had absolutely zero to gain from this because I was already full-time. This was for my part-timers. There were members off because of Portapic not working that are still off today that didn't see what we seen, didn't experience what we experienced. We were at multiple sites, multiple casualties, and they forced our guys back to work, our part-timers back to work a week and a half after.
And as you said, that was the genesis of your decision eventually to
well, it got to the
leave
point
service.
where we wanted this investigated. We wanted to, how did this happen? At that point, we're bitter. We're bitter at management. And we want to find out how this happened. I knew how it happened, but we wanted to find out for sure. And we kept digging and clawing for information and wanted it investigated. And sure enough, just got swept under the rug because the people that made the decisions and protected the people that made decisions are commissioned officers. And they basically protect each other. So it's the, what's good for you isn't good for me, vice versa. It's basically a two-tier system. And and they were going to investigate me. I was given a heads up, you're being watched. And they were going to investigate me because I've got the transcripts of text messages where we want an official statement from the two other psychologists on what Tim's saying. Because they were trying to paint me as a liar, where I had 13 other witnesses in the room that heard the same thing I heard. So at that point, I still want to investigate. I want the truth out there. And I kept saying right from the start, you want to know the truth? You get the 13 of us in the room with Anna Nagy, Margaret Grant, the other psychologists, and the people making the decisions, and you're quickly going to find out who's telling the truth. That never got done because they knew who was telling the truth, and they didn't want to show that they were protecting a liar. So at the end of it in November, the person that was responsible, I was in contact with her supervisor, Superintendent Rob Doyle, to investigate his employee for wrongdoing.
Okay.
And he did nothing and basically became arrogant and abusive and, shameful in emails to me. And at that point, I was like, I'm done working for a broken organization. I'm done working for this organization. And I just, I was starting to get cranky with the kids, get cranky with my dogs at home. That's not me. I'm an easygoing guy. And at that point, I'm like, it's healthier for me to retire and probably safer for,
Stand.
Yeah.
Thank you for that insight. You need not respond, Corporal Milton, but do you have any additional comments with respect to post-incident support?
The only thing I'll say, it's not about individuals, it's about the organization, I guess, as a whole. So when Tim talks about recommendations that we had put forward to have our members, part-time members, come into the unit, that wasn't just, our own good idea fairies coming out. I myself had been on training just prior to this incident. Being a national police force, we have the opportunity to do training nationally and with international partners. And I had done a SWAT team leaders course in the months prior to Portapeak, and the instructor was from Colorado and had been through Columbine in his junior SWAT service. And one of the things that he preached on was mental health of the members in the team and the first responders. And it certainly wasn't new lessons at this point in 2020. This is something that had happened 22 years earlier, right? And he had said in the months and years following Columbine, they lost more than half of their operators because they didn't take proper mental health care of their members. And he said, just as Tim reiterated, you need to keep busy, you need to keep together, and you need to be with like-minded individuals. And that was all that we were asking for at that point in time, was to bring our members in so that we could take care of tasks and duties that, you know, we were responsible for doing anyway, but to be able to care for each other in the time after. As an organization, the Rcmp preaches that we've got peer-to-peer support, we've got wellness, we've got all these different umbrellas to look after our members, but they're not necessarily appropriate for the members. We were getting calls from peer-to-peer supports of very junior members in service, 1 or 2 year service members that had never experienced anything, and it was more just, you know, checking the box, phone call. Yep, we've called these members that have been through a traumatic experience. We've done our due diligence, but there's no material to what's being put out there. It's the thoughts are there, but the actual actions aren't there. So.
Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Commissioners, I have been longer than I anticipated. I apologize for that, but the information is important.
Well, thank you, Mr. Burrell, and thank you, corporals, for your assistance here this morning. The process we've developed is that we will now break. Mr. Burrell and other commission counsel will meet with counsel for the participants and discuss whether or not there are further questions for you, and if so, who would be asking them. So that's what we'll do. So you're still under oath, obviously, and we'll break until 2 o'clock, and you can come back at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2 o'clock.
Was I can't quite understand. Maybe I missed that, but you don't actually, before I get to that point, you actually don't need to meet with them and plan your questions. This planning questions yeah, is just transparent as hell. I can't understand, though, is Mr. Mills' beef with the Rcmp to do with actions that were done on the 18th and 19th, or to do with psych services and leave time afterwards? I'm not sure, because I was kind of getting the feeling that it was more about how he was treated by the Rcmp afterwards, which, fair enough. I mean, the Rcmp is horrendous to its members, but I really thought that there was going to be a bit more about inaction and not so much just kind of, what was it? What was the word he used? Resolving, I put it in there for a second. He used a word. He had to resolve, you know, how the the mobile workstations and things weren't working. writing up reports. Did you guys catch that, or what was your opinion? It seems like he's more upset on a personal level to do with his toxic work environment. He did. Okay. Kakakis. Kakakis. Yeah, because I don't think I don't know. I don't want to sling blame all over the place, but because somebody needs to come forward and just tell what they know, right? The ones that are in the, where's my list again? I've got a list. The read in people. The ones that were aware of some of those decisions that were being made. They were siloed somewhat too. Certain ones definitely out of there weren't. They're definitely in the know for quite some time prior to 1819, but because I think the families need the truth in respect to the actions that were done on 18 and 19. Have Mr. Sutton come. I don't think that's going to happen. His bigger beef is with RCMP treatment of mills and ERT guys rather than the overall response of mills, his ERT guys, and their RCMP supervisors on 1819 said. Okay, well, I'm just wanting to gauge the kind of where you guys. I can't believe that he said he was only serious after Heidi's gun to have gun on. And I know I saw some family members speak up here who are not feeling very good, would be an understatement, about what's going down. I just heard a lot of excuses again. But is the MCC actually going to let somebody speak that is going to shed more light, shall we say? Are they going to ask the questions? But even irrespective of whether you ask the questions or not, doesn't limit a person from saying, making an utterance. Listen, you asked me about mobile workstations, but I'll tell you what, I'm really upset about this. No, they. More of this info needed on how fucked are the RCMP. As an organization internally. Again, I thought this was more just messed up organization within. Not about actions that were done that night. There's very little. They only allow a few questions and are subject to their approval. Is there going to be any, what do they call it? Of course, they don't call it cross-examination because it's got to go through the sanitizer and all of that jibber-jabber of We want to go completely non-tinfoil. Is there going to be any of that happening with this goo? Are some questions going to be asked by participants, right? Or those most affected? Vile newspeak. 80-minute session. Okay. I think I made a note. I know that Julia said she had to go, so maybe if somebody's keeping track in Julia's place, how much time we actually got today, that would be great. What else do we have here? Tony said something. Did I get that? I don't know what happened. Only read many of the statements. I don't believe they let people die purposely. I guess I believe good in most people. Again, this is, I would really highly, given everything I've read and my understanding of stuff, there is most certainly something going on way underneath. Like there's what you see on the surface, which is all this stuff. It's what was going on underneath all that they're hiding, right? That's what this is all about. And I would say that's old. Was running for a long time. You know, pawn it off into skirts. Literally, I feel like it's just little children hiding behind their mom. You know, it's this, it's that, it's everything under the sun. No responsibility. I heard something about they're going to come and testify. What, the brass? Are you? No, they're not. Babies. Lucky couldn't even answer a question the other day. She had to hide behind. She wanted to hide behind former Nova Scotia commissioner, assistant commissioner. Come on, man. Really? In Parliament? During a Matt type situation? Yeah. That's how they deal with things. No, not happening. As compared to the 2 days of how alert system works. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I missed something preceding that. All right. My thing just went off. 70 were off with mental health. 70 were, but then there were people who worked their ass off, like Sutton. He and who was the other person? I can't remember who the other dog handler was that covered the entire province. Like, for how long? That to me seems horrendous. Bad decision when you make any decision. Mills was in charge for some of them, but West was the ultimate decision maker. Who's the ultimate decision maker underneath that? Or, you know, for the really big stuff, the goo they're covering. You know, they want everybody to believe it's something else. It's bonging out. It's this and that. Get out of here. They were doing shit for a fucking long time, man. And they know it. They're terrified of that coming out. Not sharing known information. Absolutely. Siloed. They siloed people. You're either you were read in, you knew what was going down. You probably knew the shit that was going down in many cases. I would say some of these officers, yes, absolutely knew what was going on preceding April 18th for some time. And so, of course, they're on the list. And then there's a few that aren't. And then the rest of them, well, anybody hear anything about Bass River Fire Station yet? That's interesting. I've come across that now. All they want to have is excuses, don't allow to tell the truth. The big story. The big story. Not the stuff about bonging out pansy excuses. Do Mills and Milton know, suspect Corey Ellison was killed by Wortman? Can someone ask them that question? I don't know. I don't know. 40 caliber, so it's got to be, I think the only person that, if that is so, then the only person that is equipped with that is ERT, with that type of gun. So it's not a general duty member. GIS member is not them. They're all issued regular 9mm. Lawyers protest, hope so. Well, all that I want is they don't shut it down. Is, I've expressed my concerns about that for a long time. I've heard rumblings. If they shut it down, you ain't going to see, trust me. I don't like to use poor English, but you ain't going to see nothing after that. That'll be the end. It's going off into never land, never to return. Because there's, ask them what they knew about Banfield. Yes. Didn't, I think he said familiar with the area. Poor Jamie and all the family in here. Like, this is just bad news, Brown. Too much truth comes out when discussing discussing mental health. I don't think it's, again, I think it's just a shields up would be my, I'm not meaning to be crass, but lots of families didn't get mental health. And, well, I'm sure all those members saw a lot of things they didn't want to see. But, and I'm not meaning to be insensitive, A, that is part of your job, and B, it does nothing to answer the families, would be my, what I say. But that's just my opinion. It is about how he was treated or his members. Lawyers should just ask what they want, let the chips fall where they may, and if they cannot ask that, that's why I'm like, please just point that out. Say that publicly, on the record right here. Hey, you know what? You guys have us off in caucuses in the back, and I just want the public to know I can't represent my client. That was an oath that I gave as an officer of the court to defend my clients, or to represent my clients, in this case, represent my clients to the best of my ability. And I can't, because you aren't allowing me to. And I want everybody to know, and I want it on public record. And if I heard that, I'd be like, wow, that is a fucking lawyer with some balls. Like, on the record. Let's see it. And let's see how the Mass Casualty Commission answers back when the camera pans back to them. Right? What are you going to do? What judge is going to throw them out? What bar association is going to be like, you know what? You did a bad thing. You tried to represent your clients. No. And if they do that, oh my. It's just got to be shit show after shit show. Call them. Mills' MCC statement gives insight on how he was treated. Took lunch at 12:50. Is that what I had recorded? And 12:56. You know what? It must be those Nova Scotia clocks. After being ordered to possibly do some shady shit? I don't know. He's working for the government. I mean, I'm not being tinfoily, but that's where he did take a job with the Department of Justice. Who is who in this case? What role do they serve? Oh, that's right. They are into omission. Just saying, if you're in that group, maybe he's totally fine. Maybe he's a great person and he's going to go in there and stir it up. But the organization that you went to is the one that's hiding the truth. That's not good. You went from one to another. Heidi first. If you don't follow the narrative, you're out. Not safe either. Who cares? What are you going to do? Maybe I'm just an idiot. I get told sometimes like, oh, it's not because I'm a tough guy. It's just because I'm like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Throw the punch. Come on, let's go. Bring it. What are they going to do? Come around, bump people off? Everybody's public in this one. What are you going to do? Everybody's got families. They got friends. They're going to be like, wait, excuse me? What the fuck are you doing? If you don't stand up to a bully, then what tends to happen? Oh, that's right. It just continues. The Bass River Fire Station was suggested as command center, but they chose. Yeah, but there's some interesting back and forth. I'm not so sure about that. They needed a separate building for ERT. Okay. Heidi, no bolo given until after she requested. Well, and I showed that email the other day from Carol, where it was like, no, sorry, orders came on high from Brian Rehill. Carol was like, I don't think it's going to happen, but is it? And he's like, no, that's what I thought. So who is it down in Ottawa that was calling that shot? Because that's where it came from, right? It didn't come from there. It came from Ottawa. It got kicked up to Ottawa very quickly. And I would say, again, that's the covert op that was running this whole time. You can call me crazy, but so far, I don't think I've turned out too badly. They're implying that Corey was a suicidal male. So if the families and lawyers don't show up, will they shut it down? The next stage, there are going to be some interesting ones because they have the same cards that they pull all the time. If people start protesting, then they're going to complain that it's safety. That'll be a next one. Well, we got to shut it down because it's people's safety. We're concerned as commissioners, we're concerned about our physical safety, which is a whole bunch of drivel. Everybody knows that. Everybody in this, whether you're just a citizen of Canada, been watching this and, maybe have sleepless nights or dreams or whatever, which is minor and insignificant compared to the families who have lost everything, to officers. Everybody's lost out. Nobody wants anybody else getting hurt. Nobody ever has. Nobody ever did. Well, Doesn't necessarily appear that way, but that's yet to be proven or disproven. But no, there's no safety, but that's what they like to trot out. Oh my God, I'm gonna shit my pants. I'm shitting my pants. Can we shut it down now? People do need to protest. They need to protest right outside of the, where is it today? Hilton. Get out there with your sandwich boards. Get the wheelbarrow with the speaker going. Play the mass casualty omission in the background. I stand with families. Are you going to do something to clean up your fucking this is mine. This is yours. This is families. Police force. This is unbelievable. I heard the interview. I guess it's wait until the other three members, see if the other three members get to hide behind a screen. Oh, you mean the previously recorded interviews, which they're trying to go for now? What a bunch. Like, wow. I wouldn't want anybody of these people. Well, like, I'm not saying any of them, but like, say the commissioners, I wouldn't want any of them backing me up in an alley or something like that. Are you out of your mind? They'd shit their pants. They'd run away. They'd cry. They'd say, "Oh, I need a makeup job. I'd like somebody else to answer the question. Could you submit the questions in writing, and we can record them, and then we'll decide. We'll let our friends over at the omission help us out because we're babies." Mass Casualty Commission is not open and transparent in any way, shape, or form. Yes, but this is what we need to get the message out. Glad to see that there's 101 of you in here. Super awesome. Please keep spreading that word. You know, we've been at this one now 2 years. How many ever 100 videos on here, and all the people over in the Discord working for what? Well, I'm sure there's some in there that are getting paid. That's for certain. And they don't work for the right team, but that's okay, because there's a lot of people in there who are just great and just want to help out, because they're like, thank God it's not my family, and I don't want it to happen to me, and I want to help those people out. I feel like regardless of the trauma you've endured, at least in this instance, if you did everything that you could do and your statement is accurate, you want nothing more than to tell your story. Sure. So that you don't have all the trauma riding around in your head, you know? Because, what is that? Oh, I think I said something about that. The burden. Watch the PTSD. That's the PTSD from not being honest. That's nothing to do with the job. That's to do with, well, other than your secrecy oath. But that's a choice. That's a choice that you make. Everything's choices in this one. It's not like, oh, somebody holding something over my head. Who cares? Grow up. I might not get a job. I want to be hanging around with trash. After going through the timelines for the first 30 minutes, the kids say they saw a police car when Wortman was supposed to be gone, just as Andrew was pulling up to the Galentians, and again at 10:30. Well, Wortman wasn't supposed to go until at least, what is it now, 10:45, with their, which leaves him, what, 5 minutes? 5 minutes to somehow murder the Zolls, the Tucks, and the Bonds on 2 separate roads with his hover Ford Cruiser that was flying out the back door. Me? Yeah. And then the chain. Oh, sorry, it's a rope, or is it a chain? A chain that he puts back up. Yes, Carol. Chain. Not just the only, no, he wasn't the only one who said that. I've been combing through the first 30 minutes, and I'm going to be scrubbing through the next 30 minutes this week. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. Just be sure not to find any sticks with duct tape under grass. Too many eyes on this for them to peep. Yeah, exactly. What are you going to do? Well, we'll do it in secret. Fuck you! What you gonna do? Pardon my French. Bring it. Yeah, bring it. Once upon a time, I used to worry about things. I still do. I think about things strategically. You know, you don't want to be total meh, but what are you going to do? I got a nice little file sitting with my lawyer. Come bump me off. Let's see what happens. They need a separate building to get their story straight. Oh, is that for the fire hall? Again, this is just something I stumbled into this morning, so I'm still looking at it. What did I put together or something? Oh, I found that interesting. I got all kinds of things going here. This is an interesting one, as I'll still keep scrolling through your comments because they're always so good. Would be interesting to know what the RCMP major crimes officers did not work this case. Wow, good question. MCU kind of heavily tied right away, isn't it? It is an op. It is totally an op. That's what's transparent. Oh, your tin foil. Really? The proof is all over the fucking place. Protected B, sanitized garbage. Really? How about this? Protected B. Really? A speeding ticket? Protected B. Uh-huh. His primary address on his license is listed as 200 Portapique. No, okay. That's interesting. What was the other piece to that? I see inquired Halliday about advised through a witness that the suspect had a residence Portapique and Dartmouth. I mean, yeah, which is it? You're going all over the map all the time. Sometimes you know where he is. Sometimes you know where he doesn't live. I don't know. Sometimes stickers are there. Sometimes not. 2 cars. Come on, get it straight. Michael Scott may have cojones. We shall see. We shall see. Again, these people are all equally, I think the eyes are on all of them too. And their behaviors. It's not above reproach. Anybody who's doing this, me, you, lawyers, MCC, RCMP officers, we're all being assessed for our actions. RCMP not capable of protecting us. Certainly can't seem to use a phone or phones that like to be disabled, or they've got to have that that tracking bullshit built in, the tab. Come on, you know that little bump that sits on the top of trucks, GPS? Yeah, it doesn't work. We just drive around. Come on. Mr. Scott's interview on the news, he's none too happy. None of the lawyers are. Well, then my question would be, you speak up. That's the way I've seen it done in court. I want this on the record. I can't do the following, or you're not allowing me to admit evidence or whatever. On the record, not in front of a TV camera or on the radio or some balls. On the record, right in front, where we can see the omission sitting there in their diapers and saying, you weren't supposed to say that. Mass casualty, RCMP effed up, and people died as a result. It's not just a series of mistakes. This is what they always do. Every day, every time. It's just, oh, wouldn't trust a goldfish. Love the saying. Wouldn't trust a goldfish with them. Oops. Where's MCC located today? Today is in the Dartmouth Hilton. The Hilton. I think that used to be a good hotel once upon a time. The Hilton was. Watch. Everything's gone in the toilet from the old days. Mr. Bryson and Ms. Miller did an interview too. Great. Let's see it in camera. Let's see it in front of the omission. Let's get it on the record. I want to represent my clients. I'm an officer of the court. You're fucking me and my clients. And I do my job. Public stuff is good because it is a public, this is a court of public opinion, and that's why the RCMP are struggling. And the government is really having a lot of diaper moments, but call them out. Call them out to their face on the record, so it's in the transcript, you know? That's a lawyer I'd love to go and see. Rehill, okay. Ad hominem, but there's stuff going on there, yeah. They spent all last week, emergency alert. Let's see how they move past member witness. Less than half a day. NASCAR. I could put on their NASCAR 2.0. But this time it's not even really NASCAR. It's just ask irrelevant questions. Apologize. And he apologized for taking so long before lunch. Who's that? Sorry, Truth. They said, hey, just move along. Burl, let's just move along. He was asking about he was asking about cold case cops. He must know cops fairly well. Police don't always pass the bravery test when the moment arrives. But listen, they're humans. Being brave is easy in the break room. Not so much when psycho's on the loose. I wonder how. Fair comment. Fair comment. But then do we want those people working? And the people who are working that did have the balls and cojones that day, well, guess what? They should say, we don't want to work with that person because they're unsafe. I feel jeopardized. Some of the PTSDs come from realizing that your organization you work for is corrupt and your operation was done on purpose. But not some, I would say all, almost. Police, okay, sorry. Very good point, Tara. 2 failed the fight, flight, freeze test for sure. Seems that some people do, but that's to be expected, right? Again, human, but shouldn't move to a different job. Supposed to be driving down there, driving down PBR at 10:30. Yes, he was. Green bastard. Afternoon. Okay. Oh dear's making some points here. Kids say that they see him arrive again at 10:39, as well that there is narrative for the RCMP that comes from, the MCC. There is mention of Wortman and had a house on the number 2 from one of the RCMPs. There is, I've seen mention of a place in Masstown, a cabin that they searched. Don't know if anybody's come across that. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, or there is no record. It's rather a broken cassette. Yes, what was it? Broken iPhone the other day. Just like Dunphy. Every member of Enfield Detachment has the exact arrival time at the office, except for Morrison. Morrison is observed by Civvy putting on hard body armor while stationed on Highway 2, Gaze River Road. Yes, I did hear that early on. Never was able to verify it beyond that person who disclosed that, but the hard body armor stuff came out much later, right? Even though everybody was asked. To live with stress of deceit, one must be able to accept the burden of truth. Well, it's a lot lighter to carry. You can sleep. Burl, methinks. Okay. Monitored both radio channels and was aware of push bar prior to asking who was approaching him. Come on. Try it. Replicate it. Hiding. No, come on. Yeah, I'm going to go do a U-turn. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Oh, 70 kilometers an hour. Oops, he's already past you. Doesn't work. He hid. Subsequently, Weber, Stevenson, and Gina were murdered. He was right there. That's freaky, man. Like, right there. Literally, right there. And I kept saying it, and then I don't know as it was. It definitely was there. Okay, something else interesting I noted, which I'm just kind of sticking things together, was from Mill's statement, Mill's notes when I was going through it. Mill says, vehicle in the front yard at 200 Portapic, license plate is GJX365. GJX365 is that would be the car that took money out at the Brinks, right? Well, Lisa said it was her car that was parked out in front. So it was her car that went and took the money out at the Brinks. But he had all kinds of other vehicles. Why did he take her car? I know some people will be like, well, that's irrelevant. He clearly liked to drive his own Taurus amongst the police car and stuff. He chose to drive her car. Why? As you have Lisa supposedly following behind you, and Maureen supposedly following behind that, and Lisa says, oh, you know what? If something happens, I'm going to call the police. That's why I'm following behind you, because you're taking out all this illicit money from a facility that civilians can't take money out of. Apparently, it takes 2 minutes to put on hard body armor. Really? Wow. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I'd still like to know why it appears as though there's a vehicle sitting on the other side of the highway, down at the big stop, waiting. D49. Lisa followed in 2 cars. He used her Taurus. Right? That's what Mills said. Well, he doesn't, but you put the pieces together. to follow for illicit money. That's not the way that world works. Trust me. You don't follow people to call the police for illicit money. And she kind of does seem to indicate that the money is illicit. That money would just go in to the nether regions, and you're going to go to jail if you call the police, more than likely. Not going to happen. Doesn't make sense. Well, this story's changed. Hair, no hair? Her car is the pointer car. Where was that? I was looking at that. That seems to just get brushed over right away. No, not important. Nothing about a pointer car here. Don't worry about it. I'm like, yeah, no, pointer car. Fairly important. Like, really important. Flight freeze. Oh, yay, you're back. Welcome back. Hopefully everything was good. So I think we stopped at, I had it stop at 12:56 your guys' time. And I think they did a cockaroony there too, did they? Another one? Sure, I've got all kinds of other things here. My plate carrier is on and off in less than a minute. Really? Well, that's because you're highly trained, dude. I'm sure the training is probably more than an average member has, right? I'm just guessing, but that is how long Merchant and Patton took, just a bit before getting to Port-a-Pic. Okay, making notes, making mental notes. I see you back, yes. Julia, the official timekeeper for our group. Thank you to those of you again, I know, who are sharing. This is growing, see, and it is. It's getting worse. They know it. Diapers all around. It's going all around now. That's why they can't come and testify. Whatever they call it here. What do they call it? Round table, square table, polka dot door. Just like she said, they never drove the marked car, but yet it seems they drive it to the Mercedes dealership. Sure. And then the guy changed the date. He's like, oh, yeah. Actually, I was wrong about the time. Likely driving it all over Dartmouth. His and her cars. It was said early on. We know now that there's two. Multiple statements coming from that. There were two marked cars. Come on. And he's just building them in his garage. Right. Of course. That's what's happening. That's why you protect these people. Still waiting on Brewster's statement. Our courts, Brother Paul, haven't seen you in a long time. Our courts have released thousands of drug-addled psychopaths into our midst who have cooperated with the authorities. Crack houses and big pharma are flourishing. God help us. Well, I think it's money all around for everybody. Circle, okay. Now, let's see, what else did I have here? D49. Oh, that D49. Anybody come across the D49 yet? Or does it just sound like I'm talking nonsense stuff here? Would take more than one person to with a sign at the bridge at supper time to light up to bring more light to the sham. At the bridge? What, in Shub? Just don't use the fire hall sign because it gets holes in it. Was there not a white Taurus not marked on the video entering the Brinks as well as leaving it? Yes, there was. Lisa's car. Funny that. The one that they could not actually ascertain whether it was a marked car or not. GJX. You know, they did say, oh yeah, I think they wrote it in the ERT thing, tasked to do check up a car. It was determined that it wasn't. But then if you read a little closer into the actual members' notes who were tasked, they're like, no, well, we couldn't determine that. It was the fire was too intense. Maybe it was Lisa's car leaving on Blueberry Road at 10:45. I don't think anybody drove down Blueberry Road. I think that there's dash cam footage. Oh, at the tolls, the toll booths. At the toll booths. Tolls. I always mistype. So, all right, now, why don't we just have a look at it? Let's see. Did I get any emails? I sometimes get them. Nope. All right. So we got 5 out of 8 Bergerman siblings. So that means 6 of the 8 Bergermans are Rcmp were Rcmp. But did you guys find that interesting that Snowman, the former crops officer, before Chris Leather exchange of gunfire? What was that Mr. Mills said? Oh, that's right. He was told by West. Kind of hard to, that's kind of a hard one. Officers shot at. Put that together with Leather statement, exchange of gunfire. Who was the person running away from Heidi's scene? Was it the ladies Jamie asked? I don't know. Was it the lady in the red car? I don't know. But I don't know. I'm not sure. There's other things that what's this here? No error. Always in errors for something or other. Nobody's come across D49. Really? I know one of you for sure I've spoken to about it. Who's in here? Maybe. Nobody else has come across it? This is just tragic. That's the earliest I can find is 5:43. So, between some of these things that we're looking at, because they didn't find the dog over at Gina's, I believe, until 5. how many people were actually checked on to make sure that they were, in fact, had died, versus just kind of left? What's D49? D49 is a piece of evidence. I'm going to tell you a bit more about D49. That's going to take a bit of time. But D49 is fragments in Wortman's head. Headshot. How do they refer to it as? Is it headshot number 2? It's a bit... I'm still trying to sort it out. It's a bit... but they're very worried about D49. To the point that there's 2 affidavits that I'm aware of that are sworn out. One by Bose and one by Roy, I think. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Last name Rouix. Roy. Swearing out an affidavit specifically to this piece of evidence because they can't really figure it out totally. God, they're just so lame, eh? So this is just kind of, but this shows you what the kind of, all right. So as you can see, this is a picture, right? Oh, what does it say? 507, right? 610 views the other day on day 22. I just kind of watch. Oh, wait, sorry, it's not that one. Where is it? Right. The Back with Brenda. Okay. So 701, 370 views, right? 701. Okay. I took a photo same time over on my page. 243. This is what they're doing. They're just removing views. This is why the numbers are total bullshit. That's 37% of my views. And they just keep doing it. So then the video looks like it's not getting any play. I'm like, yeah. Whereas if I run through other numbers, you can clearly prove that there's problems elsewhere. Anyway, moving along. Perline. Well, this is a difficult one. How many clung to life? Yes, very sad. Very, very sad. And family members now are wondering, other family members who were just kind of, they had settled in their mind because Rcmp are like, oh, died instantly, don't worry about it. Now they're not feeling so sure. Between Fitbits and people not getting checked on until way late in this story, you know, interesting. Self-inflicted wound only raised by Rcmp investigator August 2000 before Bose considered it self-inflicted wound. So D49 was ruled out. D49 was ruled out. I think I might have some stuff here. D49, okay. Comparison of fired bullet jacket fragment D49 to test fires from the pistol, exhibit D52, and fired from rifle D54, both fired have the same land engraving width, class characteristic. Disagreement were observed between fire bullet jacket fragment from the pistol D52 and D54. Rowe is far more specific in another statement. And then he goes on to say, okay, so what they're trying to say is that they believe that, oh, let me get the other pieces here. It's complicated, and I really don't do a very good job explaining things. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to read you certain things here. This is from, I believe, the Big Stop foundational document. Forensic circumstantial evidence suggests that both the perpetrator's head wounds were caused by bullet fragments emanating from Smith & Wesson pistol belonging to Constable Stevenson. Okay, so think about that statement for a moment. Fragments emanating from Constable Stevenson's weapon. The one of 14 shots, right? Is that right? 1 of 13, 14. They never recovered one casing. I believe that's the crawling around pictures. And then they say, well, it may have just gotten lost when we pulled them out of the car. Okay, it continues. Furthermore, it appears plausible that headshot wound was self-inflicted by the perpetrator immediately prior or during Constable Hughley's and McLeod's discharge of firearms at the Enfield Big Stop, whereas wound 2 was was inflicted by Constable Stevenson at Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. The forensic and circumstantial evidence associated with each wound is discussed in turn. Dr. Bose describes headshot wound as a gunshot wound where the bullet traveled between the perpetrator's right temple side of his head. The pathway ended with a projectile lodged in his brain. The projectile was extracted and provided to the RCMP as one of 6 fragments comprising Exhibit D49. Okay, so that's shot in the head, shooting himself with Heidi's gun, right? Okay, let's see if I can explain this one. I'm still working it out. Now, like I said, there are issues with the stippling in the car. I'm having problems with because you're in a sealed capsule, a car, right? And bullets are coming through the window. Okay, how do you get stippling? Stippling is a conical shape which gravity will pull down of the powder, right? It only flies maybe up to 3 feet, I believe. How does powder fly through windows? I'm off the D49 for a moment. But how does powder fly through windows? It doesn't. Because to use Bo's own statement, let's see here. Stippling typically occurs when a weapon is discharged within 2 feet. I'm assuming, I'm not great with distances, but it certainly looks like a lot more than 2 feet. And powder doesn't go through windows. That's that part of it. Now, so there's 2 headshot wounds, and I think there may be some interesting stuff going on. Headshot wound 2 is not associated with soot and stipple. So that means it's at least 3 feet away. I believe it could be even further. It depends on the weapon being used, but would cause a disabling injury, would not necessarily cause a disabling injury, because none of the fragments associated with headshot wound penetrated the skull or entered the brain. So then, if it doesn't penetrate the skull, then it's flying as shrapnel, meaning that it's a ricochet. It's hit something else hard, flown into pieces, and hit him in the head, right? Now, they label these fragments as D49. But I thought that the D49 was the bullet that went through the brain. Which is it? You follow? Unless I'm reading it wrong, one says D49 is going into his head. The other one says it's shrapnel entering his scalp. Because if D49 happened at Cloverleaf, well, how's he alive? D49 is not associated with soot and stipple, meaning it's a longer range shot. Which is it? And we've seen the arm, too. He's shot in the left arm, which they've kind of now conceded. Well, yeah. How does he get shot in the left arm? Here. People are shooting this direction. I'm going to be hit. Bullets are traveling this direction into me. I'm not going to have a bullet entering this arm and then into my side. Unless there was somebody over there firing. Because bullets don't go. Could have come through the passenger window after it was shot out. I think almost every single wound is soot and stipple. And again, it's very close range, so they would have to be in the car. With a rifle, it's going to fly farther because there's a lot more velocity behind it. 1 hour now. D49 was ballistic, both head wounds, from both wet head wounds. No, that's not, again. Passages 17, head wound 2 through 27, because they do identify the other bullet. Class characteristics. You see, they're very concerned about D49. I'll just give you a taste. I'm going to have to do a video about it. Like I have 10 zillion videos to do. But conclusion 6 from Firearms Report dated 20 July 8th. The fired bullet jacket fragments, D49, were not fired from either pistol, D52, which is the K9 pistol, or the ERT rifle. D49 remains question projectile fired by the 9mm and Enfield. Okay. Was it shot by Heidi's pistol? This is internal emails going around. I contacted James Scott at FAC, coordinator of the Enfield exhibits, to determine if D49 can now be cross-referenced with submissions to H. Strong, particularly Heidi's pistol. Can we have a comparison prioritized over all other submissions in H. Strong? Okay. And then they do go further on to say that is most assuredly not from the guns. And then they say expanded cartridge was fired from exhibit PE 59599. But at the same time, they're saying, well, but it could come from any number of guns. And he does say that. He says that in his affidavit. It's very iffy, I'll tell you. But he knows that it has a right twist. So I'm very interested in where did this actually come from? And apparently it's of such concern, D49 is of such concern, this one particular, these bullet fragments, and it's changing, whether it's through and lodged in the head, going through the brain, or in fact with, you know, major range, like 2 feet, maybe. I don't know. What's that? Like that? With a gun? No soot and stipple? Or is it pieces in the head? Which is it? Gabriel Wortman slightly moved, and no blood on the shirt, right? No blood on the shirt. So what's going down there? Video. D49, important. Seems just like a number to a lot of people and irrelevant, but it's not. Very possible Heidi's gun did shoot Gabriel Wortman in the head. Doesn't mean that he pulled the trigger. Alternatively, Gabriel Wortman being the dead male in DeBert, Heidi may have actually shot Gabriel Wortman in the head in Shuby. You know, and equally they say, oh, well, being shot in the brain does not necessarily mean that you die. That's true. I think I remember, what was that little boy? I don't know, it was on Maury or something. You know, I think I actually watched some of that trash when I was young. And some child actually literally by accidentally took a 357 and was playing with it and lost half of his head. So it's not to say that it doesn't happen, but through and through, right to left is going to be fatal, I would think. Could have come through passenger window. I think that's very doubtful. Very doubtful. Not with all of them. I went through the autopsy a long time ago, which then they did pull down, but funnily enough is back in the agreement. I don't know if they put another one back up or whatever. Did they? Let's just see. What would they call it? There is something interesting in here too. Okay, so the wallets, I always found that interesting too. How 2 people indicated that there was a badge in the wallet all the time, right? Well, how come the wallet didn't have a badge in it? How come it didn't have key? Handcuff key, like Lisa said. Always had a handcuff key in it. No, doesn't seem to indicate that. Just says cards and a bunch of money. Both wallets had, a fair amount of money. $660 in one and $360 and $48 US. I would presume that's Wortman's, and a singular card. nail clippings. I'm not sure whatever happened to those. Bose put both gray bullet fragments in same exhibit. I think Hubley could have shot him in the head, as it is plausible as he shot a 9mm as well. So you're saying that he shot him with a 9mm. So he shoots him with the rifle, which he doesn't discharge all of the rounds, and then decides to use a handgun on him as well. Getting really bad, man. Not working. No. Fail. 10 new documents. Stippling within close contact. Yeah, stippling is close contact. And as I recall, it's going to take me a little while to track down the autopsy. I did read it the other day. Superheated particles, yeah. Usually within 2 feet. It's 2 o'clock. Maybe they're not liking the D49 discussion. D49, it's going to take a bit of time to go through, though. But there are some, hopefully I've raised some enough that it can raise some questions. Lot of attention placed to D49. There's interviews, there's affidavits being sworn out, 2 of them about this particular piece of evidence. It's very shaky at best, and nowhere else have I seen that yet. Who is the dead male in DeBert? This is a good question. That's a very good question. That is referred to in the CERT document, I believe, right? I haven't personally read that. Somebody sent that to me in the CERT document. I think it's the Onslow one. Kevin, I forget his last name. Hovey, is it Hovey? I think he quit, just up and quit one day. He went to DeBert, went to both Kristen and Heather's scene, and then he talks about a male body that was 200 meters away, or where the body was, late as usual. So, I mean, I'm not sure. There seems to be an unaccounted body now. I worked with a victim, head count, he survived, and he had, headshot, okay. Don't mean to be graphic either. When a bullet emerges from a gun carried by a jet of flame, yes, soot particles, yes, vaporized. That's what causes stippling. Pretty close with a handgun, yes, pretty close. Very close range. I think it's considered intermediary because you're going to get powder burn, but he doesn't. There's only one bullet, I believe, that he does say, and all he says to that is that there is no soot. Other than that, he just leaves it very open-ended as to the range, because if you should put that it does have or does not have soot, powder burn, not just stippling. Stippling is very open-ended. This was a case in CV where they didn't die, never the same, able to drive a car. It's possible, but I don't think right to left hemispheres is going to, that's going to be fatal. The case of the child I was thinking of, it was singular hemisphere. Very tragic, but he seemed to be fine. I think he went to university or something ridiculous, which is good for him. They have pictured some kind of, they have a picture of an EHS badge, but the people in the States all refer to, and they're from the States, and they're like, well, yeah, it looked like an Rcmp badge. How would you know that? You're from the States. Do most people even know what an Rcmp badge looks like? I can't say for sure it was an Rcmp badge, but it certainly looked like one, I think was what they said. I'm like, okay, so you know what it looks like then. Yes, it's an EMS badge, but they never spoke about it in a black wallet. Okay, so why isn't it indicated in the autopsy records? Okay, now you're on to Mary Jo. Sorry, Tara, I'm not going Mary Jo.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Radio transmissions Colchester could explain why people hear gunshots later. Some sick cop put in a corpse or he was still alive. 100% certain? I like that line. I won't complete it. Those of you who read it know what it says. And I'm like, wow, that came out of left field, didn't it? Just nobody asked you, nobody was concerned about it. But you're 100% certain? Just right in the middle of nowhere, you bring that into it? Nobody was worried about it, were they? Oh, but I was 100% certain he was sitting there. I'm like, okay. Rcmp announces one deceased male at the Honda. Okay, so other people have read it too. 1 hour, 11 minutes. Okay. Can't wait to go back and watch what I missed. It's definitely an interesting read. Anyone believes anything that Bo says, believe in fairy tales. Bro has reputation as mud. Well, he likes trying to invent new words. Perhaps somebody will believe it. Maybe, have colorful graph and a J-curve graph. Becomes believable then. Medical disruption. Mechanical. Okay, so where are we at here? 11:10 my time, so that makes it where did I write this down? 56. So that's 4 is 14 minutes, an hour and 14 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes for your records, Julia. Glad to have you back. Anyway, just thought I'd raise some things that I'm working on. Yeah, I think there's a lot of poo-pooing going on. It's not working very well. Moving along.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I understand that council have had an opportunity to meet, and it's been agreed, Mr. Pinio, that you would be asking some questions of the witnesses, and I think Ms. Miller as well would be asking questions after you, and perhaps some others, depending on how that goes. So whenever you're ready, I'll call the witnesses in, Mr. Pinio. Be obliged if you could just describe briefly your retainer to them, and as well, Ms. Miller could do the same. Thank you, corporals. Our council met with the council for the participants, and this is Mr. Rob Pinio. He will be asking you some questions as well. Ms. Tara Miller, after Mr. Pinio, will also be asking you some questions, and perhaps one or two others. We're not sure yet. Depends on how that goes. So, Mr. Pinio, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Gentlemen, my name's Rob Pinio. I practice with Patterson Law, and I represent a large number of the families and individual people that were affected by the events of April 2020. So I have a number of questions, and they won't always flow. I won't necessarily be at a scene and have a whole lot of questions. I might just have one-off questions about different bits of evidence that my clients are interested in. So I would like to start with your drive from HRM to Portapic. And I'm just wondering if you could tell me during your drive there, exactly what were you told about the police vehicle, about the perpetrator's vehicle?
There was no clear description of it. We didn't know if it was a marked PC or just a old decommissioned police car that the stickers were peeled off, but you could see the outline. And myself and a constable, Andy McClellan, stopped in a residence because there was an old decommissioned white Taurus that appeared to be a old police car. And we, thought, well, is this it on the way up? So we knew it had to be a white Taurus. We just didn't know to what extent it was, appeared. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Excuse me? No, you were tasked actually to look for a light bar, etc., and the silent patrolman. No.
Once we realized, there was a couple sitting out in like a gazebo, having some drinks in the evening, unaware of what's going on. And once is that your vehicle? And they confirmed it's their vehicle. And you could tell just from their demeanor, they were comfortable. They were not, traumatized or anything. So therefore, they had no idea what was going on in the area. So I was comfortable knowing it's their vehicle. They're not hiding anything. They're not under distress, being told to say this. So then we, and I think we just described, we got something we got to get to down Portapique or something like that. So.
Okay, thank you. When you got to Portapique that evening, I guess it was just before or just after midnight when you arrived. Can you describe the weather when you arrived? Did you take note of it?
I know driving up, we were driving through like a snowstorm up till about Codiac or a bit above that. And then I think it did clear up above that, but it was from the drive up 2/3 of the way. It was slick. It was snowy, like wet snow type stuff.
Okay. And in Portapique, was there precipitation at that point?
I don't remember precipitation. I don't believe so because we would have put our rain gear on. It would have been cold, like hovering around zero, overcast, no moonlit skies or anything like that, no stars.
Okay. You didn't take note of the temperature, did you, by any chance?
No.
Okay.
Where it was snowing on the way up, it definitely would have been hovering around the zero, might have been +1, +2 at the most, but.
Corporal Mills, I'll call you Corporal Mills. I know you're retired, but I'll use that honorific.
I'm good with that.
When you made a comment in your statement, and if we need to, I'll take you there, but I don't think we do, that there was no excuse for your ERT team not having a COP or a common operating picture technology. And can you explain why you say that there was no excuse for it?
Yeah, because we had it before, it was functional, and there was no good reason not to have it. It's like anything. If Ottawa gets a hold of it, it becomes a dog's breakfast, politics, just red tape. And just like anything in society that goes to Ottawa, whether it's your taxes or anything, they make a mess of it.
Okay. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so as stated this morning, we had been working for quite some time on what we'll term the blue force tracking. We had strategies in place prior to Portapique. The devices that we were issued were solely in that developmental server. So when they went down, basically our situational awareness went down with it, and we couldn't get them back up and running prior to Portapique because of issues with COVID, because of issues the way that the devices were handed out to us, and so on and so forth. It's been rectified since then, but it was an issue at the time.
And in terms,
And if I could just,
sure.
COVID, most of headquarters in Ottawa were all working from home or not working or whatever. And us frontline members were still down here slugging away, working away.
Yeah.
And around what time period did you lose that technology, the use of that technology?
Would have been late February, start of March, I think, around then. It was about 6 weeks that we were fighting to try to get the devices back up and running.
Okay, so it wasn't a very long period of time then.
Long enough.
Yeah. And Corporal Mills, I believe in your testimony, when you were being examined by Mr. Burrell, you You made a comment about had you had that COP system, you might have been able to see the Blueberry Road that's been mentioned. And I'm wondering, how much detail did that give for roads or geographical features?
So we would have an overlay of Google Maps is normally what we use for, excuse me, that app. I doubt it. Blueberry, whatever it's called, my understanding is it's through a field or something, like a tractor path or something. I got no idea. I would be surprised if that would show up on Google Maps or ATAC. The Portapique Beach Road and Bayshore Road, that probably would have shown up. You know, I'm sure they don't have a street view of it like Google Maps has on some roads, but there would have been an overlay of those roads. You know, if anyone looks at Google Maps, that would pretty much tell you if it would show up on ATAC.
Okay, just to be clear, when you say showing up, do you mean showing up with a name on it?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
okay.
with a name, or like if you zoomed in enough, and depending on, you know, what satellite imaging they were using to take them pictures, you might have seen a tractor path or, you know, a beaten down path, if that's what it is.
Okay, and assuming that the feature is let's say it was developed on the ground to a relatively high degree, had gravel on it, it was slightly higher than the ground around it. Would you expect that you would have at least looked for that type of feature when you arrived?
Yes, if we had an overlay and could see, oh, well, there's another way out or another way in, you know, whether it was being contained or not, you know, general duty might have placed someone there. We would have known for maneuvering, we could access or use that, you know, road or whatever it was. If it was on the map and it looked viable, we would have used it.
Okay. And I'm changing
Yep.
areas now. I didn't want to leave you wondering what I'm talking about now. At page 26 of your statement, Corporal Mills, you make a comment that mobile shooter is not emphasized in training. Do you recall saying that, or is that your understanding?
What do you mean by mobile shooter? Like someone who's uncontained?
Yes.
All right. So ERT typically is for a contained area. That's when ERT typically gets called out. For an active shooter that is mobile, you're still trying to contain him best you can. So it's, as Mr. Burrell kind of suggested, it's a manhunt at that point. Have we trained for manhunts? No, we haven't. But with general duty training, police training, experience, ERT training, you combine all, you know, them skills to best try to contain and close the box, as Trent had mentioned around that moving subject.
I would say our training perhaps isn't specific to say, how are you going to try to locate this person? But our training goes, when I touched this morning on initial critical incident response, that is part of that training, right? If the threat has gone mobile, what are your containment pieces?
Yeah.
Where are you going to try to contain this threat so that you can actually take police response? Right?
Yeah.
We're not training to, I don't know how to best put it, but
So I just thought this is why you have that cutoff team or the faster
right.
vehicle. So you kind of have that plan. Okay, if he's not contained, we have that cutoff team. And this is used mostly in bush tracking, because by the time you get to bush track into the woods looking for it, well, if he pops out on a road, you have a vehicle that's faster that goes to that last known area. So that's what that cutoff team was for. In case he wasn't contained and he pops up in Wentworth or Sackville, New Brunswick, or wherever, they're heading there first and getting there as quick as they can. Yeah.
when we develop our plans or operational plans for when we're deployed, part of our planning is contingencies, right? So we've got breakout plans, whether they escape by vehicle, they escape by foot, whatever the case is, we have contingencies built in. We have logistics built in to be able to respond to that. We've got plans in place, and it's a layered process, right? ERT is that intercontainment piece. Then there's general duty. Then if it was a very isolated incident that we can contain very well, then we might have civilian resources on the outer perimeter, whether it be the fire department, whether it be municipal services, whatever the case may be, to ensure that that threat is contained within an area to keep the public safe.
Mr. Pena, when you're referring to his statement, are you referring to the interview transcript of his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission? Because you said page 26 and I don't see this there, so I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm looking at the same thing that you're asking about.
Believe that's what I was referring to, although I do have the handwritten notes here as well.
So perhaps when you preface a document that to which you're referring, if you could just be a bit descriptive about what it is so that we can follow you. Thanks.
Sure. I will look for that reference and provide it after. But. The fast-moving vehicles that you reference when you're not going to use the TAV, but you need to get sooner. Can you describe what the vehicles were overnight of the 18th and during the day of the 19th?
Yeah, we have one Chef Suburban, and we had 3 F-250s, and I think we have the dually up there.
I believe so, yeah.
So we have a Chev 3500.
Okay. And are they white vehicles?
No, they're black.
They're black. Okay. And are they marked as Rcmp?
No.
They're unmarked. Okay.
They do have emergency lighting in them, but it's kind of covert.
Okay.
But once they light up, it's, emergency vehicle.
Okay, thank you. I think you both have acknowledged in your statements, but I'll ask you to reaffirm now that the risk manager for the RCMP overnight of April 18th and the early morning of the 19th was Brian Rehill.
Yes.
And did you receive information directly from Brian Rehill?
Directions, the 911 call, information like that, yes.
And I understand that you don't take orders from the regular stream of RCMP, that you have your own autonomy. Is that correct?
Well, we answer to the critical incident commander. But where you're on a call like this and things are unfolding, if he has pertinent information that may help you, locate the threat sooner, then you will listen to that. It's not in order or direction. It's like everyone is adding what they can at the time. And at the time when we were, going on some information of his is when the CIC was getting set up.
Okay.
When we're deployed, I'll use the term decentralized command. So once we're deployed, we have kind of, as you said, autonomy within our own unit. We know what our mission is. We fulfill that mission, and we can make those decisions on our own once we're deployed.
Okay, thank you. Corporal Milton, you in your statement, you've made the comment that, or given the fact that one of your members in ERT is a cross-trained medic. And who was that?
We have several cross-trained medics, but at that time we had Ben McLeod and Ed Clark.
And Ed Clark, did you say?
Yes.
You also, Corporal Milton, made the statement that there was chaos in communications, and then your exact quote was "too many cooks in the kitchen." Can you explain your experience that evening with too many cooks in the kitchen when it came to communications?
Yeah, I think this morning's audio clip kind of portrayed that well, and then followed by Tim's conversation with the risk manager that, too many people were trying to chime in over the radio, and it was leading to confusion. Everybody had that piece of information that they wanted to relay, which, certainly a lot of it's important information, but there was too much comms going on at certain points throughout the night.
Changing gears again, Corporal Mills, you made comments regarding the part-time members of your team, and comments regarding that the managers of those part-timers didn't like or had resistance to the part-timers getting time to train or to attend as part of the ERT team. Would you explain what you meant by that?
Yep. So ERT's been around since 1974 almost, and I know when I spoke 2 years ago to one of the first ERT members in Nova Scotia, probably from like 40 years ago, he said even back then, they, home unit managers hated releasing ERT members for training or calls because they're losing a body is what they're losing. And, no fault to the managers. They're trying to run a home unit with ERT members that are going on training or going on call. Well, fast forward 40, 50 years, and ERT's become way more busy. These part-timers, it's tough on them. It's way tougher on them for training, for ERT call-outs. We were always, rallying for them and trying to get more bodies, and we've written business cases. I mean, you look at the Maythorpe public inquiry, the Moncton public inquiry, and it's been identified, for 2, public inquiries. Each division should have an 18-person ERT team, and it's never gotten done. And it's been dragged on, and yeah. So it's tough to get them out. They're double worked. They're working night shifts or day shifts in their home unit and then expected to come to training or calls. So, yeah.
When we break it down, I had indicated this morning, up to 70% of the time, part-time members are gone from their substantive or home unit. And when you break down the number of hours in a given year, full-time employee works around 2,080 hours in a given year. When you break down the number of hours for our training, the number of hours that we're gone for operations, administrative duties, we're typically working about 3,800 hours in a year. So about 1,800 hours more than what's normally allotted. How's a part-time
members? Or
that's everybody on our team, right? That doesn't include the normal day-to-day administrative tasks that we're doing in full-time. So it's a significant burden on home units and on the employees themselves, and burnout and fatigue is certainly at the forefront.
Thank you. And I think the evidence this morning was in April of 2020, you had 13 members total. That was 5 full-time and 8 part-time. Do I have that right?
That's correct, right?
During this morning's testimony, Corporal Mills, you were talking about the efforts to have the COP reinstated, and you were about to name, some people that you had lobbied or spoken to or sent requests to, and I believe you didn't have an opportunity to name those people. Are you comfortable doing that?
Yes, I sure am.
Go ahead.
Right after Moncton, Corporal Al Camo from the New Brunswick ERT team, who would be on par with Corporal Milton's knowledge of ATAC and the technology side of it and the advantage of it. He gave a presentation, PowerPoint presentation to Commissioner Brenda Lucky, and Alcamo's exact words were Commissioner Brenda Lucky turned to her right-hand person and said, make this happen. And that was right after Moncton. And I gave that to him a statement and said, if you want to talk to Corporal Alcamo to J Division, then I'm sure he'll reiterate what I said.
And to your knowledge, did it happen?
It happened for a short time, but when Ottawa got a hold of it, that's when we lost it.
Okay. So this, the discussions you had, that was to get that technology in place in the first place, and then it was later lost? Is that what you meant?
Well, we had PEZ at the time, and then we moved to ATAC, and it was functional. And then Trent could answer why or when, but I know we had it on every device. We were trained on it, and then it disappeared, and we got 6 devices that it worked on, and then that disappeared.
Yeah, so we were on the developmental server prior to Portapeak. The issue was being a national police force, they have to ensure that the security of the programs that we're using, and it was taking much longer than it needed to. We're now 6 years post Moncton in 2020, and we didn't have it rolled out to front lines. Since Portapeak, they've pushed it. We now have it on every HRP member's hand straight across the country, every police dog service member straight across the country, and we're pushing to have it in every frontline general duty member's hand in the near future, but it's still taking longer than it needs to. We're now 8 years post Moncton, and a very simple solution that's a basic software app that would provide much greater situational awareness at all levels. We're still fighting to try to get it to where it needs to be.
You've had an opportunity to use that system since Portapeak.
Absolutely.
And in your opinion, based on your operational knowledge, had that system been in place on April 17th and forward, would it have made a difference to the operations that evening, the evening of the 18th and into the 19th?
It wouldn't, based on knowing what we know now, it certainly wouldn't have changed the outcome of any of those events, but it would have given us greater situational awareness and probably allowed us to complete our task in a much more efficient manner.
Be less frustration and less, probably would have saved some time getting to one point to the other point.
Okay. Shifting topic areas again. Corporal Milton, you made the statement that when you arrived at Portapeak, there was no scene commander in play, and that you would have expected that there would have been one. Can you?
I believe Basalt was the scene commander, was the information that I was given from the risk manager.
Okay. When did you receive that information?
While I was en route.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat your answer for me? It was a little difficult to hear.
Basalt was the scene commander, was the information that I was provided en route.
Thank you.
If I could have Corporal Mills' statement brought up, please. And go to page 30. And the very end of page, what I'm looking for is the end of page 30, carrying over to page 31. And if you could just scroll ahead a little more so it straddles the, yes. So Corporal Mills, you state, there's no secret, I don't have to speculate, it's no secret, Halifax District, it's always been upper managers fighting on who wants to police Halifax region, So you've got Halifax Police that want to take over the whole thing, and you got the RCMP that want to take over the whole thing. What is your knowledge of, for lack of a better term, a jurisdictional tussle over HRM?
It's not just HRM, it's everywhere. It's like Pepsi and Coke. Everyone wants to be better, and you get up to upper management and politics. I mean, look what happened last week. The chiefs of police, voted the RCMP out of the chiefs of police board. So you get to that level, they're no longer police officers or politicians. And that's when I talk about upper managers. They become politicians, and they bicker and they fight. And the worker bees that are out doing the work can't do their jobs properly because of it.
And in your testimony this morning, Corporal Mills, you said that, and I'm paraphrasing, but that you weren't aware of HRM's ERT equivalent of their capabilities in the field. And during your time with ERT, were efforts ever made to try to work cooperatively with HRM or other municipal forces?
Yes, we would always talk with their members at the time, the team leaders at the time, like Charles Noggle was a friend of mine. He was a team leader at the time, and Jeff Carlisle is now. And we would talk about getting things together and members on our team. And again, the bickering would go on. Now, as I said earlier, management has changed. It seemed to be better there when I was leaving. But before that management was there, there was bickering going on.
Did that include the time frame of the mass casualties?
Yes, it was before that. So we had not trained together before Portapique ever.
And from your experience, would that have been would it have been helpful in your regular duties to have cooperation with me?
If you knew each team's capabilities and how you can work together and how you couldn't work together, you would be able to utilize. Yes. Problem is also you have to think about, okay, we call Halifax up to our scene when you don't know where he is, and all of a sudden he pops up in Halifax. Well, they're in for a world of hurt with no ERT team there. So it would help knowing what they're capable of. Would it have made a difference calling them up to there that night? Maybe not.
Again, it comes back to, like we discussed this morning, we have the ability to work with them, and we're, in my 16 years on the team here in Nova Scotia, we have the closest working relationship right now at the ground level with the Halifax Regional Police CERT team that since I've been on the team. But we still have different tools, we have different tactics, we have different skill sets, right? So like Tim said, if we were to call them to that scene that night before we knew what we had, we're then calling them out of their jurisdiction. And if the threat pops up there, then there's no response there, right? But that being said, we had to have assistance, and we had to call in another team in the morning. We called in J Division. They are our partner team. We work closely with them. Our tools are the same, our tactics are the same, our language is the same.
Thank you. If I could have Corporal Mills' statement again, please, and page 61. And in your statement, Corporal Mills, and I'm going to tell you what I understand from that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong and explain how, but my understanding from your statements on page 61 is that you, regarding Dwayne Ivany, it seems like ERT and EMRT have to compete for the same set of finances. Am I right in that?
Yes, so ERT has a budget, and EMERT had a minute budget, and it could absorb to the ERT budget. And EMERT is a program that you need your medicines, you need your training, you need everything. And they would have to come begging and pleading from us for any piece of equipment. Well, the issue is we've got our budget that we have to outfit our guys with. And I call it the poor, down here, the Atlantic provinces, we don't have near the budget that, and I alluded to it in my statement, that, Ottawa Rcmp have. They have the biggest team, they have the best equipment, and they're just protecting politicians. And that's why. You get down here where we're in the public, we're going to armed and barricades, we're going to hostages and stuff like that, where all they're doing is protecting VIP up there. And they've got the Cadillac and we've got the Datsun.
Thank you.
Part of what Tim's referring to is we've got contract divisions, which is what we are here in Nova Scotia, where we're funded by the provincial government. And then there's federal policing jurisdictions, right? And so we're limited by the budget that we're allocated by the province. And unfortunately, in our business, it costs money. We're an expensive unit to run. Our equipment's expensive. The number of resources that we need is expensive. And we're at a place where our ability to respond appropriately is sometimes compromised because we don't have the appropriate resources or equipment.
Thank you. I'm going to direct you back to Portapique in the early morning hours of April 19th. And we have statements from a witness named Leon Jodry. And you might or might not recall that he is the person, his home is where Lisa Banfield went and Ert rescued her from. Setting that aside for a moment though, Mr. Jodry has given evidence or statements that that he was out of his home around 4 a.m., went for a drive down Orchard Beach Drive, and he calls it a SWAT vehicle, but we know it's the TAV, directed him to leave the area, to go to the containment point. And I'm wondering, did either of you see a gentleman in a half-ton truck and order him out of the area?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you. It doesn't show up in your handwritten notes, so I know you can't possibly record everything that goes on, so you did see him.
Yeah, he pulled up next to our armored vehicle and he was given instructions to leave the area to the head of Portapique Beach Road and leave the area.
That is correct, but that was after we found Lisa Banfield.
No, that was before.
My recollection is we had evacuated Lisa Banfield out.
He was told after that as well, but it was when you had gone back to the command
So
post.
I don't recall that meeting at all.
No, you weren't there. You were
Okay.
going back to
Oh,
the
that's
command
why.
post.
That's why. Okay.
Okay. Corporal Milton, you are the person that's responsible for using the drone?
I was at that time, yes.
Okay. And how many times did you deploy the drone? I'm talking about the time from when you got to Portapique until Lisa Banfield was found?
Just in the early morning hours, right before Lisa was found.
Just once?
Yeah.
Just one deployment? Okay. And does this drone have like a GPS record of its flight path? Can you look and see where it flew?
Should, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall where you deployed it?
Yep, as stated this morning, it would have been in the area of 135 Orchard Beach.
Okay. And did it go from where you deployed it? Did it go northeast, south? Do you remember?
I wouldn't be able to say which direction it went.
It went over the forest, did it?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm wondering if we could bring up the exhibit number 000005. That's the First Responders Foundational document. And somewhere I have the figure I'd like to go to. I believe it's figure 9. It's an aerial photograph. This is just to orient you to where you
Sure.
might have deployed it and where it might have flown. Page number, just 1 second. I apologize. I had to cut my questions up because of Mr. Burrell's examination, so things are out of order somewhat. See if I can find it from the document. Yeah, if you could go to page 31.
Did you say figure 9, Mr. Pena?
I thought
Because
that's
figure 9's on page 41, I think, at paragraph 91. Or just after paragraph 91.
okay. Figure, sorry, it's figure 17 is what I'm looking for on page 56.
Okay.
My apologies.
Going forward, if you can just give the registrar on the break the list of documents and so on that you're looking for, then.
I did, I just didn't give her that pinpoint.
Yeah,
so.
the pinpoint would be great, just so
Sure.
that she doesn't have to scroll through. Thanks so much.
Sure. So you'll see on figure 17, there's Orchard Beach Drive, there's 71, and then following southwards, there's 123, then 135. So where is it that you originally released the?
So as stated, it would be in the right from the road in front of 135 Orchard Beach is where I launched from, and I would have been searching the wooded area in around 135 and 136.
Okay, so you crossed Orchard Beach Drive and went around.
I had launched from the middle of the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how far, just in terms of, there's cleared land on 135 and then there's forest around the land on 135. How far into the forest would you have gone there?
I wouldn't be able to accurately say.
Okay. Do you know if it went as far as the next road?
I wouldn't be able to accurately say.
Okay. In any event, what you determined was that there was no humans in the woods.
That's right.
You saw some animals, and that was
That's
the
right.
extent of it. Okay, thank you. Were you involved in removing Lisa Banfield from Leon Jodry's and taking her to the EMRT vehicle?
No, as we discussed this morning, both Tim and myself arrived at Mr. Jodry's at the end of his driveway as the other members were dealing with Miss Banfield and took her out.
Okay.
So I had no direct contact with Miss Banfield at all.
Okay. And Corporal Mills, you didn't either?
Same thing. We were in the tab together and just escorted her out once the cutoff team or the IA team or whatever, had her and brought her to the tab.
Okay. Shifting gears once again to the Plains Road area. I understand that neither of you got out of your vehicle to attend to either of the deceased victims there?
No, we didn't.
Nope.
Did you take notice of any evidence on the road, such as shell casings or broken glass, that sort of thing?
We're driving by. We're trying to locate the threat is what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. If I could have Corporal Mills' statement again, please, and page 121. And in this part of your statement, Corporal Mills, you talk about power corruption within the RCMP. Would you describe what you meant by that statement?
Yeah, so the issues management team, you have two husbands of the CO of the province and the chief superintendent of who's in charge of Halifax District, who have both since retired. So their husbands are in charge of an issues management team. Well, your team had issues with both their wives. So when I look at that, and like I said, that's not incompetence putting them on the issues management team. You can't be that stupid. So to me, that's cover up, that's corruption. There's no other two ways around it, I think.
Did you have to deal with those two gentlemen?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pinio. Ms. Miller?
Good afternoon, Corporals. My name is Tara Miller, and with my colleague Alex DeGoo, we represent a family member of Kristen Beaton. So I'm going to ask questions from that perspective, but I also have some questions from council from other family participants. So bear with me, I don't intend to retread ground. I just want to add some context to some of the things you've already talked about.
Sure.
So I want to talk first about the ATAC system. We've heard lots of information from that. And Corporal Milton, I think you said that it went down. Yeah, you had it and then it went down. And that would have been late February, early March.
That's right.
And I may have misunderstood somebody's evidence this morning, but I understood that there was an effort, and I think it was from you, Corporal
Yes.
Milton, between that period when it went down and, of course, the events of the mass casualty to get things rectified. And who would you have been lobbying or working with to get the ATAC system, which was so critical for your common operating procedures? Who would you have been working with to try to get that fixed?
So there was a project team based out of Ottawa that was working to kind of rectify any issues behind the scene on the servers and with the software, and making sure that it was suitable for rollout to frontline members. So I was back and forth with the project team to try to get those devices sent back. Typically, when an encryption key goes down, it can just be pushed through our servers to our devices and we're back up and running. But because it was on the what they call the dev server, the developmental server, they weren't able to do that. So we were trying to make arrangements to get those devices sent back as quickly as possible to get them rectified.
Okay. And did you, in your efforts to do that, Corporal Milton, did you have any support from Nova Scotia RCMP senior management while you were trying to get this critical?
They wouldn't have had any involvement with that. They would have been fully supportive if I required it, but it was back and forth between myself and the project team.
Okay, thank you. Also, with respect to the ATAC system, when it was working, I want to have a better understanding of how it may have worked with other systems or not worked. So the information that you've shared with us leaves me with the impression that this was a communication tool for your ERT team.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So is it fair to say that if it were working, it would have allowed you to see your other ERT team members, but you wouldn't have been able to see where general duty members would have been on the ground, for example, that night in Portapic?
No, not at that time. And that's one of the issues that we faced by not having the MWSs in the vehicle, is we didn't have digital mapping systems in our vehicle to show us the GPS locations of the other vehicles. But again, that shows us only the location of the vehicles. So you take the 4 members, for example, that had gone down as that initial response team, we still wouldn't have known where those members were if they were in the woods or things like that, because they didn't have any tracking software.
Right. And similarly, they wouldn't have known where you were.
Correct.
Because they had no way of tracking you.
That's right.
So in terms of that, I guess the term is interoperability. It worked for your team, but it would have been siloed to your team.
That's right.
Okay, and now that you do have ATAC working, is it the same situation that you can't see where general duty members are and they can't see where you are?
So at present time, it is still that way. It's just ATAC has only been rolled out, or the Blue Force tracking has only been rolled out to critical incident program. It will be rolled out to frontline members, I'm told, and H Division is supposed to be at the forefront of that pilot. But again, we're now sitting here, 12 months after I was told that, and no further steps have been taken to have it in the hands of general duty members. So.
Thank you. And from your perspective, I guess it's safe to say from both your perspectives, that would be pretty fundamental piece of equipment to have from a communication standpoint to make sure that everybody is singing from the same songbook and on the same page.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Also on this topic of incompatibility, maybe, I wanted, Madam Register, if you could pull up the foundational document from today, the IRT foundational document, and I'm looking at paragraph 47. Yes, it's at page 19, paragraph 47. Oh, my friend Mr. Burrell is telling, oh, no, there it is, paragraph 47. So what I'm looking at, gentlemen, is something that's been attributed to EMERT, Corporal Ivany, in his statement, but it's talking about the incompatibility of dispatch software between the Halifax District RCMP and the rest of the RCMP districts in the province, and how that presents difficulties for equipping IRT vehicles with mobile work statements. So can you unpack that for us a little bit more? What does that mean?
Sure. So as the provincial IRT team, we're responsible for basically one end of the province to the other. And within RCMP jurisdictions, we operate on what's termed PROs. Within the HRM, it's an integrated policing model between Halifax District RCMP and the Halifax Police, and they work on what's called Versadex, two completely different software packages that don't correlate or don't speak to each other. So to be able to know where cars are, for example, if I went to bordering detachments of Enfield and Lower Sackville, you wouldn't be able to see where the cars were in Enfield if you were a Lower Sackville member on your mapping system.
Okay, and that's the mapping system in a mobile workstation.
That's right.
Okay, so that's not ATAC.
That's not it.
Something different.
Yes.
And so that creates a difficulty in terms of being either in sort of HRM proper and outside of the boundary.
Right.
Okay, and so what's the solution to that?
It's above me.
Okay, fair enough. Looking for any input you might have on
Yeah.
that, but I mean, that's a functional operational problem for you. On a day-to-day
Absolutely.
basis.
And that comes down to, again, having that common operating picture, having us all be on the same platform so that we can see what our partners are doing.
You would have to have 2 laptops in your vehicle, which you don't have the area for. It'd be too cumbersome, but that'd be the only way around it, to have 2 laptops or 2 workstations.
Currently, as it
We've asked before to have both of those platforms put on the same terminal, and we've been told that it's not an option. It can't be done.
Okay, I'm going to move from ATAC and that information over to how you both received information on the night in question, and particularly with you, Corporal Mills. If I can summarize from your notes and your statement and from pieces from the foundational document, you would have been engaged, IRT would have been engaged through you by way of a call from Staff Sergeant Jeff West, and that took place at about 10:45-ish? Okay.
Yep.
And do you recall how long that call took place, the conversation you would have had with Staff Sergeant West?
Less than 5 minutes. He didn't have a lot of detail to give because it was like beyond the scope of, discussing if we need IRT there or not.
Okay. So was that the focus of the call? We need IRT?
We need IRT.
Okay. And he would have given you some information, I gather, in terms of just pieces of information?
Yeah, numerous deceased, houses, cars on fires, explosions. They don't know what they have, but we need IRT.
Okay. So this is at 10:45, and then I understand at 10:50 you get a call from, is it Corporal Byard?
Yes, Kelvin Byard.
Yeah, and he's the operator of the TAV?
He's one of them, but he works Enfield Detachment, or was at the time. So it just so happened he was working that evening.
Yeah.
And could hear all the radio communications from Bible Hill detachment, because it's a neighboring detachment. So no doubt they switched over as soon as they heard and was listening to them talk. And so he was basically, firsthand information, of what's actually taking place.
Okay. And again, that's from what he's gleaned once he switched over to the...
I would assume he switched over, because he had the same information Jeff West had, but was able to confirm it. This is legit.
Right. And I think you'd said earlier this morning that initially when you heard from Staff Sergeant West, you had reflected back on an earlier incident when somebody was a bit delusional with some
Yes,
drug interaction and
Yeah.
turned out not to be. And
exactly.
Corporal Byard, who grounded this, is listening.
Yes. So, I mean, of course, as soon as you get the call, you're going to go like we did on the Napan call 2 years earlier. And by the time we hit the airport, we got stood down and turned around. You know, you hear it, it's unbelievable, but you stand the team up. But when he calls and confirms it, it's like, wow, this isn't a joke. you know.
And this is, and then you do send a text out to your team.
Yes.
13. And Madam Register, if we could go to the foundational document again, this is going to be at paragraph 56, and I'll give you a page. It looks like it's at page 22. Thank you. And as it reads, paragraph 56, Corporal Mills, it's of course sharing with you the call out to your members, and then the actual group text. It says, ERT call out, meet HQ, Bible Hill area, several people shot, PC shot at. Please respond, not a lot of detail, but members are panicked. Do you remember where the information came from, Corporal Mills, that a PC, which I assume stands for police cruiser, have been shot at?
Yeah, police car is what that would stand for, but it either would have been from Jeff West or Kelvin Byard, and no doubt at that time, with all that information coming in, they didn't know what they had exactly, so that would have been said.
Right. Okay. So we now know, of course, with the benefit of hindsight and having reviewed lots of records, including 911 calls, but of course that information was available. We now know that at 10:01, Jamie Blair, one of the first victims, would have called 911 and reported it being a police car, that someone in a police car had shot her husband. We also know at 10:16 and 10:30, children calling 911 gave further detail about the police car, that it was just like an RCMP car and it had lights on top and that it would blend in with the other police officers. And also some detail was provided by Kate and Andrew McDonald at around 10:26 p.m., again, reinforcing who this person was and also that there was a police car involved. Was any of that information passed on to you, Corporal Mills?
No,
at
like
10:45 or 10:50?
No, they knew what we knew. What was relayed to us was there could be a police car involved, like an old Taurus, or so. The information, we kept getting different information on it, which it could have been anything from just a white Taurus to, you know, first time we heard fully marked police car would have been early morning after Lisa Banfield come out.
And so it's fair to say that nobody summarized the content of certainly those three key 911 calls by the time they engaged ERT, which is about 45 minutes later. Is it fair to say that would have been helpful information for you and your team to have?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think also in your statement, you talk about the first you hear any information about the suspect is when you're approaching Truro.
Yes.
Yeah, I can show you the reference in your statement, but you recall that.
Yeah.
So part of what this commission will do is make recommendations, and I heard we know your thoughts in terms of the inquiries and whatnot, but one of the things that strikes me is that night was a little bit like telephone tag, too many cooks in the kitchen, you know, when you play telephone and you give information to one person and by the time it gets down the line, information's lost and it's incorrect. And the thought occurs to me that there would be value in somebody sitting down and reviewing those 911 calls to be able to give you and others that are being engaged later in the evening a real full, complete briefing of what actually had come in. Do you think that is a recommendation that would have been of value to you and could be for your team members moving forward?
Sure. You know, whether logistics or investigator, but that information, if had it got to us, it would have cleared up some confusion about what we were looking for.
Right, because those 911 calls were available. They would have been taped. Someone could have sat down and taken some time and reviewed them.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Okay.
And again, it comes back to the whole common operating picture and being able to share that information. Through our Blue Force tracking, we have the ability to actually share information and documents and things of that nature. We just didn't have it in our hands, right? So if we had that ability to get that information out to our members so that we had better awareness, like Tim said, as far as the mocked up police cruiser, the way that it was being conveyed to us was that it was just a white Taurus with potentially reflective markings, and it came across the air. I think at one point even that one of the members knew this individual to drive a mocked up cruiser with reflective tape on it that had a Canada flag on the back, and that was the only information that we had at any point throughout the night until the morning. So even when we were looking at the burned out vehicles on the different properties, we had no idea that we were looking for a light bar on the top or a silent patrolman in the vehicle. We knew of the 3 registered vehicles that he had, one of them being in Dartmouth that HRP had confirmed there for us, and then one at his cottage and one at his warehouse. We didn't know at any point in time up until Miss Banfield came out of the woods that there was a 4th unknown, completely mocked up vehicle.
Right. Or any of that detail.
Or
from the
any of
first
that
30
detail.
minutes of the night.
Yeah,
which confirmed
exactly.
There wasn't,
Yeah.
lights on top. If the
Yep.
police car's going to blend in.
That's
Okay.
right.
My last question on that, the Blue Force Tracker, is that a tool that would allow you to go back and listen to 911 calls? Or is that something that you would ever have any access to in terms of if you were driving up that night, for example, Corporal Milton, and you thought, well, let's go back and look at the, the genesis of this and the 911 calls. Would you ever be able to do
The
that?
current software that we have, you wouldn't be able to. Someone in OCC would be able to capture an audio clip for us from it if necessary and send that through the software, but we wouldn't be able to actually physically go into the 911 software and listen to it.
Thank you. I'm going to move now just to a few questions on air support. We've heard what was or wasn't available that night. I'm not going to retread that ground. But ultimately there wasn't. The Rcmp helicopter was not available. And I think Corporal Mills, you said that generally might have overstated it a little bit, but you weren't surprised. 80% of the time it's either not accessible or it's down for maintenance. So my questions are, what's the contingency plan from ERT's perspective, from the RCMP's perspective, when the Rcmp helicopter is down, or is there a contingency plan?
There's no, well, Trent could talk to that, but after Port-a-Pic, there were 2 times in the summer that we needed the helicopter, and it was no problem getting helicopters in to find a fugitive down in Bridgewater area and rescue a hostage and find a fugitive up in Cape Breton that summer. So it seemed to correct fairly quickly. But Trent can talk to contingency plans there.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have MOUs in place with provincial partners, so Lands and Forestry. But as I said earlier, their helicopter is not equipped the way that ours is with surveillance or search packages, and they're civilian pilots. They can't fly into areas that our pilots can. So as far as a backup for an RCMP machine, we'd be bringing in from Quebec or Ontario, and that's just not a feasible option on any given day.
Okay, because that is ultimately what happened. We understand from the Air Support Foundation document that there was a call out, and those RCMP provinces they were ready to send and deploy. But what I'm hearing you say is that that's not your first plan B if you can't.
It's not going to be an immediate response, right? If you're talking a rotary wing aircraft coming from Ottawa or Montreal, you're talking hours before it can show up on scene.
Okay. And then my last area of questions, gentlemen, thank you for your patience. You both talked about earlier today, this was such a unique scenario in terms of all the different components for it and how it evolved. And you even had to reach out from the LA commander, SWAT commander about, you wouldn't be able to really even create this as a scenario. But would you agree with me that certainly components of what happened that day are helpful now? We can break them down and lessons are learned from them. And certainly we've heard you in terms of drone usage and air support and the common operating picture, that all of those things are actually, you can break them into components and learn from those and work with scenarios around those now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was something that we had done prior to as well, breaking each of those components up.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe the totality of the picture wasn't something that anybody had ever envisioned, but the operational tactical maneuvers that you did through the night were all pulling on your training.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I could comment on that. So Moncton was somewhat similar, but not to the scale of this, and things never got rectified that were identified in the public inquiry and McNeil decision. And that's where my frustration was voiced during the statement, and my belief that, nothing will change after this either. So you might get a couple little changes out of it, but, you know, I was an ERT member during Mayor Thorpe and seen all them recommendations, hardly seen any changes. I worked Moncton and seen all the recommendations, hardly seen anything. So my belief in what will come of this after the fact and if it will be followed up, if they did, you know, follow up with recommendations, I don't have a big belief in that.
Okay. One of the components of that event that I wanted to drill down with you guys on, with my last area of questions, is with respect to roadblocks. And I know as our team members, you talked about you're typically working on a contained area, but if somebody's mobile, you're still trying to contain them. And if the threat is mobile, then you look to like, what's our containment plan going to be? And I appreciate, and you said that through the night and the early morning hours of the 19th, there was no information about where the perpetrator was. He'd gone quiet, silent. You shifted to evacuation. But at 6:30 in the morning, Ms. Banfield comes out of the woods. And from what I take from information that she gives to the ERT team that receives her, first of all, neither of you two were there, correct? Yeah. So when she comes out of the wood, there's information gleaned that seems to suggest that there would be some visibility over where the perpetrator's travel intentions might be. And that's specifically with respect to Ms. Banfield's sister in Dartmouth. And that information we know from the records is conveyed at, I think it's, Madam Register, if you could pull up this foundational document, paragraph 115. And that is on page 48. And if we can go down to paragraph, I think it's in my version, it's 115, but I might have an older version that I'm working off of here. My apologies. I'm looking for, at 6:33:07 a.m., dispatch radio that Lisa Banfield was at the residence. Yes, I think this is it right here. I see it. Thank you. And sorry, that is paragraph 117. And maybe I am not on the right one. Apologies. I'm looking at a transcript quote at 6:44:08 a.m. Constable Clark, yay Tim, she said that he was going to get her sister who lives in Russell Lake, Elle Banfield, also her last name Banfield, stand by. And there it's on the screen. So when that information comes out, Corporal Mills, is that you, Tim, that he's talking to? Yeah. And that's on the Colchester radio? Or is this on the ERT radio, or do you know?
Either or.
Either or, okay.
Probably the ERT radio.
Okay, and so is there whose responsibility would it be, or who would optimally be positioned to take that information about potential travel and location of intention for the perpetrator and action it accordingly, i.e. put up roadblocks?
So that information gets heard by the OC, command center, and they, verify that Halifax Regional Police is well aware. They've already gone to a couple of residents. They've already, evacuated people out or sheltered in place or made them aware. And so the CIC made us aware that they are in contact with Halifax Regional Police and looking after that aspect of it.
Okay. So CIC, and that would have been Staff Sergeant West. And in terms of any roadblocks that might be necessitated as a result of that, would that be the critical incident commander's purview to make sure that those
Yes.
things are put in place?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now we know from your notes, Corporal Mills, that later in the morning, certainly after the two shootings in Debert, you deployed J Division resources to certain checkpoints.
Yes.
And I think it was Bible Hill, Onslow, and Truro, Debert, sorry, Bible Hill and Truro. And I can take you to the notes just so that I haven't misrepresented.
But I know I spread them out when they made me aware that they are now in the area in their vehicle. So I think I might have sent one to Bible Hill exit.
Yeah, I'm looking at your notes, Madam Register. I know that I think it's exhibit number 3828. or maybe that's the COM number. Yeah, okay. And it's page 25. And bit faint. J Division ERT, Corporal Camo asks where's a good spot for their trucks to be.
Yeah.
Riders spread them at DeBert, Truro, and Bible Hill exits.
Yeah.
Exits rather. And is that's a chokehold area, really, when you think about it, in terms of access from the 104 from northern Nova Scotia down into. So was that why you? Well, tell me why that you sent.
Well, at that point, you have no idea where he's going. You have information that come in that's only minutes old, so you know he's mobile going one direction. So you try to get every choke point you can, whether he's going down New Glasgow area. That's why I sent one to Bible Hill. You do the Truro, hoping you get him there. You do. I had like our guys go to Onslow in case he goes in by where the victims were, the evacuees were. I have one head back to like Glenholm in case he wants to circle back and go to Portapique again. And we went to the Millbrook exit thinking, okay, if he's going, to the city, which all indications at that time was the best lead, we were there at the Millbrook exit.
And were you aware of any other roadblocks that had been put up at those areas, the Brook, the Bible Hill, DeBert, Truro?
There was marked units all over the place. Like we had come across a couple down by Millbrook, so they were all over the place looking for this.
At that point in time, the CIC and the risk manager kind of separated their area of responsibility, and the CIC engaged with us in a critical incident package, and the risk manager began setting up the checkpoints with the general duty members. So we had extensive discussions within our vehicle as to possible routes, possible areas, with the belief that potentially moving to Dartmouth, as you said, but also the perpetrator had family in New Brunswick and also potentially going back to the initial scene. So we tried to spread out our resources to be close to those general duty resources that if there was a sighting, we'd be able to respond with force and quickly.
And but that was after, I guess I'm looking from a time perspective, Corporal Milton, that was after 10:20. And I'm wondering if you are aware of any roadblocks that would have been set up prior to that period of time, particularly in this chokehold area of Truro.
Not with her, there wasn't.
No.
Once we flooded the Burt and realized, okay, he's gone, that's when we spread out the ERT resources. It was up to, the way more numerous general duty police cars out there to be spread out. And that wasn't our call on where they go. So that was on, the risk managers or the CICs or whatever.
That would have fallen under the responsibility.
Their responsibility. I'm responsible for the ERT resources, and I'm spreading them out best I can, thinking, okay, a uniform general duty member might get eyes on, and at least we're spread out enough. That closest vehicle could be there quicker.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Burrow?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I believe Mr. Bryson may have a few questions. Was unclear earlier, but with your permission, perhaps he can speak.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Corporals. My name is Josh Bryce, and I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond, who resided in Portapique. So there's actually just one area I want to cover off. It's on the, and you addressed it, Corporal Mills, in your after-action report. It's on the timeliness of information that you're receiving in the field, and that seems to be an issue that you're identifying in several areas. So perhaps we can start by bringing up Corporal Mills's after-action report. It's COM 54285. Madam Registrar, I believe you have it queued up there, and specifically page 13. Page 13. My page 13 appears to be different. At the bottom it says 54285-0013. Okay, there we are. Great. So Corporal Mills, this is your after-action report that you authored. Now, in our materials, it's referred to as a draft after-action report. Is there any particular reason why it's referred to as a draft?
Yes, so when we got into earlier about trying to have the part-time members come in for 2 weeks to decompress, and we had several tasks to get done, this after-action report was one major task we wanted to work on. In my statement, and I told the guys right after Portapique, before I left the room that day, that just like Moncton, we are going to be busy. And sure enough, it was the busiest summer year we had in 2020 for ERC calls. We typically would get, 30, 32 calls a year. We were up 70, 80 calls in 2020, and they all start coming in after Portapique. And we were run off our feet, and we didn't have time to get this done. We start working on it as a team. So I didn't author this. I was going to review it. We all, the 5 full-time ERC members, each took kind of a component, and we all sat down together and, identified any lapses or any things we see that can be improved. And so with this call, this one right here, it was brought up, we discussed it, and when we were at Glenholm.
Yes, that's the 2896 Fisher residence?
Yes.
Yes.
So there was a delay from when the call come in from the Plains Road to when it got to us. And I don't know what the delay was. It might only been a couple minutes, but that couple minutes delay, kept us that further behind Plains Road. So that was identified for that particular spot there.
Okay, so how is it supposed to work? It may sound like an obvious question, but information comes into the call taker. In order for you, ERT, to do your job effectively, how does the system have to work for you?
That would be something for a call taker and a dispatcher to answer to. My understanding, and I could be totally wrong, is there's a call taker that takes a call. That information goes out to a dispatcher. The dispatcher dispatches it to the member. So that's something you would have to investigate to get a confirmation, or if I'm wrong, on how that is supposed to work.
Okay, but so your point is that you just simply need the information in a very timely.
As quick as we can get it.
And especially where the perpetrator is mobile.
Yes.
Right. Yes, thank you. Sorry, just to back on this report for a moment. So you indicated that you authored some sections, but not.
Yes, I took one section and authored it, but like I said, it was a team collaborative. Yeah. We went over everything, and then we each start writing it up. I was going to review the document, submit it, but then, how busy we were with all the calls, and basically by the time I've had enough with upper management and walked out the door in November, it was still a draft copy.
Okay, so have you had a chance to take a look at it in its entirety?
No,
it's been drafted?
like last I would have went over that probably would have been like October or 2020.
Okay, so you did review the entire document in 2020. Okay.
Yeah.
And so is it accurate to the best of your information?
To the best of my information at the time, it was accurate.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, in looking at the information, it's apparent that there's various talk groups that perhaps some members and some teams are listening to and switching off and on of. So is that a problem for members, for ERT? How are you able to monitor multiple talk groups with different information coming from each?
At times it's a benefit. At times, it becomes cumbersome. It depends on how much radio traffic there is. We've been at calls where we're encrypted. We can talk to each other, and we need that encryption and for operational plans. But we have a second radio in the vehicle as well that's unencrypted for the GD members, and you can gain information from them and get a situational awareness of what they're doing and where they're at. So most calls, when it's a typical ERT call, it's a benefit. When it come to a call like this, there's so much information coming in and so much people for the operation, it can become cumbersome.
Yeah, so in this particular mass casualties, the talk groups were eventually patched together, is my understanding.
Yeah. There were periods when it was patched together. So one of the issues that we did face with communications in multiple talk groups was in the morning when the perpetrator went mobile again, and he was crossing from jurisdiction to jurisdiction on different talk group areas, right? We went from Cumberland or from Colchester to East Hants and into Halifax district area. Well, none of those talk groups were bridged together, right? Each of those areas were on their own channel. So as information was being relayed from one area, it wasn't getting relayed perhaps back to us or back to general duty members that were trying to close the gap on the perpetrator. So that became an issue certainly in the morning, is that there was multiple talk groups. Typically what happens on an ERT call is we will bridge our communications with the detachment area that we're responding to the call until such time that ERT takes over control of the scene. Then we'll break that and we'll have our own dedicated talk groups that when we're doing our deliberate actions on the ground, it's only ERT operators that are on that channel. The outer containment have their own channel at that point. So we're not concerned with any of the chatter that's on the radio. We can focus on what we're there to do and complete it without being spoken over by other members. What happened on that morning, as we're moving through different geographical areas, it's a different talk group for each of those geographical areas. And I think certain key pieces of information were missed by individuals as we were pushing through.
Yeah. So that in combination with no common operating platform, does that detract from your situational awareness as well?
Yeah, it certainly did for us in the lead vehicle, to know where our other members were to position them and to have that straight comms. I know in speaking with some of our members after that hadn't switched over to the next jurisdiction's talk group, that they were missing certain key pieces. For example, at the Cloverleaf scene or at the Enfield Big Stop, if they weren't on that area talk group, they weren't getting certain information that was being pushed out.
And finally, any suggestions when you have a situation that's unfolding, appears to be a very serious mass casualty event?
I think we've certainly taken lots of steps since then, and our OCC is more adapt to bridging the appropriate channels and monitoring the appropriate channels and making sure that they're bridged at the time. Our command post is more robust now with dispatchers embedded into our command post. So we have dedicated dispatchers, we have dedicated comms people in our command post. So certainly steps have been taken to try to rectify some of that, but yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Burrell?
It would appear those are all the questions, and nothing arising from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, gentlemen. I do have a few questions to ask, and you've given us a lot of very thoughtful information over the last several hours. So the questions have been accumulating. Some of them are about clarifying a few things that I may not have heard correctly, and some of my questions are related to some of our forward-looking work that I'd be curious to hear from you about. I believe that you said that the first time you heard about the decommissioned police car, you were close to Truro, I think, after you had left.
No, that was the first time I was got the identity of his name and a picture was close to Truro. Okay. Right from the start, we knew there was, something, maybe a police car, a decommissioned police car. So driving up, we kind of knew about a decommissioned police car, and that's why we checked that Glenholm or Great Village address when there was a white Taurus in the yard.
Right. And when it was discovered that it was a fully marked replica vehicle, that was early in the morning after
Miss Banfield come out of the woods.
Okay.
We were going, like during the night, we knew there were 3 vehicles. There was one accounted for in Dartmouth and one at each location of his residence and his garage. And you could tell they were Ford Tauruses, but they were burnt out so bad you couldn't tell if there were decals on them or, and at that point you didn't know about light bars or push bars or silent patrolmen. So as that information was starting to come in, we would go back and forth a couple times, just say, no, there's no plate, there's no light bar, there's no push bar, or I don't even think we knew about the push bar until
we saw the picture, I think.
Yeah. Until we saw the picture. So yeah, light bar, silent patrolmen were the last kind of two hints or clues or information we were looking for when we kind of were like, yeah, there's no silent patrolman in either of these vehicles.
Okay. Just was looking at the document in paragraph 103 at 410:35. You had made question to Constable Patton, is that the Taurus that had the police markings? What police markings might have you been referring to at 4:10 in the morning?
You couldn't be able to bring up the document.
Yeah.
Madam Registrar, if you could, it's showing my book, page 45, paragraph 103. I'm not sure if the page numbers are going to align there or not. We're looking for 410:35. It says right there, Corporal Mills, is that a Taurus that had the police markings? And I'm just curious what police markings you may or may not have been referring to at that time.
Yeah, so at that point, you know, there was some talk because you were saying about a Canada flag and maybe some
the reflective stickers. Yeah.
You know, so when I see that, that's all I can think of at the time. And we were, you know, trying to figure out if it was fully marked or not. You know, so when I see this, I can't think of at the time knowing it was fully marked, like confirming it was fully marked or questioning if it was fully marked, or if it was when, you know, he had heard, you know, there might have been some reflective stickers or whatever. So that's what that would have been for.
Okay.
Trying to gather, is there any reflective stickers or markings or anything?
Okay. And I appreciate that you stopped and checked the decommissioned white Taurus on your way there. And it occurred to me when you were speaking at one point, and forgive me, I can't remember if it was Corporal Mills or Milton that made comment about that it's common practice when an incident is unfolding that people flood an area. But when you're traveling en route to that area, I would expect that you would be looking for the vehicle in your travels.
Yes, like, because he could be fleeing the scene or he could be held up at another place. So the minute, you know, you get, you know, any type of police call, you're observing things en route and gathering information. And, you know, if there's a suspect at large, you're looking for that suspect at large.
And I'm probably asking a very obvious question perhaps, but had you passed a fully marked police car on your way from HRM going in the opposite direction, would have you given any consideration?
For me, I can say no, I wouldn't have at that time. There was no information to indicate that it was a fully marked police car. It certainly would have raised a red flag to say, why is a marked police car going the opposite direction from this massive critical incident that we're responding to? But I wouldn't have thought at that point in time that it would have been our suspect.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have thought at the time, you know, same thing, that's not the suspect, but why is it going away from a major incident? You know, speculation, would you have like tried to call out or something to get information? Don't know.
Okay, thank you. At one point, you had mentioned your annual or your ongoing training, and that there are mandated hours of training, mandated training. Who sets that mandate?
That comes from our National Policy Center. So the Critical Incident Program has an oversight body in Ottawa. There's currently 3 ERT sergeants, a superintendent that oversees that Critical Incident Program policy center, I guess you could say. And they draft the policies, and we're required to report on our training and our attendance at training and how many hours each of our members are at training, and list any deficiencies if members aren't present, what the reasons are.
Okay. So in their mandating, do they specify how many hours per month and the areas that you should be focusing on your training?
So within the actual policy documents, it's not broken down specifically as far as, you know, you'll spend 8 hours a month on firearms, you'll spend 8 hours on roll. It's broken down as 40 hours a month on your critical based training. However, our National Tactical Training section has submitted documents that we have access to that kind of breaks down the percentages that should be focused on each of our profiles.
And is it fair to say that provincially, from province to province or territory, that there's a certain degree of flexibility in how each team runs their training program?
Yes. As far as like how we would implement our training, it would be based on the venues that we have available to us, the typical types of calls that we would face within our respective divisions, and how that's implemented.
The only variation would be the divisions or provinces that have full-time teams. They would be able to cover way more, training and extra training, where if you have, a province like Newfoundland that only have 2 full-time guys, it'd be tougher to get extra training in. So, they would be, have an idea what our minimum standards are each month, but for extra stuff above that would be, tough to attain.
Okay. Thank you. When we talked a little bit about when you talked a little bit about the opportunities for cross-training or having some interoperability with other teams, in both your experiences here in Nova Scotia, you've not had that opportunity with Cape Breton Regional or Halifax?
So I don't want to say that we haven't had the opportunity. As far as Cape Breton goes, in my time on the team, we've gone down and conducted what I'll say are workshops with them on room clearing and things of that nature. We've been called to assist on calls for them in the past in rural operations because of the equipment and resources that we have available to us. With Halifax Police, our snipers work closely together in firearms training. We're still working on increasing the interoperability on that, like I had said before, about tools, tactics, language, those things. We've been working closely with Halifax Police on our CQC, bringing them to the same package that we utilize so that there is more of the opportunity for interoperability in the future. So it's definitely a work in progress, but I would say in years past, we've kind of operated on our own systems.
Yeah, that's fairly recent because that was just coming in when I was leaving, going down to the Cape Breton. That was like 6 months, maybe before Portapique. And then working with them was after Portapique. So that, you could tell the new management was open to that, and that was just starting to get implemented before Portapique.
You'd mentioned a presentation that was done by Al Como from Rcmp Division. And you would be aware of the interoperability and shared training platform that Rcmp, Fredericton, St. John have in the province of New Brunswick?
Yes.
Would that be the...
So very similar to what Al had worked on in New Brunswick as far as embedding members at the other team's training and ensuring that as time progresses, you continue with the same, what I call a package or tactics. We're doing the same thing. Halifax Police are coming to our training on a monthly basis as observers, making sure that the training that they're doing is consistent with ours, and we're doing the same with them. So it's very similar to what had been done previously in New Brunswick, but we're not at that stage where we can be completely interoperable and do a full call together. We would be given specific task within that call out, whether it be one team is sniper observers, the other team is deliberate action, whatever the case may be, we would have our own specific roles within that call. We wouldn't be, as we would call it, stacked together going through a door.
And you've made reference to the McNeil report, which was a review, not a public inquiry. But the McNeil report would have covered some of the interoperability that took place in Codiac with the assistance of the teams from the various other jurisdictions.
Yes.
Yeah. Has there been a time in Nova Scotia that any of the municipalities, HRM or Cape Breton, would have covered off on ERT calls in RCMP jurisdiction if you folks were deployed elsewhere?
We have had Halifax Regional Police assist with coverage in the past.
If we were on aircraft assault training or out of province, there were times we'd have them cover for us. Or if we were already on, on a call, we'd give them a heads up that, hey, you guys may have to cover for us.
Thank you. I'm getting there. Corporal Milton, you mentioned when you were en route to on the call, you were directed to go to the command post, but you decided to go to Portapique Beach Road instead.
Yes.
At that point in time, were you receiving command instructions from anybody?
No, so the instructions for me to go to the command post were given from the risk manager in the OCC. And I think that was kind of under the understanding of how things used to be many years ago. When ERT was rolling to scene, we'd roll into the local command post, whether it be a fire hall or a local community center, whatever the case may be, and there we get set up. We're now established that when that call comes, we're ready, we're rolling directly to the call. And at that point in time, we truly didn't know what we had on the ground. Things were inactive at that point in time, but I wanted to ensure that we had our immediate action vehicle on scene in the event that that changed, that we could respond immediately to the threat.
On typical ERT calls where it's well contained and the ERT team can roll in, gear up, write up an operational plan, brief the members, everyone knows that is the optimal, but time allows that, safety allows that, like public safety, because the general duty members got a good handle on what's going on and that bad guy's not getting out of that house. And if he does, then he'll be dealt with. So that's a luxury of a typical ERT call. You get something that's a little more dangerous to the public, you start sending that IA team right to the scene to get more gun power, more tactically trained officers, more equipment there to deal with threats that could be a public safety issue.
Okay, and that's exactly where I was going with the operational planning, and if that had to be approved by anybody, and how, if you could tell me, how long has that policy change been in place?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a policy change. It's a what we would term an SOP or standard operating procedure change, and that it's been several years that we've been operating that way. And I would say certainly post Moncton, we're continuing to evolve as a national program and certainly as a divisional program, and trying to make sure that we can respond as efficiently and as quickly as possible. And part of that is ensuring that we've got that immediate response to go straight to a scene.
And with team leader training that Trent and I both took, you go over how to write operational plans, and that's always when you have, the time and luxury to do so. Then you also have something that's called a hasty plan, where you may just go over the radio to the CIC and say, okay, this is my, hasty plan. So when it becomes more active, that's when you try to get more bodies there quicker. And, like when we were huddled at the back of the tab, that's when we come up with a plan there, a hasty plan. And so I would have called like Diff West or something, said, okay, we're huddled up here. Our first priority is to go rescue, these police and kids at that time.
Thank you. One final question, and it's on the FLIR heat imaging. If a person were curled up, for example, in a fetal position, and a deer was curled up sleeping, how does the thermal imaging distinguish between those?
So the thermal imaging isn't necessarily going to distinguish. It's going to be up to me as the operator to be able to better distinguish. So whether that means that I'm moving the drone in a different angle or a different elevation to try to get a better look at that, basically anything that's going to reflect heat is going to show up on my thermal imager. So whether it's a rock that's taken sunlight throughout the day and it's holding the heat, or a puddle of water, or if it's a warm body that's in the woods, it's going to give me some type of a thermal image. So it's up to me as the operator to be able to decipher what that image is, and whether that means that I have to move the drone to a different angle, different height, whatever the case may be, to try to differentiate. And if I can't differentiate it, then we're going to have to investigate it further on the ground level. So with the drone that I have, it tells me the exact GPS location of where my camera's pointing, so I'm able to guide resources on the ground into that location.
Thank you. And I asked that question specifically based on Mr. Pino's question that the only thing that you picked up on your heat imaging were signatures of a deer.
Right.
And so my question was, there are times that it's difficult to distinguish one from the other, but in this case, you felt confident that it was
Yes,
a
yeah, four-legged deer was
on the move.
on the move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Commissioner Stanton?
Thanks. Just a few questions. It sounds as though your training, your regular training, has a fair rural component to it. Does that sound right
Yes.
to you? And what about night training exercises?
Yeah, so we do partake in routine and regular nighttime exercises. We've got significant amount of tools at our disposal, night vision, IR lights, things like that, that IR designators on our weaponry that needs to be trained with and needs to be trained with frequently. They're perishable skills, so we train multiple times throughout the year during nighttime operations, and that includes with air services, it includes with our dogs, it includes the full complement of our critical incident package.
Okay, that was one of my questions, was is your training done with other parts of the critical incident package?
Yes.
It sounds like it is. Okay, thank you. With respect to your reliance on your cell phones to get information, and also Google Maps by the sounds of it, have you encountered issues, given that you're responding to calls in rural areas, have you encountered issues with network coverage?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have cell phone boosters that we keep in our vehicles as well to try to enhance that. But again, in a rural area, if we're pushing into the woods on foot, a lot of times we can lose that cell coverage. So there are times when using our current Blue Force tracking, we lose that coverage anyway, and we just rely on our other techniques, whether it be GPS, mapping, whatever. But we're trained and capable to deal without the software, but it aids in our situational awareness.
And then with respect to ATAC, you said that you worked with a project team in Ottawa to try and get that back up and running. And you mentioned that the developmental server was down. Was it just down for Uritin, Nova Scotia? Or was
Yeah,
it down
so
for
the server
other...
itself was still operational. It was the encryption key on the 6 devices that we had that whether they were corrupt or expired, I'm not sure, but didn't allow us to make contact with that developmental server. So in order for those devices to get back operational again, they needed to reload the token on those devices, and that couldn't be done remotely. The devices actually had to physically be sent back to Ottawa.
And so were there other units that also had the same problem at the same time?
J Division would have had their devices, and they were operational at the time.
Okay. And the project team that you were dealing with, aside from the members of that, who else would have known that you were experiencing this issue?
I wouldn't be able to say for sure who else would have known outside of our team, but the awareness was there to the critical incident commanders and to our members that we didn't have that situational awareness tool working at the time.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Corporals, it's been a long, difficult day for you, and we really appreciate you coming here and assisting us with our important work. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're free to go, gentlemen. Thanks to both of you for being here today and helping us build our understanding of what happened. And thanks to participants and their counsel and to Commission Counsel for your ongoing assistance in helping us learn more about what happened, how, and why. Tomorrow, Commission Counsel will present another foundational document focused on RCMP's Command Post Operational Communications Center and command decisions. We'll also hear from retired Staff Sergeant Steve Halliday, who was the acting operations officer for the Northeast Nova District on April 18th and 19th, 2020. Remember, you can find all the foundational documents, source materials, commissioned reports, and proceedings webcasts on the Commission website. All of these resources are available to the public to help answer questions about what happened, how, and why, and to inform the kinds of recommendations you may like to suggest through our ongoing public submission process, which you can also find linked on the website. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you here again tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 17th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, so what was the official time? I'll update the thumbnail. What do we, I have 350, 354, something like that. Sans their breaks. I'm going to total up the breaks here at some point and put that in. Oh, that's a bit long. Major stepped in something there. Woo. Woo. I don't know what they're going to do about that one. Maybe I should go back and listen to that again. That was a bit problematic. Let's see. When was the first time that you like going when Leon is driving? Did you encounter him? Oh yeah. That was after Lisa came out of the woods. Huh? And I know that I've read that business about them checking on the car earlier than it says in the documents, and I went back to the earliest version I have of at least the H division report, and it says 7:15, but I know I've read it, and I know one particular statement, but I can't remember the time. Just that they said they were tasked with doing it, and they said they couldn't tell, honestly, if it had a melted light bar or not, because it was burnt so badly. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go back to what he said, because I want to make sure I've got that right. That doesn't work at all. Right. Okay, so let's see if I can find it here. Give me a moment here.
And I'm changing areas now, but
General duty might have.
After that.
Okay, if he's not contained, we have that cutoff team and.
Sorry, just trying to find it. Give me a moment. was this?
Risk manager for the RCMP.
Was it when Pinio was asking? I think it was. Rinse, repeat, oops. They always do this. Yeah, sorry, we just made a mistake. My God, how often do you make mistakes?
Commissioner Brenda Lucky.
You're the most inept people ever.
Exact word.
It's special, on a special level. Real special. But people will buy that. They'll believe it. We keep saying it. The sky is green, don't you know? Where was it here?
Regarding Dwayne Ivany.
Okay. More money, more toys. I think it's after that. Oh, yeah, okay. Sometime prior to this. Yeah. I'm like, what? Let's see here.
Did either of you see a gentleman in a half-ton truck and order him out of the area?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you. It doesn't show up in your handwritten notes, so I know you can't possibly record everything that goes on, so you did see him.
Yeah, he pulled up next to our armored vehicle and he was given instructions to leave the area to the head of Porter Peak Beach Road.
Okay, so the way that this is done makes me question whether it was intentional, because the question is very specific. He pulled up beside you, and Trent Milton is talking very specifically about what was going on, and so you know exactly when it is. What did Leon say it was? 3:33, something like that in the morning, and they got over the loudspeaker and stuff. So there's only one time that could happen. It wasn't like that happened any other time. It only happened one time, right? Only one time. Yes, so would be very, very key to check out, GPS. Well, actually, I don't know if we can find that, but maybe we can find it in his notes and stuff. But I'm having a hard time believing that it's either one of two things. Well, I suppose it could be one of three things. One would be he's just totally mistaken, which I have a difficult time believing because the question is very, very specific. The description is very specific. Leon was allowed to drive out, as I'm recalling, but that happened later, etc. And it wasn't like he drove up beside the Porter Peak residence, Wortman's house, blah, blah, blah. It was at Leon's house. So, no. So he's either just really, really mistaken. It was a totally intentional thing, as in he just wanted to throw it in there. He speaks like that because he wants to say it. He wants to get it off his chest. He's like, you can tell he's going to interrupt, and then he stops himself, and then he lets description go more, and then he adds it again. Right? So it seems pretty intentional. It's not like a mistaken utterance, like a Freudian slip. I don't know. Or he's just really mistaken. But let's listen to it again. Where am I at here? I don't even really know.
Road and leave the area.
That is correct, but that was after we found Lisa Banfield.
No, that was before.
My recollection is we had evacuated Lisa Banfield out.
He was told after that as well, but it was when you had gone back to the
So
command
I
post.
don't recall that meeting at all.
No, you weren't there. You were
Okay.
going back.
Oh, that's why. That's
Yeah.
why. Okay.
You don't recall that meeting at all. How could he not recall it? He clearly did recall it. I'm going to listen again. And he definitely wants to say something about it.
Direct you back to Portapique in the early morning hours of April 19th. And we have statements from a witness named Leon Jodry. And you might or might not recall that he is the person, his home is where Lisa Banfield went and Ert rescued her from. Setting that aside for a moment though, Mr. Jodry has given evidence or statements that that he was out of his home around 4 a.m., went for a drive down Orchard Beach Drive, and he calls it a SWAT vehicle, but we know it's the TAV, directed him to leave the area, to go to the containment point. And I'm wondering, did either of you see a gentleman in a half-ton truck and order him out of the area?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay. Thank you. It doesn't show up in your handwritten notes, so I know you can't possibly record everything that goes on. So, so you did see him.
Yeah, he pulled up next to our armored vehicle and he was given instructions to leave the area to the head of Portapique Beach Road and leave the area.
That is correct, but that was after we found Lisa Banfield.
No, that was before.
My recollection is we had evacuated Lisa Banfield out.
He was told after that as well, but it was when you had gone back to the
So
command post.
I don't recall that meeting at all.
No, you weren't there. You were going
Okay.
back.
Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay.
Okay, so gonna have to ascertain exactly where Mills was at that point. Maybe I can go through his notes and find out. Did he go back to the command center? Did anybody know? Lucky's account, private account pimping. Oh, that's the CSE account. Don't worry about it. They're messing around it here. The tactics they use is really cheap. Either poo-pooing or porn spotting or who knows, befriending people and then whispering sweet nothings in their ear. Okay. As in corrupting, subverting. I like that one. It's pretty cool. Don't say anything. Looks like sarcasm. He said, oh, that's why. Did you encounter him in a truck? They never encountered him in a truck. They encountered him in his residence. That was where they encountered him. And then he left. So I think there's a problem. I'm going to fill up now. He's pretty certain about what he's saying. Let me see, where's his notes? The MCC interview. Okay. Black. Let's see if I can find something about black truck. Blackouts. Why would he have left? He's the team lead. He got out of the TAV? That doesn't work for me. And he seemed pretty intent on adding that. Like, he wanted to add it the first time, and then even when Milton... Okay, so that's not there. Let's see. Leon. Lisa. 200. Okay, 200 mentioned once. A gunfighter, yeah, but by the time, things seem to calm down a bit, the police officers are extracted, Ellison's extracted, the kids are already extracted. We have no more sightings at that time, so there's no pressing issues at that time. So then, we wanted to discuss the best plan for evacuation, so need to come up with evacuation plan. So you go up to Great Village and you speak with who? Jeff West. Okay, Jeff West and some of his no, the guys. Yeah, like West and a few of the others there. Do you know who they were and did? Yeah, Al Como. Okay, so that's the fellow he was referring to from New Brunswick. Would have been there. Steve Halliday. Yeah, Halliday is a guy you knew. Yeah, I know them all. Yeah, okay, all right. And what's the group setting where the decisions are being made? Well, we kind of sat there and we, hashed it over the best way. And the decisions was made to send the ERT team into Portapique, 2 separate teams. No. So what it was all right. While I'm down there, they're going to check on, the 200, like the Wortman House or whatever, and possibly go look for him. We get down there and it's burnt to the foundation. So, yeah. So, but yeah, so we come up with this evacuation plan. The big thing is, evacuate support in the sky. I don't know. Because why would he encountered a truck? He would have not encountered a truck and ordered him to the containment point. According to Leon, yes, correct, home dog gun. Mill's handwritten notes show with him still to be with ERT Tav between 3 and 4. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it was around 3:30. I think it was like 3:33 or something. So yes, it does sound like he went down to the, but if he has in his notes that he is still to be with ERT and Tav between 3 and 4, that's Leon. I think he is being sarcastic. Mills said no. We got Lisa first, and then Milton said no. You were not there when speaking to Leon, like they weren't together. I took it as big sarcasm. Anybody else have issues with that? Leon tried to talk to them through his window. They ignored him till he kept going. Then they got on the speaker and sent him away. Leon went out earlier, was sent home, went back to bed, got his gun and dog. Right. Does not add up. Look at Leon interview. He did go for a drive. Yeah. And instead, he went home and got his guns, and then Lisa showed up. Absolutely. But the question is, was Tim Mills around? And somebody's saying, who was that? New Brunswick Annie said that the notes show that he's still there between 3 and 4, which means he would have encountered Leon because Leon said he went down there. So let's see if we can find his notes. I think I had them up somewhere. Let's try a girlfriend and see if he's there. Like a girlfriend reference. I think he just killed his girlfriend because he was, and daughter or something like that, his daughter. Okay, he's talking about a different thing. Doesn't even seem to, at least keywords, he's not coming up with anything in there about Leon. Odd. Nothing about Jowdry. Nothing about girlfriend. Nothing about truck. I didn't try truck. 7 references. Some guy blew his brains out. Oh, yes, that was a very interesting story. So he was down there for that. Oh, interesting. You guys remember that? The man who murdered his wife and then drove all the way over to Portapique to have a hostage situation. That was very odd. Seemed very purposeful to go there, and then he killed himself. But there was a bit of a thing about that. Okay, well, he doesn't really seem to mention. Let's try his notes. The shooting notes. Jeff West told him that. Yeah, okay. So 10:45. So we just fast forward here. $2:05. 2:37. There are corpses in the road, but nobody seems to see that, or certain people. Okay, 3 o'clock. The MRT checks vitals to deceased on the lawn. Tav goes back to Bayshore. Check property. Spoke with occupant. Going on, okay. Closed, stay in the doors. Suspect residence contained, 200. Portapique. I guess he's there. Not at the command center. Not at the command center. Okay. Yeah. Something's not. That's a bit hokey. Let's listen again.
Going to direct you back to Portapique in the early morning hours of April 19th. And we have statements from a witness named Leon Jodry. And you might or might not recall that he is the person, his home is where Lisa Banfield went and Ert rescued her from. Setting that aside for a moment, though, Mr. Jodry has given evidence or statements that that he was out of his home around 4 a.m., went for a drive down Orchard Beach Drive, and he calls it a SWAT vehicle, but we know it's the TAV, directed him to leave the area, to go to the containment point. And I'm wondering, did either of you see a gentleman in a half-ton truck and order him out of the area?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you. It doesn't show up in your handwritten notes, so I know you can't possibly record everything that goes on, so you did see him.
Yeah, he pulled up next to our armored vehicle and he was given instructions to leave the area to the head of Portapique Beach Road and leave the area.
That is correct, but that was after we found Lisa Banfield.
No, that was before.
My recollection is we had evacuated Lisa Banfield out.
He was told after that as well, but it was when you had gone back to the
So
command
I don't recall that meeting at all.
No, you weren't there. You were
Okay.
going back
Oh, that's why. That's
Okay.
why. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think that's a big problem. Making excuses for the officer not putting Jowdery in his counter his notes, not a good look. Making excuses for the officer not putting Jowdery in counter in his notes. But he is indicating that he is on scene. So and Leon was driving the truck at that point in time. Not when he was hiding not when he was at home with Lisa the next morning or later in that morning, right? Right? There was only one time that he was driving around in the truck. He encountered them. They said, go back to the containment point, which is what he indicated. And that was sometime post 3:30. When he got up, he drove around for a while and then went down to 200, had this window incident, and they said, go. And he's like, no, I'm going home to take care of my dogs, right? So, oh, wow, that's really not good. Anyway, wow, yeah, I'm not even gonna touch that. Goodness. Whoa. Okay. Now, so there was only one point when they encountered Leon in his truck. So is that when Lisa's coming out? because that screws the whole narrative, doesn't it? Meaning she came out earlier? Wow. I don't know. I'd be very interested in hearing what you guys have to say about that. Very interested. Because the only other time Leon's encountered is he's at home. He's in his house with Lisa. He's not in his truck. So you can't mistake that he's in his truck. And equally, Mills says he's on scene in his notes, whereas Milton says no, he's not. So I'm pretty sure he's talking about that time. Milton and Jowdry said it happened. What is the big issue? Please explain, as two seem to state that it happened. Mills simply did not recall that. Oh, I think he's pretty clear. He said in a vehicle, in a truck. Was Leon in a truck at his house when they came to pick up Lisa? Or was he in his home? I believe he was in his home. So there's something more that I think people should dig into around that. And he's very pointed about it. Like he's three times. He wants to interrupt. He wants to say it. He wants to say it. Which is, funnily enough, one of the only times I really saw him like really pushing to, well, a couple of times he pushed to intercede. But he's pretty pointed. Like you can tell Milton wants to answer it. Let's watch it again.
By the budget that were allocated by the province. And unfortunately, in our business, it costs money. We're an expensive unit to run. Our equipment's expensive. The number of resources that we need is expensive. And we're at a place where our ability to respond appropriately is sometimes compromised because we don't have the appropriate resources or equipment.
Thank you. I'm going to direct you back to Portapique in the early morning hours of April 19th. And we have statements from a witness named Leon Jodry, and you might or might not.
That may or may not be, Wood. That may or may not be, but that's not what's at the question on the table. The question on the table is, when did Lisa come out of the woods? Because I think everybody can agree that the Lisa story is a whole bunch of hullabaloo.
Recall that he is the person, his home is where Lisa Banfield went and Ert rescued her from. Setting that aside for a moment, though, Mr. Jodry has given evidence or statements that that he was out of his home around 4 a.m., went for a drive down Orchard Beach Drive, and he calls it a SWAT vehicle, but we know it's the TAV.
Okay, so we have the time, 4 a.m. He's out of his house.
Directed him to leave the area, to go to the containment point. And I'm wondering, did either of you see a gentleman in a half-ton truck and order him out of the area?
Yes.
There's no doubt about that now. No doubt. 4 a.m., out of his house, in his truck. Did either of you encounter him? His note says he's there. Nope. 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 And watch how he answers. He wants to get it in.
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay. Thank you. It doesn't show up in your handwritten notes, so I'm just I know you can't possibly record everything that goes on, so you did see him.
Yeah, he pulled up the next.
And he leans in, he wants to answer.
To our armored vehicle, and he was given instructions to leave the area to the head of Porter Peak Beach Road and leave the area.
That is correct, but that was after we found Lisa Banfield.
No.
Okay, so he's recalling the direct incident. That is correct. We told him to go back to the head of the road, but that is after we found Lisa Banfield. Oh, no. Problem. Big time. To me, I know some of you tuned out, but maybe that's just because you had it for the day. But that is huge, huge.
No, that was before.
My recollection is we had evacuated Lisa Banfield out.
He was told after that as well, but it was when you had gone back to the
So
command
I don't recall that meeting at all.
No, you weren't there. You were
Okay.
going back
Oh,
to
that's why. That's why. Okay.
And he doesn't follow up on it. Mr. Pinio doesn't follow up on it at all. Dog vest. Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any mistaking that. He wanted to say that. He absolutely wanted to get it in his notes. He's there. And Mr. Milton is telling him, no, you're not there. You're not there. No, he heard the question quite clearly. He wanted to answer it. Even after Mr. Milton had answered it, he once again started in again. And he's like, you're absolutely correct about the turning around. And we told him to turn around. But that was after Lisa came out. There are certain participants, I'm certain there's footage. There are active participants. Definitely think Mills is being sarcastic. So, okay, you tell me where I was. Found her at Griffin's early on. I don't know. I don't want to be too tinfoily, but she didn't freeze. That's for certain. She should have been very hurt if she was out in the woods that long. These guys are all having to wear Arc'teryx toques and put on extra layers. And no, there's something wrong with that. So did they evacuate her out and then drop her back off? I don't know. So either Mills is mistaken or how can he be mistaken? How can he be mistaken? Mistaken about that he was driving a truck outside of 200, directed to go back home? Is that where Lisa was recovered? No, I don't think he was. No. And he seems very sure about it. Clearly, the caucus meeting wasn't enough to get Mills and Milton's story right. Again, he's very disjointed. Or not disjointed. It's very, well, he seems very unhappy, to say the least. She shot, okay, well, I'm not going to go crazy tinfoil. It just doesn't work, though. It doesn't work. Milton's telling him he's somewhere else that he's not. How does that work? His notes say that he's there. His notes said that he was there. So how does that work? Who's truly mistaken? I'd say that would be Mr. Milton. Because his handwritten notes, Mr. Mills' handwritten notes say he's there. He heard the question quite clearly. He wanted to answer it the first time. I'd say Mills recalls Chowdhury being confrontational. I don't think that was even in the question about being confrontational. Wasn't mentioned. There was no mention of confrontation. There was mention of he was told to go to the The top of the road. When was he told to go to the top of the road in his vehicle? Once, and one time only. The same time that what? Oh, he's on scene. Right. So that's pretty clear. Why was the question brought up by Pinio? I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe Mr. Pinio knows something, which would be great. I don't understand why he didn't follow up on it, because, you know, you have this questioning format is totally, you can see now why this is like special type of questioning, where you have this is why you don't do this in court, right? Because then you're going to have crosstalk. Well, no, this is what I remember. No, but you're wrong. But no, I was there. No, you weren't. You can't do that in a court of law. There isn't like a bus and, you know, you kind of pass a microphone around and everybody gets to have a say. That's why they're questioning like this, because then you kind of get the idea that there are people testifying on their own, but they're not. And this is a clear example why in law this never flies. Ever. You don't question witnesses together, which is what's getting done, funnily enough, in many interviews. You question them separately. That's the way things are done, because you don't want people to be influenced by somebody else's thoughts. Chowdhury was mad at Ert for not... yeah, that's fine. That's not what the question said. The question was not, do you recall him being mad about pointing guns at dogs? I don't remember any recollection. Sorry, maybe we'll need to play it again. But I don't recall anything about dogs. I don't recall anything about rifle at the dogs. I do recall in a truck, told to go to the head of the road, 4 a.m. Pretty clear. Nothing about rifle, nothing about dogs, nothing about him being in his home. No, no, and no. Very clear. Milton has no notes. Milton is employed. Mills has notes and isn't employed. Maybe he knows something indeed. You think Mills left? Well, why is it that he can recall all of the details? You think Mills left, but he's lying in his notes? He left on his own. But why does his notes say that he's there? Why does he recall 4 a.m.? Why does he recall in a truck? Why does he recall top of the road? Where Milton says he's not even there, but his notes seem to indicate that he is. Anyway, I'm definitely going to read a lot further. And I am surprised that Mr. Pinio didn't follow up on that, because if you have two people disagreeing with that, you better resolve it right away. Milton has no notes. Oh, Milton has no notes. Yes, Milton has no notes. Mills has notes. These are Mills' notes. Sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. These are Tim Mills' notes. Pretty sure. let's see. Where was I here? GJX 365. So something's got to get cleared up there, I would say. Oh, the burner on. Okay, so it's after that. Maureen, GJX. One 137. Have I gone too far? I mean, maybe it's just nothing, but seriously, that doesn't look like nothing to me. That's a big problem. Okay, 205. Three, 4. Okay, so Jim Mills notes. Milton doesn't have notes. Pinio says your notes don't show this. Oh, to Milton. Ooh. Yeah, that's a little bit more than a disappointment. That's a dog vest to me. You didn't follow up. That's, yeah, I don't even want to go there. Pinio made excuses for the lack of notes on Chowdhury. That's not what the question is. In this scenario, right? It's absolutely plausible that Lisa came out, was picked up, or whatever, picked up some point and dropped back off where she wasn't frozen, right? That works. I'm not trying to be tinfoily. I'm just pointing out the facts. Truck, road, 4 a.m. Notes. Pretty clear. Pretty clear. Mills may be lying about in some areas, but his notes are detailed and seem accurate. Milton told Mills he wasn't there. However, Mills' notes state that he was. Milton told Mills he wasn't there. However, Mills' notes state that he was. Where are Milton's notes? Well, okay, well, I'll have to review this all. It's just, and there was no following up on questions. Right, because he's stating things that about things he doesn't know. That's the way you take notes. Yeah. You know, I was in Timbuktu. I'm in Timbuktu right now. Don't you know? I'm going to write down. No, you write down where you are. 4 a.m., black truck. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. But okay, very eye-opening, some of this. Anyway, do have a fantastic rest of the day. It's almost dinner time for you guys down there. Thank you ever so much for joining. I will thoroughly look through this more and see, as I said above, Mills' notes evidence of an interaction with Leon, whilst Milton does not have notes. Lack of evidence. Mills and Milton have clear disagreement. Pinio was sarcastic about Milton's lack of notes. Well, he should have absolutely followed up with questions, more questions. Like, excuse me? That's news to me. I didn't know that Lisa came out earlier. and see what he says rather than watch these two have a debate. And he's pretty certain they definitely got into a disagreement. Connections. Oh, there's connections everywhere. Yep. Anyway, do take good care of one another. Have a fantastic evening. Hopefully dinner is good for you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless you all. God bless the 23. Thank you for joining.